Hey everyone, and welcome to Zabbix Summit Online. For 9 years, we've hosted this event in Riga, Latvia, on premises. This year, to make things more accessible for everyone out there, we are hosting it online. So enjoy all of the benefits of this being publicly and freely available for everyone. We have something like 4,000 attendees registered this year, which is a crazy high number. And once again, the online makes this possible. So when it comes to the technicalities of this, the organizational things and so on, we have our landing page that you can access either from zabbix.com or YouTube descriptions. Feel free to navigate there, and this is where you can access all of the goodies. This is where you can access our different special rooms where you can communicate with sales, with support team, and also our platinum sponsors. So feel free to navigate there, ask your questions, sales-related questions, technical-related questions, talk to our sponsors. Also, feel free to use Telegram. This is where you will be able to kind of network, communicate with, once again, different Zabbix team members, community members, sponsors, and so on. This is something, once again, that's very unique to the whole online environment. So it's freely available for everyone. We also have a Q&A section. Feel free to use it, once again, from our landing page. We will collect and answer your questions as we go. Great opportunity to learn a lot of new things from, once again, technical side of things, sales side of things, and so on. This is a learning experience, not just a presentation. So you guys are going to leave this event as winners with some new knowledge and information that you wouldn't be able to get maybe otherwise. Regarding hashtags and social networks, so let's use hash Zabbix Summit 2020 if you plan on posting something online, Twitter, Facebook, social network of your choice. So, as for workshops, we have a lot of very interesting workshops planned, but they will be held throughout the next week. Once again, making things a lot more flexible for you, fully online. We've already seen the attendance counts, they're through the roof. And we're planning our workshops as we go to make them as interesting, interactive, and entertaining for you guys. And once again, we will have Q&As and chats throughout the workshops. We will answer all of your questions and help you figure out how to kind of get those things going in your environment. So definitely take a look at our agenda and just register for what you're interested in. I'd like to thank to all of our sponsors, Platinum, Gold, and Silver sponsors. We wouldn't be here without you, definitely, and thank you for your great help and sponsorship. So, without further ado, let's start with Zabbix Japan. And of course, for our first speaker from Zabbix Japan, who else than CEO of Zabbix Japan, Kodai Terashima. He's written Zabbix books in Japanese, so he's a great contributor. He's been with the company for something like 10 years, a really long time. He's like a really skilled, really knowledgeable guy and a great contributor to our team. So let's welcome Kodai.
Hello everyone, I'm Kodai from Zabbix Japan. I'm honored to have the first presentation of this summit. I think most of listeners are from Asian and Oceanian countries. I think Europe is still sleeping. I manage Zabbix branch and market in Japan. Let me introduce how Zabbix is Japan today. Just explain where we are. Zabbix companies are in 5 different regions now. Main company is in Riga and there are 4 subsidiaries: United States, Brazil, Russia, and Japan. We have a physical office in center of Tokyo. We provide Zabbix official service to Japanese market. Short explanation with me. I'm CEO of Zabbix Japan and author of first Japanese Zabbix book. I created Zabbix Japanese community in 2005, and I moved to Latvia and joined the Zabbix team in 2011. Then I back to Japan and established a branch in Tokyo in 2012 to be closer to Japanese partners. Zabbix Japan operates 9 years already here. After establishing Japanese branch, number of partners in Japan was increased every year. We have more than 50 partners in Japan now. They are partners in Japan. We have 4 premium partners and more than 40 certified partners and 7 resellers now. Most of them are system integrator. Main business of them is consulting, installation, and integration service for their customers. Zabbix Japan provide the backend support for them. There are many partners here, we prefer to do some marketing activities and sales activities with partners. We have a partner meeting and technical workshop periodically with all partners to keep good communication and good knowledge. Zabbix Japan provide only product support and training service here. Also, we do marketing activities. Zabbix software is developed by a Riga team, so we do not have developers here. And our partners provide some installation and integration and consulting services. Also, they are a distributor of official support service. Zabbix Japan do not sell support directly to end user. One more thing, we develop and provide hardware appliance in Japanese market, and especially for Zabbix beginners. Zabbix software is installed and database and OS are well tuned, and we tested how many hosts and items can work on it. One of the difficult thing to use Zabbix is managing database and keep good performance. It's hard to understand for beginners how to tune them and how sizing hardware. So appliance is simple and easy solution to set up Zabbix installation. Zabbix Japan operates around 9 years, as I explained. Zabbix is now well-known monitoring solution here. I would like to introduce some customers that are listed in case studies page on zabbix.com. Please refer the link on the bottom of the slide if you are interested in more details. Major telecommunication companies use Zabbix, and bank and financial area as well. Zabbix monitor important environment of their system or services. Zabbix is also used in government and education segment. They prefer to use simple solution, so hardware appliance is good for this market. Internet and web service companies also use Zabbix. Zabbix monitor their internet services. Their environment are usually dynamically changed. Monitored hosts and services are frequently added or removed. Zabbix has some automation feature and API. These are useful to flow changes in their system. I cannot introduce all users and customers, but many of major enterprise and well-known company use Zabbix. Zabbix is also well-known solution to replace traditional expensive monitoring software. Zabbix is now one of the most major monitoring solutions in Japan. The below is a report from IDC Japan in 2016. 16.2% of open source friendly enterprise companies use Zabbix. So Zabbix is a kind of de facto standard software in the monitoring market here. We have two big Zabbix events in Japan. One is Zabbix Conference Japan. The Conference Japan 2020 will be in 13th to 14th of November this year. It is ninth of conference here. Around 400 people join every year. Because of COVID, unfortunately, only 100 seats will be available at the event hall this year, but we will provide online streaming as well. I'm not sure how many Japanese are listening here, but please join Conference Japan as well. It is free to register. Another one is Interrupt Tokyo. The event is one of the biggest IT exhibition in Japan. We participated every year and we have a big booth with around 10 partners. Unfortunately, Interrupt 2020 was cancelled because of COVID, but they already scheduled 2021. We will participate it next year as well. Shownet is a sub-event of the Interop. It is kind of fun event for engineers. Exhibitors bring their network devices and get together to create advanced network for exhibition place. We also joined Shownet with partners and Zabbix monitor all devices in Shownet environment. It takes time to explain what is Interop and Shownet. Please search them on the internet. There are English version of the official site. Thank you. Thank you very much to hear my presentation. As I mentioned, we usually communicate to local market only. So I do not have many chance to communicate with Zabbix users in other countries. I hope COVID program will be better next year and Tokyo Olympic will be successful. If you have a chance to come to Tokyo, feel free to contact us. We are welcome to have communication with you. Let us know Zabbix in your countries. The summit is very long. There are a lot of interesting topics from different countries. Have fun.
Thank you a lot, Kadai. If you feel like asking any questions to Kadai, you can use our Q&A section and ask him any questions there. He will chime in and answer any questions that you may have. So feel free to use that feature that we have over here in our summit. So next up, our next speaker is a Zabbix certified professional. And our next topic is really interesting and really useful for everyone with a large scale environment that they plan on maybe scaling up in the future or where redundancy is key. So our next topic is minimizing monitoring downtime, how to build a Zabbix HA cluster. And as I said, our next speaker is a Zabbix certified professional from Japan, chief engineer at SRA OSS Inc. Japan. Let's welcome Toshihiro Akamatsu.
Thank you for participating in this session today. I'm Toshiro Akamatsu from SRA OSS in Japan. This session, minimizing monitoring downtime, how to build Zabbix HA cluster will show HA cluster outline and how to build Zabbix HA cluster. What should we do to minimize monitoring downtime in preparation of Zabbix system is down? One of the solutions is building a Zabbix HA cluster. To build Zabbix HA cluster actually, you need to know HA cluster architecture and construction method. Cluster configurations are generally classified into active-active cluster and active-passive cluster. In active-active cluster, multiple and individual Zabbix servers run concurrently. and each Zabbix server monitors the same object. If one Zabbix server is down, active cluster can continue monitoring by other servers. In an active passive cluster, you build multiple Zabbix servers, but only one server runs among multiple Zabbix servers. If a running Zabbix server is down, a failover occurs and another server starts via cluster software. As a result, monitoring is continued, but interrupted momentarily during failover. Then first, let's look at the active cluster. As I said earlier, in active cluster, multiple and individual Zabbix servers run concurrently, and each Zabbix server monitors the same object. If one Zabbix server is down, monitoring can be continued by other servers. In an active cluster, only notifications belonging to a primary server should be enabled to prevent redundant notifications. There are some considerations in building active cluster. Firstly, how to sync monitoring configurations. Active cluster includes multiple and individual Zabbix servers, so you should sync monitoring configuration of each server. In addition, a way to disable other servers' notification is needed with synchronizing configuration. One more thing is how to switch a secondary server to a primary server when a primary server is down. In case of switching secondary to primary, you should prepare a method to enable configuration sync and notifications on the secondary server. You can synchronize configurations manually, of course, but it is better to do it automatically. One possible solution is replicating only monitoring configuration tables in the database, but it is difficult to disable notification of replication destination. So you can think of dumping only monitoring configuration tables from the primary database and disabling notification in dumping data and restoring to other databases. However, in this case, you must not update configuration except the primary server, and you must stop secondary or thirdary Zabbix servers when you restore. Another consideration is how to enable notifications when switching secondary server to primary server. In order to enable notifications at once, you can create and execute script using Zabbix API or SQL, for instance. Pros and cons of active cluster is summarized as follows. As pros, simple system construction method and continuous monitoring when primary is done with no interrupts. As cons, system load of monitored object becomes higher than active passive cluster because all Zabbix servers monitor the same object. And you should consider configuration synchronization and switching methods secondary to primary too. Next is active passive cluster. In active passive cluster, You build multiple Zabbix servers, and only one of them runs. Monitored objects are monitored by a floating IP address, and database is shared with all servers. If a running Zabbix server is failed, Zabbix server is failed over to another node by a cluster software, and monitoring is continued. What matters here is database redundancy. Database redundant methods are roughly classified into three types. First, using shared storage. Second, using database replication. Third, using block device replication. Then let's look at the method of using shared storage. With this method, you put database files on shared storage and mount the storage to another server on failover. Pros of this method are no data sync overhead and rapid failover. Cons are that specific device is required, and you should consider shared storage redundancy, because it becomes single point of failure. Next is the DB replication method. With this method, making database redundancy by a database replication feature. This method can fail over relatively rapidly and complete redundancy only using database features. But high technical cost and replication overhead are required. Last is the block device replication method. With this method, database files are replicated with block devices. Pros of this method are simple architecture and low monetary cost. Cons are taking time to fail over and increasing storage size by a number of Zabbix servers. There are considerations in building active passive cluster too. Firstly, how to prevent split brain syndrome. Split brain syndrome means that the system is divided by hardware failure or interconnection failure, and the service starts on multiple nodes in the cluster. As a result, service stops. If split brain syndrome occurs, there is a risk that the database is broken by conflict. Watchdog and stunning shoot the other node in the head can be considered as prevention of split brain syndrome. Secondly, if you want to monitor log files on Zabbix server or monitor SNMP traps, you must put those files on shared storage or replicated block devices. Otherwise, file reread may occur after failover, according to the Zabbix log file monitoring specification. Lastly, I will show example of Zabbix active passive cluster construction method. In this example, I will build a two-node cluster. OS is CentOS 8. Zabbix version is 5.0.4. And database is PostgreSQL. Nginx and PHP-FPM are used as web server software, and cluster software are Pacemaker and CorelSync. DRBB is a software for block device replication. Firstly, you install Zabbix as it says in the official documentation and disable automatic start of Zabbix server because it is managed by cluster software and source IP of Zabbix server is set to a floating IP address. Next, install Nginx and PHP-FPM and disable automatic start of them. Set server name of Nginx to floating IP address and set time zone of PHP-FPM. Next, install pacemaker and crossing from high availability repository. Start and enable a cluster management tool PCSD. Set hostname and IP address of each node in X host file on both nodes. Set password of cluster management user cluster and authorize both nodes as cluster nodes. Then set up a cluster named Zabbix cluster with authorized nodes. Next, start and enable cluster. In this example, not consider split brain syndrome, so disable stone and set column policy to ignore. The pacemaker and crossing basic setup is now complete. Confirm that cluster status is OK by PCS cluster status command. Next, install block device replication software DRBD. DRBD can be installed from Enterprise Linux repository ELRepo. Set up DRBD resources. Disk name, device name, and node information are set here. Next, create DRBD metadata and start DRBD. DRBD status is inconsistent at this point because synchronization has not yet been done. Run DRBD add primary forced command on either server, then synchronization starts. Synchronization is complete if status becomes up to date. Set back primary to secondary via DRBD add-on secondary command. Next, make a file system and mount point. If you mount DRBD, the device becomes primary automatically in DRBD version 9 because automatic promotion feature is enabled by default. Next, install PostgreSQL and make a directory for database on file system managed by DRBD. Then initialize the directory as the data directory of the database and make Zabbix database as usual. Lastly, set up resources that are managed by cluster software. If a resource fails, cluster software automatically fail over it and the resource starts another node. Firstly, set up a file system resource that manages the mount of file system and PostgreSQL resource and group them into DB group. Next, set up floating IP address resource, Nginx resource, and PHP-FPM resource. They are grouped into a Zabbix group. Lastly, set up Zabbix server resource. It is also grouped into Zabbix group. Now, all required resources are set up. File system and PostgreSQL are grouped into DB group. Floating IP address, Nginx, PHP FPM, and Zabbix server are grouped into Zabbix group. These groups are used to set constraints. First, set a collocation constraint. If you set a collocation constraint between DB group and Zabbix group, resources included in the two groups run on same node. Next, set order constraints. They are constraints to decide resource start and stop orders. These resources should start in the order of file system, PostgreSQL, and other resources. You can confirm resource status by PCS status command. If all resources start on same node, it is okay. You can also confirm constraints by PCS constraint list command. Lastly, confirm to execute failover. Enter Zabbix server 01 in standby state by PCS node standby command. Then failover is executed and start all resources of Zabbix server 02 automatically. This is example of active-passive cluster setting using pacemaker, crossing, and DRBD. For more information, please refer to following URLs. In this session, I have introduced how to build Zabbix HA cluster. Thank you for your attention.
As I've said before, HA is quite often a huge requirement for our potential customers, community members, and so on. It was really great to hear a live use case of how this can be implemented. So thank you. Next up, as you may already know, we have an extremely large and active community in China. It's a really large part of the whole Zabbix community ecosystem, and of course, we haven't neglected them. We've actually paid a lot of attention to them, and our next speaker is going to be one of the Zabbix distributors in China. Specifically, it's going to be a CDO from Grandage, and they are going to talk about their whole approach to distributing, managing, supporting Zabbix in China for Chinese community. So let's welcome Yao Rong from Grandage, China.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Rong Yaoru from Grandage, China. I'm very glad to be invited to this online summit. Firstly, I'd like to spend a few minutes to introduce my company. My company so far is over 10 years history and located in the Shanghai, China. Before, our company focused on commercial software service, but since 2016, we focused on the open source software service. And most of our team members are from the commercial software vendor like IBM, like BMC. All of them have over 10 years experience in the ITOM and ITOA field. In 2018, we became Zabbix exclusive distributor in China, and our major responsibility are are about marketing promotion, partner development, service delivering with Zabbix team, and procurement and payment processing. This is my topic today. Totally, there are 4 sessions. One is about China conference. One is about China users and community. One is about the service and the support in China. And one is about the Zabbix partners development in China. Session 1, about the China conference. Okay, this is this year conference. We held this conference in Shenzhen in the last month. Due to COVID-19, we limited attendees about 250. So far, there are totally 5 conferences in China since 2016. The first 3 conferences were held in the Shanghai, my city. But in the last year, we extended the conference to another major city in China. Last year, in the last year, November, we held the first Zabbix conference in Beijing. I mean Beijing conference, the first time, okay? You know, Beijing is the capital city of China and a very major city in the North China. And in this year, we held this conference in Shenzhen, a very beautiful city, and also a very major city in the South China. So far, our conference has covered all major cities in China. Session 2, let me talk about the China users and community. We have a very strong community in China now. The community number is over 6,500. Every week we launch the Zabbix news in the all kinds of technology medias here. And today we can see 15,000 followers. And besides the online events, we also held all kinds of offline events in China. I mean the meetup in China. This is just the small scale conference in the different cities. So far, we have held such meetup in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, the 4 major cities in the China. To encourage people to join us, we launched some incentive program to encourage people to join us. And this community has helped us much. For example, like the translation. You know, before all documents are English, but so far all documents are Chinese. And after my presentation, we invite very famous community expert Zhang Sihong to join this summit to share his presentation with you. Session 3, support and services. Due to the China business situation and also customer behavior, we selected 4 kinds of services from Zabbix official services: Zabbix training, technical support, consulting service, on-site mandate. And we also did a little modification to fit China market. For example, training. Besides the traditional training, we also offer customer on-site training. We can make the training depend on the customer demands, customer needs. Okay. About technical support, besides the traditional support, we also offer them the template bank. We made a template bank according to our the experience. A lot of knowledge is from the community. The customer can select their concerned templates from our bank to make the project time shorter. Okay, and the consulting service. Besides the 5 days on-site consulting, we also offered another additional 2 days remote support because China customer is very concerned with documents. So we needed to spend another 2 days to write documents, to write proposal, something like that. Okay. On-site mandate. We can offer two kinds of on-site mandate in China. One is the English service, one is the Mandarin service. For some foreign company, they adopted English service, but for a lot of the local company, they can only accept the Mandarin service. Let me spend a few minutes to talk about our bigger customers, typical customers. Here I selected 4 customers to share with you. One is Huawei. As you know, Huawei is the top IT and telecom equipment vendor. Since 2015, they took Zabbix to monitor their infrastructure. After the past 5 years, they have used Zabbix to monitor their all infrastructure. And meanwhile, they are also our Zabbix enterprise level technical support customer. This is an insurance company, top 3 insurance company. 3 years ago, they started to use Zabbix to replace their commercial software like BMC, like IBM Tivoli. After the past 3 years construction, so far the Zabbix hosts is over 60,000. The equipment including servers, network devices, storage devices, hardware devices, applications and processes, and the cloud platform. This is top 3 retail company in China. In China, the retail company industry, number 1 is Alibaba, number 2 is Jingdong, this is number 3, Suning. Due to their very large scale, so they take the multi-Zabbix server architecture. The monitoring scope is also from the network to the application, everything. Okay. This is a top 1 service provider in China, China Mobile. They use Zabbix to monitor their infrastructure and Prometheus to monitor their cabinet and the Docker, and also use the Grafana to build up their dashboard. This is the session 4. Let me talk about the China partners development. So far, we totally have 35 partners in China. Among them, 20 are certified partners, 15 are resellers. And as I know, some of them is trying to become our premium partners next year. So the partner situation is very good. This is my presentation today. and let's reviewing the all numbers and feedbacks. We are very confident Zabbix in China, and we are seeing more and more partners, customers, and Zabbix fans to join us. Finally, on behalf of Ground Age China community, I'd like to say thank you to Zabbix team. In the past year, Zabbix team gave us a lot of support. Hopefully, we can see you all in Riga. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Reporting is one of the most supported and, well, requested actually, not yet supported features in Zabbix. When it comes to supporting it out of the box, we are still working on it. But what about open source tools? Community provided open source tools for providing reporting within Zabbix. Our next speaker, a Zabbix enthusiast from China with 6 years and maybe a bit extra experience with Zabbix, so quite a lot, is going to talk about one of such tools, how to use it, how to implement it. So let's welcome Zhang Shihong with open source report component based on Zabbix, ZBX table. Welcome.
Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Shihong. I'm going to introduce a plugin for Zabbix developed by myself, Zabbix table. Zabbix table is an open source report component based on Zabbix. I'm a good language learner and have used Zabbix for 6 years. Now you can visit this website. It is an online demo for Zabbix table. You can use the Chrome to get an experience. This is the excuse for Zabbix table. Everything here is open source. Correctly, these are all the features that Zabbix table can adapt all existing Zabbix versions, and it can export history and trade to Excel files. Also, it can view all the graphs by tree mode. One of the many features is analysis the alarms and exporting. The other one is exporting inspection report. Zabbix table have 3 components. I have used the spanned, front-end and back-end. Zabbix table is a back-end program written by Golang, providing RESTful API. Zabbix table works front-end is written by Reactive. MS Agent is a component to head the alarms. It exports alarms from Zabbix and sends them to Zabbix table. This is agriculture. Use the index as a process. The installation package already provides the action configuration fields, just replace it. And this is the screenshot of the system. And this is the main page of the system. It including a thumbnail of the host and some real-time alarms. System states grouped by the counting groups. The front end of the system is developed by one of my friends, and the back end is completed by myself. No, this page is just a thumbnail to reveal the states of the hosts, and this is probably the most popular page of the system. Also, I have seen from our group and community, we had an open source tools based before named Graph Tree. It allowed you to reveal graphs by host group, but the author stopped monetizing this tool somehow. So many users could no longer use this. And then in this system, I used a totally new way to implement stamina features. It allows you to make a graphs for each special house and collecting the house name to check the date. The feature I think is one of the most popular features required by the community. Furthermore, the system supports to export graphs. For example, you have some monitoring data in graphs. You need to show the data to your customer, but you could not send him to your Zabbix extension. You can make a report and send it to him. In our system, you can simply export the data into a PDF and send it into your customers. Another feature is export of history data and items. Many operation and maintenance engineers have to export history and trade data for develop to troubleshooting software issue. For example, OOM. Let me introduce the expecting feature. So I have already made a report targeting Linux and Windows system, and this is the report and analysis the alarms. It may happen that you need to analyze the alarms, like which house are top 10 in the alarms. All the information may be needed in the weekly report. This is the open source code of the system in GitHub. The code is totally open source. You can learn more online document. You are welcome to leave your comment on my code. Next, I want to share my experience in developing this system. I would to talk this thing. If I did not develop this system, I think 1990 of you will meeting this problem. If you want to do some development based on Zabbix, so I would like to show the lesson I learned. At first, I would like to talk about the Zabbix API document. This document is detailed in the left of the page. You can select among different operations for subject like action or use. And each item has method selection and int. You can select among methods like get, update, and delete. Each method has its own parameters. The exception of the parameter is shown in the right. If you want to do some development based on Zabbix, you need to read the document carefully in order to use the API in the right way. It also has some fundamental demos here, and you can try to imply them by yourself. Another problem is about SDK. Zabbix API is simple. It is just an HTTP request, but use SDK is more efficient. Below are some SDKs that use commonly. I have forked the report right in Golang and modified it. The report I forked did not support the last Zabbix version. No, I have fixed it and that it could support all existing Zabbix version. If you use PHP in the previous version of the Zabbix, the API will return to different formats. You will not occur this system. For example, you can find the video of the discovery in Zelda. If you are developer, you will know this data is the type of the int, while in the right, you will find the quote here, the value type is the string. It is related to different data type. In other words, you have two different data types for the simple API. This is fine for PHP, and this is a weakly typed language, and they can retain the value correctly. However, Golang is a strongly typed language, so you may have different type of data in the same structure. You may find that then API method is fine in some code, but it retains raw data in other codes. So I reported it as a bug to Zabbix team. I suggest to unify the data type of the different language. No, this issue is fixed. Another thing I want to talk about the debug mode. I have met many people asking me how to get this data and where to find the API method. Actually, you can activate the debug mode. Then you can find the trace of the function and the parameter in the left part of here. You can also find the parameter here, so that you can find out how the code are running. This is helpful for development. You can find introduced in the every page. And no, the function is supported of use graphs in the third-party system. So I chose to directly load the files graphs with chart2.php like this. I submit a log and access the loading the graphs. You will need to the graph idea and the graph together with the start time and the end time and the size of graphs. It will retain the image after you pass this parameter it to. So it is very convenient if you want to use some monitoring graphs of Zabbix in this system. Another thing is about alarms. I suggest to use writing a custom script with a default action to handle the alarms. The script send whatever message is received, and you didn't need to select them into the database. This is a small and faster way to handle the alarms, and you can custom the alarms content by yourself. Next, I would like to talk about my plan for the feature development. The system vision is version 1 correctly. I have completed about 19% of the feature of the version 2. I think I will complete the version 2 in next year. The first feature is to support the module Zabbix serve as a module for the example. The access of the user, it will determine which host and source are visible to which user. Then, I also want to add history data analysis. I may use the other tools in plain method like most or most analysis. Moreover, I will upgrade the alarm system. I would like to try the target integration with the Microsoft like DingTalk, WeChat, emails. I also plan to build a backend for expansion. The feature version will allow you to make a schedule for expansion. For example, you can schedule to expect some hosts and special time in the Friday evening. These are 4 features I would like to implement in version 2. It may a long time through. If you are interested, you are welcome to commit your code on GitHub to work on this system together. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Of course, often we hear questions. How to create, maintain, and even upgrade large-scale environments. This is very common, and this is something that we wish to help you figure out. Our next speaker is dealing with just such environments, and she is responsible for doing just that, maintaining, constructing, upgrading large-scale environments for cloud-native environments. So let's welcome the technical manager for China Mobile from China, Wang Mangsu.
Hello everyone, my name is Wang Manxue. I'm from China. It's my great honor to speak at Zabbix Summit Online 2020 and to share my monitoring experience of the world's largest call center. My presentation today will mainly cover four small topics: the background, the way out, the transition, and the precipitation. Now, let's start with short introduction of the background. China Mobile is the largest telecom operator in China. The company I worked for is China Mobile Online Service. It is a professional subsidiary of China Mobile. We are responsible for the construction and operation of China Mobile's call center. Our company is a traditional company, but we have a huge amount of users, 910 million. Such a large number of users means that our online system must be a distributed and high concurrently system. Now, as you see, we have a large IT scales with IDC all over 31 provinces and tens of thousands of physical equipment. The online system is also changing rapidly. Many new technologies have been adopted, such as microservice, containers. The average daily online release is over 120 times. That is a very enormous number in traditional operators. So it is very complicated and bring many challenges to our OPS. Facing so many difficulties, how can we find the way out? For traditional operator, we don't have the many high-grade talents as internal giants, such as Google, Alibaba, and so on. And we don't understand how the Linux system kernel is developed. It is almost impossible for us to develop a monitoring system with high concurrently and high compatibility in a short time. So what shall we do? We embrace the open source software. After doing a lot of technical research, we chose to stand on the shoulders of the giant Zabbix. Using Zabbix's ability, we built 37 monitoring templates and made the system online rapidly in 1 month. Within 3 months, we cover 100% of the company's network equipment, physical servers, cloud infrastructures, database, and middleware monitoring. 3 months, this speed is unbelievable. Zabbix is very stable and has been running since 2017 without major failures. Then we have made a nice combination of Zabbix and Grandfather. Using its nice dashboard, we output a lot of monitoring reports for everyone. So, how we constructed the system in order to promote and implement the monitoring solution quicker and easier, we adopted the construction mode of centralized building, unified management, and standardized accessibility for all our branches. That means the headquarters is responsible for establishing monitoring capabilities, standardizing the configuration of proxy, and making the collection, analysis, display, and notification of all monitoring data. We use the template, we deployed some, we modified some, in total 37 capabilities, and the branch only need to continually maintain the proxy. Now, let me show you something. These are the middleware monitored by Zabbix. And these are the network devices monitored by Zabbix. These are the dashboard made with Grafana. Within half a year, our monitoring system has 2 million monitoring items and 84 proxy, and generate 300,000 alerts per every day. In order to make better use of Zabbix performance, we have done some optimized work. For example, we have disabled housekeeper, enabled database table partitioning, forbid agent connecting server directly, and we adjust and optimize some configuration parameters in Zabbix server, and so on. In 2020, we have also made a dual center high availability solution for Zabbix. At the beginning, we just built a Zabbix server in data center A. When Zabbix server fail occurs inside data center A, we use Keep Alive to achieve high availability handoff. Well, if center A fail occurs in large scales due to the network or power, we will lose the whole monitoring system, which is completely unacceptable in our company. So, we deployed another set of Zabbix server in data center B, and the configuration data is synchronized from center A to center B in real time. DNS domain name resolve can help us switch the monitoring from center A to the standby node of center B within 10 minutes. Generating the real-time data after the switch, only the historical data is lost. For monitoring service, there is no downtime. Now, share a relevant experience with you. It is necessary to formulate monitoring specifications before adding any monitoring. Standardize the name of template, groups, items, triggers, actions, and more according to your own situation. Otherwise, the larger the monitoring scale is, the more troublesome and complicated it will be when troubleshooting. In the third part, we still faced the problem during the transition period. Once our service was done and we didn't get any notification while we are collecting 2 million items. From then, I realized what we have monitoring only just the path and IaaS layer and not the SaaS level. So the service health monitoring and user experience monitoring should be fully paid attention. Then we made 2 improvements. First, adding application performance monitoring, APM. The metrics, logs, trace, entity relationships, user experiments, and user behavior were fully connected by APM, improving the observability of the system, providing the ability to find the internal problem of the complex system. Second, we hope to find some common monitoring patterns, which indicators can provide a broad range of information about my service. So we studied the book called Google's SRE and used its 5 golden signals. Each service monitoring must have the indicators of these 5 dimensions as basis, like rate, error, latency, saturation, and utilization. It could be more, but cannot be less. Based on all those experiments, we sorted out our whole set monitoring solution for cloud-native system. From top to bottom are users' experience, business health, entity relationship, application, container, system, cloud platform, and the environment monitoring. Using those metrics collected, we successfully increased the observability of our complex system and the ability to understand and solve any issues that arose. Finally, let's look at our current all-in-one monitoring platform. Many different open source monitoring systems are used as a bottom layer to collect monitoring data of various dimensions, like log platform, Prometheus, Zabbix, APM, and some professional management system. Then we process those data in real time or offline, or even handle it intelligently. Thereby, we can discover all the components and dependency of entire technology stack end-to-end. In the way, we can have end-to-end monitoring and provide a real-time topology. No system blind spots anymore. Problem can be solved rapidly, and eventually our customer will have great experience. Now, let's come to the last part, automation and digital analytics. First, come to the automation. As we mentioned earlier, the company's monitoring platform adopts the mode of centralized construction and centralized operation. That means all monitoring requirements are supported by one team. So, how to simplify the complex monitoring operation? How to deal with the rapid extend scale? We have made a set of monitoring automation tools based on Zabbix API. It can add, delete, modify, and search the monitoring data on the page in path and self-service. At present, this tool has been able to handle 85% of the monitoring requirements automatically, greatly reducing our manpower burden, and just 2 engineers can fully operate the monitoring platform. Then comes to the digital analytics. Extract Zabbix Prometheus, alerting platform, log platform, CMDB, and the other data to load on the big data analysis platform and to analyze the data in multi-dimensional. First of all, we combine the monitoring data with business KPI indicators to obtain real-time business health analysis, so as to make IT and business cooperate more efficient. Secondly, we have just seen that there's data path players on the whole monitoring platform. What is the use of the data extracted from a lot of self-service monitoring tools? Well, it can be used for report analysis, like analyze alerting numbers according to the business dimensions and optimize the alerting cooperatively, providing no real-time business health weekly report analysis at City High. In addition, it can also enrich a lot of indicators, such as break the barrier of data storage and add metrics like month-on-month, year on year. Finally, what I recommend to you is application expansion, which is used for rapid full location, root cause analysis, full self-healing, and capacity management. Now, after the monitoring platform has been launched for 3 years, our monitoring platform has accumulated 26 million monitoring items, processed 60 billion logs, and generated 1.98 million alerts every day. These are numbers that make me feel very fulfilling. In the future, we hope to further introduce intelligent capability into the monitoring platform. We will conduct in-depth research on intelligent anomaly detection, intelligent root cause analysis, intelligent fault prediction, and so on. So that's all. Thank you for your listening.
Wow, that was quite an impressive environment. Speaking of, let's discuss the difference between the Q&A section and our tech booth, because from what I understand, maybe that's not quite clear yet. So you can use the Q&A section to ask questions about this specific presentation, anything that maybe you want elaborate on, and so on. While the tech booth, you can essentially prepare a tech question unrelated to presentation, just a Zabbix tech question, and go discuss it with our tech guys, our support engineers, in the tech booth that you can access from the landing page. So the distinction here is Q&A section for questions related to the presentation, and the tech booth is the place where you can discuss your own environment, how to upgrade it, how to optimize it, how to install it, maybe via containers in the cloud, and so on. Anything Zabbix related goes. Anything Zabbix technical related goes in the tech booth, and the presentations, that's what the Q&A is for. Don't forget that we also have a sales room where we can talk with our sales guys about our services, and we also have our partnership room where you can learn how you can partner with Zabbix and what benefits that brings you. So if you plan on doing that, don't forget to take a look at our partnership booth and discuss these things with guys with our partnership department. So before we go on a break, a couple more things. Like I said before, next week we are going to have workshop throughout the whole week. There are going to be a lot of them. And let's take a sneak peek at some of them, some of the workshops that we are going to have. First off, on November the 3rd, we are going to be talking about overrides. Quite a mysterious new functionality that maybe not many of you know how it works and what's the benefit there. So feel free to attend the workshop. There are still some places left, not many, but some. So feel free to register quickly, and let's learn what overrides do and how you can implement them. We also have deploying Zabbix in Docker Swarm on November the 4th, also running out on free slots. So if you want to learn that, Zabbix, Docker Swarm, how to make those two play nice together, feel free to register. We're also going to have many more workshops. For example, external vault, how to use that with Zabbix, a new functionality. If security is important for you, that's the workshop that you may want to attend. Using Percona XtraDB cluster for the Zabbix database, so something for you DB guys. If you want to learn how to use the Percona XtraDB cluster with Zabbix, that's the workshop for you, and many more. We will also going to have a virtual tour of our office now that we are, will be on a break. We miss you guys a lot over here on premises. Previous years you had a chance to visit us and attend and take a look at how we do our jobs and how we communicate with customers live and solve your technical problems and sales related problems and things like that. So now to replace that experience, we are going to provide you a virtual tour of our office. So let's be back at 8 a.m. GMT +1, and we are going to have a lot of new presentations from our team over here in Riga offices, CEO of Zabbix, Sia, and much more coming up. So go grab a cup of coffee, go through the virtual tour of our office, invite your friends to join, and maybe visit some of our booths. Sales, tech, partnership booths, we are on the ready to answer your questions. So see you in a bit, guys. Back at 8 a.m. GMT +1. Stay tuned.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents, or the support hours, or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks, or the support hours, or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents, or the support hours, or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks, or the support hours, or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
And welcome back, everyone. So, for our next set of speakers, we are going to begin, of course, with the founder of Zabbix itself, the mastermind behind the software, CEO of Zabbix LLC, Alexey Vladishev, and he is going to talk about what is expected in 6.0. Now that 5.2 is out, of course, you guys have already maybe tested out these new features and so on, and 6.0 is on your mind. So we've done a couple of great things, a couple of kind of great points in our roadmap have been implemented in 5.2. So let's hear about what's coming in the future, 6.0. So let's welcome Alexey Vladishev.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Zabbix Online Summit. This is the first Zabbix Summit we are doing online. And there will be lots of information from Zabbix team. The whole Zabbix team is here, is online. So I think it's a great opportunity for all of us to learn more about Zabbix and to get very detailed information about the latest activities straight from Zabbix team. And let's talk about monitoring today, obviously. So monitoring is a very important part of any IT infrastructure. So regardless of what size of IT infrastructure we have, small, mid-size, or a very distributed enterprise size, we still need the monitoring. And monitoring is needed in order to make sure that all our systems, all our services and applications we are responsible for are working fine and deliver the level of performance we are expecting to. But monitoring can be very expensive, especially if you're using some traditional SaaS-based monitoring or monitoring from traditional commercial tools. And this is because of, in most cases, we have to pay per metric. There are per metric fees associated with this. Sometimes there are some limitations related to the licensing. So we have to pay for licenses. We have to pay to enable some features of the our SaaS offering or monitoring system. And actually, the problem is that we pay more as we grow. So today we may have, say, hundreds of devices. We pay a certain fee. Maybe tomorrow we will grow to, I don't know, 10,000 of devices. So we have to pay much, much more. What actually with Zabbix, it's absolutely different. Zabbix gives you tons of freedom. First of all, there is no license fee. So Zabbix is a free and open source software. You may go to zabbix.com, download it, deploy it in a second, and then you may start monitoring of your IT infrastructure, and it's absolutely free. There are no license fee. There is no per metric fee. You may deploy Zabbix in any place you want. So say on-premise installation today, then tomorrow you decide to go to the cloud, no problem at all. Or vice versa, you may already have Zabbix deployed in the cloud, and you want to move all your data, all the deployment of Zabbix on premise, you can do it. Absolutely no restrictions here. Well, Zabbix is free and open source. From one hand, from the other hand, we, as Zabbix team, we want to make sure that Zabbix is available everywhere. You may deploy Zabbix on-premise, and that's why we provide you with the packages for the most popular operating systems like Red Hat, CentOS, Ubuntu, and Debian. We provide agent virtually for all operating systems around, including some enterprise things like AX, HPX platforms, Windows. And also, of course, we do provide a Docker images. So we may deploy Zabbix also in a virtualized, in a container environment. From the other hand, you have a choice and you may deploy Zabbix in the cloud. Just with one click setup, you may have Zabbix up and running in AWS, GCP Cloud, or Microsoft Azure. Also, we do support OpenShift, Zabbix operator. Zabbix can be deployed in OpenStack and in Kubernetes environment. So this is very, very great news for all of us. So Zabbix is a universal, free, and open source enterprise level monitoring solution. So we are trying to make Zabbix as universal and as flexible as possible so it can be applied to different use cases. Not necessarily related to the monitoring of IT environment, but also to the monitoring, say, for environmental monitoring, for monitoring of IoT devices, sensors, some production equipment, and so on and so forth. And it's enterprise level. Therefore, it basically means that all the enterprise features you may expect from a modern monitoring tools are included into Zabbix, and again, available absolutely for free. Things like a single sign-on, things like distributed monitoring, Oracle backend, advanced security options. There are no absolutely restrictions on how many metrics, how many devices, and for how long you keep historical data exist in Zabbix. So Zabbix gives you the absolute freedom, and there is no, basically, no restrictions whatsoever. Zabbix, being open source, it is backed by Zabbix company. At this moment, we have nearly 100 of Zabbixers all around the world working on Zabbix full time, talking about Zabbix developers, support engineers, QA specialists, also our integration team, marketing and sales. So we are here to support you. Zabbix is free and open source. Anyone in the world can use it already, but we are doing all our best to provide the best support options for you, for our customers. We are trying to be as close as our users and customers as possible. That's why we are opening offices all around the world. So as you probably know, the headquarters of Zabbix are in Northern Europe, in Latvia, in Riga. Then after some time, we opened our office in Tokyo, in Japan, then in New York, and then last year we opened a Zabbix office in Moscow. And I'm very happy to announce that this year we have also opened our Zabbix Brazil subsidiary. So Brazil and Porto Alegre, and we made it in order to support our customers and partners in the Latin American market. So at this moment, we have more than 200 of Zabbix partners all around the world. So regardless in what part of the world you are, maybe in the United States, Western, Eastern Europe, in Japan, China, Russia, in one of Latin American countries, one of our partners is there to support you. So you may work either with our local partners, which are closer to you, they speak the same language as you do, or directly with Zabbix. We give you a choice. So there are a number of very good business advantages of running Zabbix. First of all, we are trying to make Zabbix universal. We are trying to make Zabbix so that it would be umbrella monitoring for your enterprise. Quite often, many enterprises and many companies have a very visible challenge. You may already have multiple monitoring systems in place coming from different vendors. say you have one monitoring system to monitor your network infrastructure, another monitoring system to monitor the storages, another monitoring system maybe for monitoring your databases and services and applications, something else to monitor a cloud infrastructure. So we want to make Zabbix universal so it may cover all those areas. And I think Zabbix delivers the best combination of both worlds. From one hand, it is free and open source. So there are no strings attached. There is no vendor lock-in. It gives with all the freedom delivered by the free software. From the other hand, we do provide commercial support, and this commercial support comes directly from the vendor, from the Zabbix team. And even if you purchase technical support, commercial support, it is fixed price, regardless of the number of devices you have. So even if you go with the most affordable one, with the silver one, we still support environment of any size. So maybe the difference between silver, gold, platinum, enterprise, and global support is only in SLA. This year, we have introduced a Global One support, which is aimed specifically to the biggest customers, to the most demanding customers. In most cases, these are multinational companies, which may have a few legal entities in other parts of the world. And I'm very happy to say that at this moment, we already have a few very happy Global One customers at Zabbix. This year, we have also extended our standard training programs and introduced 4 additional ones. So the 4 additional programs are aimed to those who want to get in-depth information on a specific topics of Zabbix. Those are one-day program about Zabbix API. So we cover API very deeply. We explain how to use API. We explain all the best practices, how to connect external systems with Zabbix and take advantage of the Zabbix API. We also have a course regarding data preprocessing, and it basically means that we explain how you may collect any data and transform it into the way so it can be used for monitoring, for graphing, and for problem detection purposes. We have another course related to advanced Zabbix security administration, and it's all about security, how to make Zabbix as secure as possible, how to enable encryption on all levels of Zabbix, how to make sure that all the secrets are kept, like passwords, API tokens, are kept in Zabbix in a very, very secure way. And another course is about advanced problem and anomaly detection. It's all about Zabbix triggers. It's all about how to detect problems in an efficient way, how to detect anomalies, how to make trend predictions, how to use a Zabbix Insight functionality. I will talk about this a little bit later. So, and the best of all the courses now are official courses, and those standard courses are available online. So just go to zabbix.com and check the schedule of those courses. And well, if you want to subscribe, well, do it now. Well, Zabbix is all about monitoring, so we don't do anything else. We are 100% focused on monitoring. And this is our passion. We want to make the best monitoring system available worldwide. So, and by monitoring, we understand a very simple thing. We want to make a system which would detect the problems as soon as possible. Not necessarily existing problems, but also something that is going to happen. Something that may happen in the future, some bad things that may happen in the future. That's why we pay very serious attention to trend prediction functionality, to anomaly detection functionality, and we pay significant attention to basically to many different areas in Zabbix, to data collection, because data collection is super important in order to understand how your system works. We need to collect lots of data, tons of data actually. We also pay significant attention to the visualization capabilities of Zabbix, so that as problem is detected, we want to give you some additional information, some graphs and maps, so you can easier understand where the problem happened, what's the root cause of this problem, how can I fix it. Our strategy is is and the vision is all based on a free and open source. So we want to make a free and open source software, and we want Zabbix to stay free and open source forever. And our goal is to make monitoring shine, basically. We want to make monitoring super flexible. Again, we want monitoring to be applied to numerous use cases we may already have or will have in the future. We want to make Zabbix a very secure and consistent. So if you want to use in some strictly regulated environments like a government, well, for example, like a military or in financial industries, Zabbix is here to deliver the highest possible security standards. We want to make a monitoring a highly scalable solution, and also we want to make a monitoring a very easy to use. That's why we also invest a lot in order to make Zabbix UI, Zabbix front end to be very user friendly, so that new users of Zabbix, they don't need to read Zabbix documentation, Zabbix manual to get started. So now I would like to start with a quick recap of the functionality we have introduced in the recent releases of Zabbix. I'm talking about Zabbix 4.2, 4.4, and 5.0. So 4.2, it came with a number of great features like a high-frequency monitoring with support of throttling. It basically allows us to make a high-frequency monitoring needed in order to detect problems as soon as possible from one hand, and from the other hand, throttling helps us to scale. So we don't need to keep all the data in the database. We can skip some parts of the data. We have also introduced support of HTTP agent, and actually HTTP protocol, it becomes increasingly important in the modern world, especially now when most of the services and most of the applications and cloud services, they communicate with each other using HTTP protocol. We have introduced many and significant improvements to data preprocessing. So we have validation functions and error processing functions built in. And actually, the preprocessing is a very core of Zabbix. Yeah, preprocessing helps us to do many, many different things. We have also improved scalability of Zabbix by making sure that proxies can do preprocessing. So this is a way how we may scale Zabbix. We may deploy more proxies, and Zabbix will get a better performance. And of course, the tag management. So tags are increasingly important. We'll talk about tags in a moment. Zabbix 4.4, it has been released in September last year, and it came, which I believe, the most advanced monitoring agent on the market, Zabbix Agent 2. It supports the most advanced functions you may expect. This is support of push-pull methods, a very flexible scheduling. It also has ability to keep persistent connections to the database for very efficient monitoring. And it has a pluggable architecture from the very beginning. So it's really easy to extend functionality of Zabbix agent by writing your own plugins. We have also introduced webhooks for integrations with external systems, with a very flexible integration with external systems. And it opened a way for third parties and also for Zabbix team to provide out-of-the-box integrations based on the webhooks. We have also introduced support of timescale database, which is very efficient in a way how it stores data and how it processes data. And I think the best feature of timescale DB is that it delivers the same level of performance regardless of the database size, which is really, really nice. Also, the built-in knowledge base, so the metric descriptions and trigger descriptions are much more visible right now. So an ordinary user may go to Zabbix front end, click on an item and see what is the item is about, what the metric is about, why it's here. So what does it mean actually? So, and if you click on a trigger, you can see immediately why we detect this type of problem, how it can be resolved, who is maybe the contact person, and so on and so forth. Tons of additional information, which really helps to make monitoring much more straightforward and easy for users. And we have also introduced a standard for Zabbix templates. Basically, now you can have a very nicely formatted document straight from Zabbix team, and we explain how to create the templates according to the best practice we have. Zabbix 5.0, the latest LTS release, and it came with the redesign of Zabbix front end so that now we use the whole space of your white monitors. We also introduce support of data compression for timescale database, so that the amount of historical data you may keep normally is normally is enormous. It could be, I don't know, well, hundreds of gigabytes or terabytes of data. And of course, we are looking for efficient way how to keep it on our storages. So the compression introduced in timescale database, it really helps us to keep this data in a much more compact way. UI now is able to handle millions of devices, millions of services we want to monitor. And again, we have introduced a new set of templates and integrations. What else? Zabbix 5.2. This is the latest release of Zabbix. It comes with more than 35 new features and improvements, the kind of major new features and improvements. There are a lot more minor improvements included. And today I will mention just a few of them, which I believe the most important things which we implemented in 5.2. There will be a special talk from one of my colleagues today. So we will explain all functionality of Zabbix 5.2 into more details. But anyway, let's start with synthetic monitoring. So what is synthetic monitoring is about? So normally, if you want to get some data from external source, we just ask external source, please give me the data, and the data is returned. So it's some sort of kind of atomic operation. But sometimes we want to have a more complex data collection, which may involve different data sources. That's why we need a synthetic monitoring, so that we may create kind of a multi-step scripted data collection. All right, and we have absolute freedom what we are going to make in this script. We may connect to one data source, retrieve some data. Then using this data, we connect to another data source, to another data source. Then we may, for example, aggregate the data in some way, and then this data goes to Zabbix. So I guess it's a huge improvement that helps to get rid of many external scripts we may already have in Zabbix in our setups. Storage of secrets in the vault. Well, we already paid very significant attention to improving security in Zabbix. And now we bring it to the further level. Now it's possible to keep all the secrets externally to Zabbix. Things like passwords, API tokens, usernames, say SNMP community names for network monitoring. All this information can be kept with the HashiCorp Vault. So we made integration, very tight integration of Zabbix with the HashiCorp Vault product. What else? Zabbix Insights. It's all about how to get most of Zabbix historical data. And now we are not talking about the history, but we are talking about the trend data, longer term data. And with the functionality of Zabbix Insights, we may have a comparison of one long period of data with another long period of data. Suppose we want to understand how system behaves this week comparing to the previous week and provide us with some insights. We can do it right now. So that things like the average number of transactions increased by 24% in September. So Zabbix can send this type of information to us. Or Zabbix may generate messages like number of new registration is down 12% last week. And this is actually a very good signal for us to understand why it happened, why we have less user registrations this week. Maybe it was because of some inefficiency of our marketing program or campaign, or maybe it was because of some technical issues or some performance related issues. But anyway, Zabbix is here to help you to understand what's happening with your data in a long term. The granular control of user permissions, another piece of functionality that really helps Zabbix even more flexible from end user point of view. So using this functionality, we may basically tell Zabbix, please, please give a different UI For example, we may control what parts of UI are accessible or not to one group of users and show the different UI to another group of users. Also, we may restrict what user actions are available. For example, for some users, I don't want them to say close problem or acknowledge problem or maybe edit dashboard. I want to make some users read only so they won't affect Zabbix in any way. It's all possible right now. And also it's possible to control API on a very granular level, on the level of specific methods. So this way, we can make a very secure integrations of Zabbix with external systems, and we tell Zabbix exactly what methods are available for these integrations. IoT monitoring. Again, Zabbix, we're trying to make Zabbix, again, as flexible, as universal as possible. And of course, the IoT monitoring was already possible with Zabbix using external scripts or external plugins, but now it's all part of Zabbix. It's a built-in functionality. So now we support two essential algorithms and protocols, MQTT and Modbus. So it's possible now to monitor and to get connected to sensors, to sensor gateways. It's possible to monitor some factory equipment or IoT devices. I think this is very good improvements for Zabbix. What else? Now we also support the load balancing for UI and API components of Zabbix. What does it mean actually? It means that before we may only have one instance of Zabbix UI and API running, but not anymore. Now we may scale UI and API, and we can make them to run across multiple nodes. For example, different containers or virtual machine or physical machines, yeah? And the load which is generated by the end users who are using Zabbix API, using Zabbix UI will be load balanced, and actually the high availability comes as a bonus. If one of the nodes is not available, then basically the node will not be used anymore. Now I would like to talk about the future of Zabbix, about Zabbix 5.4, which we plan to be released in the March next year. And I'd like to talk about Zabbix 6.0. So what features might be available very, very soon? I will start with the out-of-the-box monitoring and alerting. So we started this work around 2 years ago, and we introduced Zabbix integration team, which is working full-time in order to make sure that Zabbix can monitor the most popular applications and services and technologies and devices out of the box from one hand, and from the other hand, it works on integrating Zabbix with different systems like ITSM systems, notifications, and alerting systems. And at this moment, if you go to zabbix.com/integrations, you could see that there are many, many integrations already available with Zabbix. From one hand, we are creating templates, we are creating a new plugins for Zabbix Agent so that Zabbix could be connected and monitor different applications and services. And from the other hand, we made a lot of integrations based on the webhooks so that Zabbix is well connected to alerting incident management systems. I will give you just a few examples. The work we did with webhooks allows Zabbix to be integrated with many systems like Jira, ServiceNow, Zendesk, Topdesk, SolarWinds Service Desk, while solutions from a BMC, Zamat, OTRS, I'm talking about ticketing system. From the alerting systems point of view, Zabbix is integrated out of the box with the Slack, Discord, Microsoft Team, of course, Mattermost, PagerDuty, VictorOps, OpsGenie, Telegram, and many, many other systems. The number of integration is growing on a daily basis. And regarding the templates and plugins, now Zabbix officially support many, many templates. And recently we created the new templates to monitor Microsoft SQL Server, We created a template to monitor Oracle out of the box, MySQL, Postgres, HA proxy, Windows, Redis, Nginx, Elasticsearch, and many other products. Again, the number of templates officially supported by Zabbix is growing on the daily basis. Tags for everything. Tags are playing increasingly important role in Zabbix. Tags are really important because they give us additional information, additional context to the events Zabbix generates, so that we know clearly that, okay, we've got a problem, and we know that, okay, this problem has happened in this data center, this problem affects these services, the responsible person for this problem is this team, and so on and so forth. And at this moment, tags are supported nearly everywhere for hosts, for templates, for host prototypes, for triggers. And in Zabbix 5.4, we also want to introduce tags on per metric per item level. So it will be supported very soon, and this work is already in the development. Event correlation and tags plays a very important role for event correlation purposes. And why do we need event correlations? Nowadays, when our IT infrastructure becomes very complex and large scale, many of applications are based on microservices technology. It basically means that we have to deal with a significant number of events coming from those services, and we need to understand what is the root cause of all those problems. Otherwise, if some system goes down, we may be just flooded with a huge flow of events coming from the systems. So we need to understand what is the root cause, and also we need to have answer to another question: what is the impact? So if you have a problem, we need to understand how does it impact other systems and other services we have in place. That's why we need to have an event correlation engine, which has to be flexible enough to deal with the different scenarios. The discovery and cloud monitoring. Of course, the cloud monitoring also, it plays a very important role nowadays. At this moment, Zabbix can monitor cloud infrastructure using some external plugins and external scripts. We want to make it natively supported by Zabbix, and we did a lot of preparation work in Zabbix already. We have introduced much more flexible pre-processing. We have introduced tags for everything, but we still need to improve a few things. We need to have kind of a native support for cloud authentication in Zabbix. We need to make triggers which we have in Zabbix a little bit more flexible, so they will not work for individual items, but will work on the level of a cluster, of a discovered cluster. And as soon as it is ready, it will enable us to monitor services from AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, Red Hat, OpenShift, and many other dynamic environments. High performance and scalability. High availability, performance, and scalability, it also plays very important role nowadays. It all can be achieved using third-party tools, but now we want to support it natively by Zabbix. So redundancy, high availability, and scalability. We already did it for UI component of Zabbix and for API component on Zabbix 5.2. And now it's time to make it on the level of proxies and the level of Zabbix servers. So that if you have a host, we want to make sure that the host is not monitored by a single proxy, because if this proxy goes down, there will be no one to monitor this host. But we want to make sure that the host can be monitored by a group of proxies, so that the load is distributed first of all, and also we will introduce a high availability. If one of the proxies goes down, basically everything will be fine. The host will be monitored by other proxies. And reporting and visualization, another very important part of functionality we want to improve. And of course, we already did lots of work like introduce dashboard. We are merging and screens and dashboards right now, and they will be merged in Zabbix 5.4. So there will be no screens anymore. And another thing which is missing, and I think it's quite important, especially in an enterprise environment, is ability to generate and send PDF reports. So you can schedule some reports to be generated, like I want to get, say, daily status report at 8 a.m. And this way, Zabbix would generate your report and send you to your email box. So this functionality is coming in Zabbix very soon as well. Baseline monitoring. We have introduced Zabbix Insights so that we have triggers which are able to analyze long-term data, which is kept in trends. But we also need to include some machine learning technologies so that Zabbix will be smart enough to give us kind of more deep anomaly detection for most of our metrics. And we already work on this functionality, and I believe it will be maybe introduced in Zabbix 5.4 with some experimental support, and will be stabilized in Zabbix 6.0 later on. Yeah. And of course, if you're interested in Zabbix roadmap, the roadmap is always available at zabbix.com/roadmap. This is a very up-to-date information about our vision, about our plans for the future releases of Zabbix. So, well, thank you very much, and please stay with us. There will be much more talks from my colleagues, which will be talking about Zabbix, which will be talking about some of the specific topics in a much more detailed manner. So thank you very much.
And now for our second part of the presentation. So I have Alexei live with me over here, and he's ready to answer some of your questions. So, hey, Alexei, do you feel prepared for some of the questions that our community has thrown at you?
Well, yeah, absolutely. And first of all, I would like to welcome all of you, all our watchers, especially watching Zabbix Summit Online and while chatting on Telegram channel and YouTube chat. Well, thank you, and welcome to the summit.
Yeah, thank you, Alexei. And maybe you noticed Alexei also said YouTube chat. Yes, YouTube chat is also now enabled. Feel free to communicate also there, interact, network, and so on. But let's get to the questions. So I have quite a few questions here. I guess, Alexei, you're not surprised. You always get quite a lot of them.
You're right.
So let's begin. First question. Currently, speaking of Zabbix 5.2, and CentOS 7. Right now, it's not possible to upgrade to 5.2 by using the official repo for CentOS 7. Will it be possible in the near future, or do we have to move to CentOS 8 or use, essentially compile everything ourselves?
I know, absolutely. Of course, all the packages are available for the most of the platforms already, including CentOS, but unfortunately only for CentOS 8. Yeah, we've got some, I would say, some minor technical issues because some dependencies are missing in CentOS 7. That's why the production of the packages has been delayed for some time, and I believe that they will be ready maybe in a week or 2 weeks' time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. At least now we know what's up with that. Always good to know. Next up, let's talk about some integrations. So, are there any plans for integration with InfluxDB and Telegraph Agent? So, kind of, I guess, two separate features, but yeah, maybe you can answer at least about one of them, InfluxDB and Telegraph Agent.
Yeah, I think so. If you look at the roadmap, I think it's already included there, information about the fact that we plan to introduce some sort of kind of generic API for integration of Zabbix with a different storage system. So you can keep historical data and train data in a different databases, including InfluxDB in the future. Yeah, so the plan is to introduce a generic API, and then basically those kind of connectors to a different databases could be developed either by us, by Zabbix company, by our community members or customers or our partners. So I think it is coming in the future, yes.
That sounds like a really great feature. I myself am really excited for that. Sounds like something that will make environments a lot more flexible and scalable. So really great. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, and by the way, regarding the second part of the question, this integration with the Telegraph, I believe, yeah, it also could be possible. We don't have any specific plans at the moment, but yes, using the plugin infrastructure of Zabbix Agent 2, it's very straightforward to make integration even by yourself. Yeah. So if we feel the need from our customers and from our community members, we'll definitely make this integration out of the box.
Yeah, the beauty of the Go agent.
Yeah, exactly.
Next up, visualization. Do we have any plans to add some new visualization features to our dashboards?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we invested quite a lot of time to improve usability, and we're still trying to improve usability of Zabbix UI in general. But as for visualization, I think this is very, very important part. And we are a little bit busy right now of merging the screen functionality of the screen functionality of the dashboard right now, so that it takes some time. And I believe this work will be finished by release of Zabbix 5.4, and then we will push those visualization and reporting capabilities into Zabbix. We would like to introduce a much richer set of dashboard widgets. Again, not only for a real-time visualization, like I don't know, like a typical graphs or maybe a typical charts, but also report-like visualization, things like I don't know, top most busy servers or something like that. So it would be possible to see in Zabbix very, very soon. So I believe, yeah, so in Zabbix 5, our plan is to introduce kind of some major improvement, and in 5.2, we already did some work on this, 5.4, and then since 6.0 is the LTS release, we have to stabilize all those kind of features and make a great 6.0 LTS by the end of next year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard a couple of things that I myself am really interested in, that top 10 busiest hosts or top 10 problems, something like that. That would be really useful. I think we also have another question regarding that will come up in the future.
And by the way, we also, this work, the visualization work, correlates very much with the work we already do on the kind of the monitoring of the cloud infrastructure and Kubernetes infrastructure out of the box. So, and we are doing, I already mentioned in my talk today, so we are doing quite a lot of improvements, making discovery even more, well, dynamic, even more flexible, even more smart. And I believe that also this part, which is related to the monitoring of those dynamic environments, also should affect the way how we visualize data in Zabbix. So I would expect that there will be also improvement how we kind of display the maps, yeah, so the service maps and the visualization of the service trees and so on. So it is coming as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And I guess the next question you briefly covered, but maybe you just can give us a straight up confirmation. What about reports? Are they coming at some point or not? I think I've asked you this many times before, but maybe you can help me out one more time.
Yeah, actually, reports is already part of our Zabbix 5.4, but it's not. I don't want you to expect some sort of kind of reporting engine built into Zabbix. I don't think we will do it, at least in a kind of short-term perspective. But what we plan to do, we plan to again make dashboards more flexible, so that could be used not only for real-time reporting, but also for kind of longer time analytics types of reporting, so that Zabbix users would be able to get this data not only through Zabbix UI from Zabbix web frontend, but also by subscribing by certain reports to be received at a certain time. So I'm talking about some PDF report generation, and it would be nice, of course, if I could subscribe and schedule some reports and receive them on a daily or a weekly basis. So that is coming, and again, we already have some prototypes ready, and this functionality is already in our roadmap for Zabbix 5.4, which I will remind you is planned to be released in March next year.
5.4, yeah, that's really soon. Wow.
Yeah, very soon, yeah. I'm
really excited about that myself. Can't wait to get my hands on some of those functions. Another one that's actually quite common, and I myself have heard quite a lot about this request. So a situation where you have multiple Zabbix servers placed in, maybe multiple locations, factories, and so on, and you want to have one central kind of dashboard, where you can see metrics coming in from those multiple Zabbix instances or their health or something like that. Any plans on implementing something that would enable this feature?
Well, I would look on this from a broader perspective. So what we already plan and want to introduce in Zabbix 5.4 already, this is kind of possibility to have redundancy and availability and scalability and load balancing built in for proxy-based monitoring. So for example, in a scenario like you described, you have a few data center, we want to have some, I don't know, a very solid and stable monitoring. You could basically install a few proxies, kind of a cluster of proxies per each data center, so they will report to a single Zabbix server. Okay, so this is one of the solution. Your question is about having multiple Zabbix servers and having kind of a single dashboard for visualization of the data. It's very much related to the visualization part, and again, this is the feature and the functionality to basically to display information coming from different data sources, from coming and collected by different Zabbix servers is already in our roadmap as well. Yeah, so I don't think it will be included in 5.4. However, it's not a very kind of a complex development, but you may expect it in 6.0 for sure.
All right, can't wait to get my hands on 6.0 then and test this out.
Yeah. So basically, I'm talking about some sort of kind of umbrella monitoring scenario, or I would say umbrella visualization, so that customers, especially bigger customers or enterprise customers, especially having a huge distributed kind of monitored environment, monitored by multiple Zabbix servers, could see kind of a single pane of glass. So they could see what's happening with all those servers and all those environments on a single dashboard.
Yeah, that's exactly, I think, what we were looking for here. Yeah, good to hear. Next up, something about our templates. Any official Ansible templates coming for Zabbix sometime soon?
Well, I think at this moment we have very high quality Ansible. Well, it depends what this question is about. Is it about kind of monitoring of Ansible, or it's about deployment of Zabbix?
How about we cover both, maybe?
All right. So I think it's again pretty straightforward work for our integration team to come up with the templates for monitoring of Ansible. As for deployment of Zabbix with Ansible, there are already very high quality playbooks made by first, I think, Red Hat company, and now they are maintained by our community members. So thank you very much for this work. You can use them. I think that at some point we may start supporting them kind of officially. I don't know. Yeah. So it really depends. It really depends how much effort it requires to support those Ansible integrations right now.
Thank you. Next up, a little bit about how we organize our template. Once again, let's stick with the template topic. So do we plan on improving our template versioning? And for example, maybe implement some automated upgrade of templates, because those of you who don't know, when you upgrade from 5.0 to 5.2, you kind of stick with the old templates that you had in 5.0. They don't get automatically upgraded. So any plans on maybe how we want to deal with that? Do we want to stick with the existing approach or change it around?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. Actually, for those who follow our plans, you may notice that this functionality was supposed to be implemented this year, maybe even at the beginning of this year. It's been delayed, and we are still kind of finishing different bits of functionality that are required for this piece of work. Yeah, so. But I'm very happy to say that the versioning of the templates, we already have a technical specification. We know how to implement it, and it's already included in the roadmap for Zabbix 5.4. So with the versioning of the templates, we will be able to basically to maintain templates much more kind of professionally. We may create a very good workflow for working with our templates. So for example, we may keep templates in a Git repository, and as soon as there is a new version of the template, it will be automatically applied to the whole setup and deployment of Zabbix. And we can see easily what's the difference between the version 1 of the template and version 2. If we can basically see that, okay, the difference is nice. We've got some new items, new triggers, additional triggers in the new templates, and then we can upgrade and downgrade easily to upper version or to a previous version of the template. I think it will improve not only kind of this the CI/CD integration with Zabbix, but also will make work of our engineer, of Zabbix engineers, much more easier, because in this case, again, it would basically streamline development and the change management on a template level. Yeah, this is a very important part of functionality, which is coming very soon.
Yeah, thank you. This sounds great to me. Like you said, us engineers, consultants, trainers, we do have to work with clients using different versions of templates, and just having a better versioning would really help us troubleshoot the problems for our customers, will help our customers maybe to avoid those problems completely. So that's something to look forward to, definitely. Next up, maybe something you have also heard before, mobile app. Do we plan on developing a mobile app at some point?
Well, this is not something we have in our roadmap, again, in our short roadmap, like 1-2 years ahead, but it may come in the future, of course. Yeah, it really depends on how, well, it depends on your feedback, yeah, on feedback of our customers and our users.
Yeah, the usual, if you want a feature to be implemented and for us to pay attention to it, you can always vote in our feature request tracker, and depending on, the interaction there, we will kind of decide that, hey, this is something that our community wants, and we will then focus on it. I guess, Alexei, you will agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Because when I'm thinking about, and we're thinking about what features has to be included into the next roadmap, while we look very carefully at our issue tracker. So how many votes this specific feature have? We basically have like top 100 feature requests coming from users in our community, and then we see what we can do in the next release. So if we feel that there is a serious need of a Zabbix mobile application from Zabbix users, customers, and community members, it will be implemented eventually.
Thank you. And the last question, once again, I'm not really sure what is meant by it. Maybe you can help me out here. So with a lot of vendors moving away from SNMP, do we have any plans to support streaming telemetry?
Yeah, I believe so. And actually, the improvements we have implemented the Zabbix Agent 2 will enable this functionality. I mean, from architectural point of view, because, for example, the Agent 2 has ability to basically to collect streaming data, to collect traps, to basically to collect information coming to the agent. So it's not only kind of a polling of different objects of different metrics, but also the kind of, I would say, kind of a passive data collection when agent is expecting data to come. Yeah, so it may come in the future, yes. Yes, as many vendors are moving more to kind of HTTP-based protocols, it becomes increasingly important. And what I mentioned at the talk today, we have implemented the synthetic monitoring. Is basically ability to create a very complex scenarios for kind of HTTP data collection, kind of multi-step scripted scenarios for HTTP data collection. It's not necessarily directly related to what you mentioned, the monitoring of the network telemetry, but still this is very, very important part. So HTTP-based monitoring, not only kind of polling, but kind of pull, support of both pull and push methods is definitely one of our focuses for the development of Zabbix.
Yeah, I have myself taking a look at that new item type, and it's amazing. It's something that I think had been requested for a long while, and it's finally here, and it's just really nice to play around with, and you can pretty much sky's the limit here, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and also helps to basically get rid of many scripts we already have, maybe some Python scripts or Perl scripts. Many of them could be replaced with this new item type called script.
Okay, thank you a lot, Alexei. This was the last question. I think we got a lot of valuable answers over here besides the presentation. This here Q&A section kind of gave our users some insight on the questions that they had. So thank you, and I guess we will see you around, hear from you on meetups and in our other community interaction channels.
Of course, you're very welcome.
Thank you.
Enjoy the summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexei. We will. Next up, we have our next speaker, a colleague of mine, not only an amazing support engineer who has helped me personally a lot with complex issues, but he's also my main foosball arch nemesis over here in the office, and he's going to talk about what's new in 5.2. So let's welcome on the stage Edgar Smelveris. Welcome.
Thank you, Artur. So, as Artur said, my name is Edgar, and today I will tell you about what's new in Zabbix 5.2. So let's go ahead and start. So there are more than 35 new features and improvements. About some of them I will tell you in more details. About some of them we will have another talk, and some of them I will only mention. So let's go ahead and start. First of all, synthetic monitoring. This is something that people have been doing in different ways, so you could not do it directly in Zabbix, so you needed to do some additional scripting. Now it will be possible to do it in Zabbix, so why do we need it? Well, first of all, there are cases where you can just go directly and get some metric out of a host or whatever else. So you need to do multiple steps like log in one place and get a result from another place. So previously, this was not possible. You could only do one direct check in Zabbix. Now you can do very complex scenarios. For example, case where we need to first log in into some API. When we log in, we get some authentication token, which we then need to use on another address. So we use that authentication token, get some value from some address/status, and then do something with the values we got there, like use dependent items to extract something specific or just preprocessing for one value. Another use case where we have some workflow, complex workflow, and we need to test all of it. Is it all working from start to the end? So an example here, we can see Zabbix API. So there is a process which would automatically create hosts in Zabbix, maybe sometimes even delete them. And we need to check if this is working okay. So what we do in that script is we first connect to Zabbix API, create a host, get a result. If the result doesn't contain any errors, we continue to the next step. If it contains errors, return 0 and then have a trigger which will go off if it returns 0. As a next step, we actually connect to API and execute different method called hostGet. If that one fails, again return 0. If it succeeds, continue. On the last step, we delete this host because this is a temporary test host. Again, if it fails, return 0. If it succeeds, return 1, which means that this is working, the whole workflow is working. Okay, next step, if we have a situation where we don't know how many values we will need to get, so on a general basis, if we have some place where we can get information from where we need to get data, we could create an LLD, get all the information, create items from prototypes, and monitor them. But this can be too slow, and it's very hard to automatically do some calculations out of all the values you got there. So in this example, we again go to some address and get all possible values, let's say all addresses we need to go to. Then we go to all of those addresses, get all the results, and do some calculations like sum, average, or whatever else you need. So how does this work? Well, actually, it's very simple, very similar to how people have been doing it previously. only instead of using external scripts, you can now use Zabbix internal item called script and write your own JavaScript. So it's great because you do not need to worry about if this script is available on proxies, if it's maybe some dependencies available on proxy. No, if you have a proxy, use this script, it will work on that proxy and on the next one also. So next feature I'd like to tell you a little bit about is storage of secrets in external vaults. So in version 5.0, we introduced a new feature where you could use secret macros. So user can create a macro, enter a value, which would be some sensitive information like a password or something else, and then would select it to be a secret macro, and user can no longer see it. Even a super admin cannot retrieve it in the front end. But there was one big problem in the database. It was still stored in plain text. So if you have access to the database or a backup, you can see
Yes, please do it.
it. So now this great new feature allows you to actually store such values in external vault where they will be encrypted. But I won't go into more details here because my colleague Kaspars will give a more detailed speech about security, and he will also tell you about this new feature. Next, so Zabbix Insights. So we already have quite a lot of trend data. It's already there, but mostly it is only being used for graphs. So now we have a new feature which will allow us to look at longer periods of data in trends. So examples. For some reason, in September, traffic is increased. We can get something like that out of Zabbix now. Or for some reason, this week, on-site customers, amount of on-site customers decreased by 12%. Again, we can get this information out of Zabbix by using the new trigger functions which work with trends. So they will be able to analyze long-term data. They will use terms like weeks, months, or maybe even years. And this will allow you to identify anomalies and other things much easier. But again, there will be a talk from my colleague Alex, which will go into details about this. Okay, and another thing where I won't go too deep, because again, this will be covered by Arturs, but if you won't watch his speech, I will just tell you that there are much more granular permissions now possible with Zabbix. So you can actually tell each of the user to have very specific only maps, or let's say only some other part of the front end, or don't allow or allow API. And if you allow API, you can tell them to only have specific methods available. For example, create hosts, delete hosts, but do not create or delete or modify templates. Okay, but as I said, Arturs will cover this. Next, one really huge improvement in Zabbix. So Internet of Things monitoring. So how we achieve this? So there are two new protocols which Zabbix now supports, Modbus and MQTT. So let's go through each of them. So Modbus, it is a very widely used protocol for accessing, talking to industrial electronic devices. And we now have introduced this protocol into Zabbix, and Zabbix Agent and Agent 2 can now talk in Modbus to these devices using TCP or serial connections. Okay, in more details, so there is a new item key, Modbus Get, which you can use to access this data. You need to at least provide an endpoint, possibly some of the other optional parameters if you need them. And this should work from both agents. Okay, next, also new feature, Modbus, yes, so you can see some examples of keys. Okay, now MQTT, and this is basically a standard, and most Internet of Things devices know and work with this protocol, and Zabbix now has a native solution for monitoring these MQTT brokers. But this is only supported by Agent 2 and as an active check. So the item key, new item key, MQTT get, where you need to provide at least the topic to what you want to subscribe to, and possibly maybe authentication data or broker URL. Okay, and then you subscribe to that topic and you will get information out of your Internet of Things devices and get them in Zabbix. And well, once in Zabbix, you can do whatever you want with that data. Okay, next topic, time zones for each user. So a lot of Zabbix users are working in huge multinational companies. In a lot of cases, parts of the teams are located in different parts of the world and they live in different time zones. So previously, it was only possible to set time zone for the whole web server. So now it is possible to change it for each user. So on the screen, you can see result from the same exact Zabbix installation, same exact front end, only two different users with different time zone settings. And you can see for one of the users, it's a bit past 9 in the evening. For another one, well, it's late afternoon. Okay. Another feature which will allow Zabbix to be easy deployed in more easier ways in cloud or using Kubernetes for the front end. So we now support full load balancing for user interface and API. So previously you could do it, but you needed to use session persistence. This is no longer true. So you can use tools like AJ Proxy and deploy the front ends as needed using Docker in Kubernetes or whatever else. Maybe automate it, deploy more if they're overloaded, or shut them down if so many are not needed. And your users don't notice the difference. They just access your front end and it keeps working. So this is really great. It's much more efficient to design it this way. Okay, for import-export data, we now support YAML language. So previously, we had XML. After that, we introduced JSON. Now we also have YAML, which in my opinion is much more user-friendly. It's much more readable. You can see the differences here. So even JSON, which I like better than XML, still lots of unneeded data, which makes it hard to read. So now with YAML, it's simpler and it makes modifying these configuration exports before importing back simpler so people can just manually change something as needed. Okay, some template improvements. First of all, we have renamed lots of templates. You can see on the left side previous names for templates. So they always included template, maybe app, maybe module or something, and a very long name. So these were becoming very, very long and it was becoming hard to see what you're actually working with. So on new installations, we have renamed this. So new installations, you can see an example on the right side, a screenshot from new installation. This is how the templates will be called. But you need to remember that if you upgrade to Zabbix 5.2, you will not see this because during an upgrade, we do not touch your data. We don't know if you've changed anything, if you modified this template. So better safe than sorry, we don't touch it. If you want to use it on installation which has been upgraded, you need to either rename them yourselves or download them and import into your installation. Okay, some more template improvements. So templated screens have now been converted to dashboards. So we now have templated dashboards, and this offers you all the new great functionality of dashboards in templated screens. Thing people are very happy about, if you go to templates, people were asking for an easy way to identify all hosts which are linked to this template. Previously, you had to go to hosts, you had to enter the template name in the filter, and then you could see it. Now, it's no longer true. If you go to the templates, you can just click on hosts, and you are immediately brought to the same place, list of hosts, filtered by this template. So very convenient. Okay, number of templates is now also displayed in simpler way in system information. So you no longer have to look at hosts and try to figure out from there which of these are templates. Okay, now for discovery and cloud monitoring and including VMware monitoring. Really great new feature is host interfaces can now be discovered from LLD. So previously, one big problem we had was if you discover virtual machines running on VMware, you could not easily do VMware monitoring on that virtual machine and also agent monitoring. So by default, the newly created host had the master host's address interface. So you could not access the agent from the same host. Now there is a new option. You can choose custom, and you can use, well, any LLD macro you get out of your discovery. So there is an example here from VMware, but we're not limited to that. So if you have introduced some way to monitor your cloud or whatever else, and if you can't get that IP address from there, you can set it up, and now on the same host, you will be able to monitor both data from your virtualization and from Zabbix agent. Also, it is no longer mandatory to have hosts with interfaces. So if you need to have a host which will be like a dummy host only for some calculated or aggregated items, previously you always had to create an interface. This is no longer true. So now you can create a dummy host without an interface at all. And as for host prototypes, it is also now possible to discover tags and define tags from your LLD macros. Okay, next, improvements in user interface. So I really like this. So you can save a lot of filters now. For example, here in problems, previously, if you wanted to predefine some view from problems, you could only do it in dashboards. So you either needed to create different dashboards for different case scenarios, or you needed to create different widgets in the same dashboard, which was not always convenient. So now if you just go to monitoring problems, create a filter and save it, as you can see here, in tabs. And if you're looking at some other filter, you can immediately see at the top that there are one problems in some other saved view or some amount in a different view. Okay. If you create maintenances, previously we had 3 different tabs you had to go through to actually define the maintenance. And honestly, there was not that much data we needed to fill in each of the tabs. So now those tabs are removed. All of the data can be filled in just one screen, and you can see there is not so many fields here. I think it is much more convenient this way. Okay, a problem that I have personally had, when you go and clone an item and spend a lot of time troubleshooting why is the item returning incorrect data, incorrect information, only to find out later on that the item you cloned from had a preprocessing step. So now it will be much easier to identify problems like these, not only with preprocessing, but in other places in Zabbix. So it will be possible to clearly identify that there is something defined in some other tab. So it will no longer be that easy to, well, make a mistake like that. Okay, also, it is now possible to define default language. So when you need to change it for all users or change the login screen for new users, it is now possible to do it. Still, if a user changes his own language, then he still uses that one. Okay, and lots of essential user parameters are now moved from a file on the web server to database accessible through the user interface. So to change these parameters, you no longer need to log into the server and modify something, which could be overwritten if you do an update. But now it is possible to configure them in the interface and store it in the database. Much more convenient. Okay, and in Zabbix 5.0, we introduced a really great feature, possibility to test items which have not yet been even created on a template level or wherever. But there was a problem. This did not work with SNMP. So now you can also test SNMP. You can define all SNMP settings, address, port, version, community, or if it's version 3, maybe encryption settings also. And also, because some users have a lot of filters, a lot of dashboards, we now can filter those dashboards. Okay, so a small improvement, but pretty convenient. Some more improvements in preprocessing. So it is now possible to use macros in JavaScript preprocessing. And this, by the way, is also backported into version 5.0. So newer versions of 5.0 also have this functionality. So if you have some user-defined macro, you can now use it in your preprocessing steps with JavaScript. Also, we had one problem with Zabbix, especially for cases where you had an item which would only check if something is up. If it's up, it returns a value. If it's not up, sometimes it would go unsupported. So the only way you could actually detect that something is wrong is by using no data trigger, which can sometimes be tricky. So now there is an option. If your item goes unsupported, you can override this, and you can set some custom on-fail setting like discard value, or set it to some specific value and then create a trigger on it, which will fire immediately as soon as this item would go unsupported previously. Okay, and some more improvements. I really love this one. In support, this will be very, very useful. So sometimes there are problems when we do not know why, but some cache is filling up in Zabbix, or we can't figure out why is it used so much. So now there is a command line parameter. It's also possible to execute it using API. So runtime command, diagnostic information, can be executed just as diagnostic information, as then it will output contents of all caches, or you can specify a specific cache, then it will output the information of what is stored in this specific cache. It will allow us a much easier way to troubleshoot problems. Okay, so some more improvements. It was previously possible to check if a user exists in Zabbix. You could just try to log in 5 times incorrectly, and then Zabbix would display, well, user is now blocked. So this is no longer possible. You cannot check if a user exists in Zabbix. Unsupported items. So previously, if an item went unsupported, we had a special setting for it. By default, that item would be checked only after 10 minutes. This was okay for items with small update intervals, but this turned out to be a problem if your items are normally updated once an hour or once a day. Then Zabbix would create additional load by trying to update these items. So this is no longer used. Now Zabbix will use item update interval instead of refresh unsupported items. So another option, only useful for HTTP agents items. So it has an option timeout. Other items do not have it. And previously it was not possible to mass update that timeout setting. Now you can do it. Also, in webhooks, it is now possible to get headers in HTTP response. This will be very useful for integrations. Okay, and if you are using any user parameters, if you execute them, now you have a default directory, or let's say you have a way to define a default directory where Zabbix will search for any passes that you mentioned there or try to execute scripts from there. Okay, and user macros can now be up to 2048 characters long. Okay, and a couple of more. So active agent can now work as multiple hosts. So when you needed to differentiate some checks logically and do them on different hosts, but it would still come from the same physical host. So previously there was no easy way to do it. You either had to run 2 agents or figure out some other strange workaround, at least with active checks. So now it is possible to tell Zabbix agent to work as multiple hosts in active checks. So it will connect to Zabbix server to identify as host 1, get checks for host 1, also identify as host 2 and get those checks separately, and as many hosts as you have defined here. Okay, now Docker images are officially supported, and there are these special event log macros, which could be used in a lot of places, but previously they were not used in operational data. So if you do Windows event log monitoring, you see something like severity or event ID. Those macros were available, but you could not use them in operational data. So now you can. Okay, and also user macros now support item description. So you can use them in item description. Okay, so I hope you like all this. And now there's a question, what to do if you want to upgrade immediately as soon as it came out? Well, simple. So how to upgrade from version 5? First of all, back up the database, possibly back up some other external scripts or whatever else you have, but definitely back up the database. Downgrade is not supported for major releases. Okay, then simply upgrade the Zabbix packages. So if you have Zabbix server on one server, upgrade Zabbix server there. If you have front end on a different server, upgrade those packages, but all major packages of Zabbix should be upgraded. Next, restart Zabbix server. It might happen automatically depending on how you upgrade the packages, and it will automatically start upgrading the DB schema. So all you need to do is watch the log file, and if all goes well, it will just tell you DB schema upgrade finished, and it will start Zabbix server, and now you will be running version 5.2. Okay, and after that, also don't forget to upgrade all proxies. Working with different major versions of proxies is not supported, so you do need to upgrade proxies. And as a last step, which is optional, update agents. Zabbix can work with older agents. It is supported, so you don't need to do it immediately, but overall, it is recommended because you will get all the new functionality. Or if you want to, you can always contact us where experienced engineers will do that job for you. So minimal downtime, probably much faster, less hassle, and well, we guarantee that we will get the job done. Okay, so that's all I wanted to tell you today. Thank you, and you can ask any questions you want.
Okay, hello, I'm here with Edgars, and let's answer some of the questions from our community. So Edgars, are you ready to answer those questions?
Sure.
Okay, so let's begin. First off, so about the new item type, about the script item type. So how is script better than using HTTP check with JavaScript pre-processing?
Well, first of all, it's a bit hackish solution. So yeah, you can do a lot of things in JavaScript pre-processing, but you're limited to what you can do in the first check, so the agent or the HTTP agent or whatever. So script is a much more convenient way to do it normally, not using some hackish workarounds.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I agree. I also think you can achieve a bit more in the initial kind of first step if you're using that script item. Something that I think wouldn't be possible with HTTP plus JavaScript pre-processing, especially if we're talking about like authentication tokens, grabbing those and then passing those and things like that. Next up, regarding the new filters functionality. Will using a lot of filters with the preview enabled, will that have some impact on the front-end performance?
I'm pretty sure if you already have performance issues there, then yes. But overall, probably not as big. If it works okay right now, I don't think you'll have much degradation of performance there.
So essentially something that I think we have kind of emphasized and talked about before. If you have performance issues, fix them before upgrading and then upgrade. I think Edgars, you would agree with that.
Yes, that's always true.
Okay, that will be all. I will let you go now. Thank you a lot for talking about 5.2.
Thank you.
All right, so for our next speaker, a prominent member of our community. You probably are not seeing him for the first time. You're probably seeing him for third, fourth, or fifth time. He's been with us for a while, and I've personally had the pleasure of communicating with this person a lot. And trust me, he's very, very knowledgeable about Zabbix, and you have a lot to learn from him. So don't be afraid to use the Q&A section and ask him some questions, and maybe network with him in Telegram, or he will probably be readily available for discussion. So the next speaker, CEO of IntelliTrend Germany, Wolfgang Alper, he's going to talk about IoT, specifically MQTT protocols and Modbus, and how you can use those to integrate Zabbix with some external hardware. So let's welcome Wolfgang Alper.
Hello and very welcome. My name is Wolfgang Alper, and today I would like to share with you the talk, Let Me Subscribe Zabbix Masters IoT Topic. Well, in version 5.2, Zabbix added support for two very important protocols that are being used in the world of the Internet of Things. And there's the MQTT protocol and the Modbus protocol. And in this talk, I would like to dive a little bit deeper into MQTT and see how we can benefit from Zabbix and this latest edition in Zabbix when integrating Zabbix in the world of IoT or the world of IoT into our Zabbix network monitoring. So the question is, what is MQTT? What is the story about MQTT? And let's have a look at the basics. MQTT is the abbreviation for Message Queuing and Telemetry Transport Protocol. It was invented in 1999, designed to be bandwidth efficient, lightweight, battery efficient, and a friend of mine told me it was also initially developed to allow monitoring oil pipelines. It's a well-defined ISO standard, and these days it's really rapidly increasing adoption because of its suitability. So it's being used in the Internet of Things environment, in machine-to-machine communication, in mobile applications, and so forth. Usually it uses the TCP/IP protocol, the well-known TCP/IP protocol, as a transport protocol. And for that, it uses the default port, which is 1883. And also MQTT can be encrypted using TLS transport mechanism. And in this case, the default port would be 8883. There is a variation of MQTT available, which is called MQTT SN or MQTT for sensor networks. And really, this is being used for non-TCP IP networks, like, for example, Zigbee, like UDP or Bluetooth. And MQTT itself uses, and that is really important to understand, uses a mechanism which is based on the publish and subscribe pattern. And we will look into this in a minute. There are actually two types of network entities available, message broker and clients. Also, MQTT supports 3 levels for quality of service. And these levels are level 0, which I call fire and forget. And fire and forget means simply you might get the message, you might receive the message, or you will not receive the message. So it's as simple as that. So there's no guarantee in delivery. Then we have quality of service level number 1, and I call it like at least once, which means you will get a delivery for the message, but it might be that you get the same message twice or multiple times. So your application needs to be really prepared about those duplicates. And last but not least, there's a quality of service level number 2, which means exactly one. So you get for your subscription exactly one message, which is great. And it's also then the slowest service available. So what is this public subscribe thing about? So what does it mean? And have a look on the slide here. So in the middle, we have our MQTT message broker. And the MQTT message broker consumes messages that are published by clients on the left-hand side. So client number 1 and client number 2 actually publishing data to the message broker using so-called topics. In our example, that is office temp or office humidity or office indoor air quality. You see the names. And these topics they look a little bit like URLs on the web page. And these, for example, would be a two-level topic. So we have 2 levels there, the level office and then the level temperature. And data is carried and addressed and sent to these topics. On the right-hand side, you see client number 3 and client number 4. These are our subscribers. So they tell the broker, hey, I'm interested in if something is published on that particular topic. That's what they do. So they are some sort of listening to the temperature in our office or the humidity value in our office. And every time a client on the left-hand side is publishing a message to the broker then notifies all of the subscribers, in our case, client number 3 and 4, and then they get the value. So that's the basic idea about publishing and subscribing in MQTT. Now, a client cannot only subscribe or publish data. In fact, a client can be a subscriber and a publisher at the same time. And have a look at the example here. So on the left-hand side, you see client number 1 who's publishing a brightness value, and client number 3 has a subscription for that brightness value. Now, let's say that our client number 3 is a smart client, has some intelligence. And our smart client figures out that the brightness of 1500 as a value here might be too low. So it decides to publish a new message to the topic Office Light Controller with a payload increase to let the light controller know that it should increase the brightness. And client number 2 in our case would be the light controller itself. So it has a subscription for light controller, and then it will receive the message and maybe change the light, the brightness. So that's the idea. So we have a combination of both here. Also, you should know something, you should know wildcards in MQTT. So wildcards are pretty easy. So you have a substitute, you can say, for example, office plus brightness. So, and the plus sign can be then substituted by any name you like for your topic. And because the plus sign substitutes just one level in our topic, it's a single level wildcard. While the pound sign, for example, is a multi-level wildcard. So you see an example in client number 4. Office Kitchen /pound means anything that is being sent to Office Kitchen will be consumed by this client. So in this case, it will receive the data for Office Kitchen brightness and Office Kitchen temperature, for example. So to sum up what we have seen so far, clients can publish and subscribe to one or more topics at the same time. One client can publish and subscribe at the same time, and clients can subscribe using multi and single level wildcards. Also, clients can choose between different quality of service levels. There are also advanced features, of course, in MQTT, and I don't want to dig into that because of time constraints here, but you should have heard about them. So, for example, messages can be retained on the brokers for new subscribers. That means that if a new client subscribes to a particular topic, then a publisher can mark its messages as retained. So a new subscriber will get the last retained message, although it's not just published. Also, clients can provide what is called the last will and testament. And that means upfront, on the initial connection, they can send a message to the broker using a particular topic and say, please broker, in case my connection dies for whatever reason and I have subscribers, please send my last will and testament message to those subscribers. So these are really useful features of MQTT, but we won't cover them here. So you might ask yourself now, Wolfgang, we spoke a lot about MQTT. Where does Zabbix come into play? So let's take a real-world example of how we can integrate Zabbix into the mix. Here we see on the left-hand side 4 sensors: server room, training room, sales room, support room. And you see 4 different topics: Office Bielefeld, server room, Office Bielefeld, training room. So Office is clear, Bielefeld is our hometown here. So these are the sensors in our office in Bielefeld. In the middle, we have our Mosquitto MQTT message broker. Mosquitto is one of the famous, well-known message brokers. So if you need a starting point, that might be your choice as well. So our sensors are actually publishing the data to the Mosquitto message broker. And from there, any MQTT-enabled device or system can pick up those values. In our case, it's the home automation system. So the home automation system subscribes to our message broker and then has access to all of the values that are being provided by our sensors. Because of this latest addition in Zabbix 5.2, the MQTT support and the MUSPA support, but here we're looking for MQTT, also Zabbix can now subscribe to our Mosquitto broker and immediately gets access to all of the sensors that are publishing their values to the broker. So Zabbix doesn't really need to know anything special. It's just subscribing to the broker. And the sensors, they don't need to understand what is Zabbix because they're just publishing their values as they did before. We have seen in the previous slide that we can have multiple subscribers. So we have seen that multiple clients can actually subscribe to one topic on the broker, and we can use the same technique here. So in our case, the home automation system can subscribe to the message broker as well as can Zabbix subscribe to the message broker, both retrieving the same values if they are interested in. So that's really a cool feature of MQTT and it's built into the protocol. So there's nothing special required to make this setup work. When you really work with MQTT, sooner or later you will get a notice about an application which is called Node-RED. And so we put Node-RED here to the mix itself, and basically Node-RED is some sort of flow-based programming tool. So it allows you to subscribe to a broker, to publish messages to a broker, so it really acts as a client, but it can also do some transformation in data, so it can work with the data. And we will see that in the upcoming slides. Now, having this setup, it would be great if, for example, our Zabbix trigger could fire. I mean, they can fire, of course, yeah, but it would be great if they can fire and can pass information over to our MQTT setup. So they can actually publish the outcome of a trigger to the broker, and then this outcome might be picked up by, for example, our home automation system. And we will look into this as well. So last but not least, I would like to mention that, of course, you can have two different Zabbix instances subscribing to the same broker, because from the broker point of view, these are just different clients. So what is Node-RED about? Node-RED is a construction kit for the Internet of Things and home automation. And it really acts as a client, so it can publish, it can subscribe, and it's a flow-based tool. Technically, it's based on Node.js, and to get access to this cool tool, you just need a web browser. So you install the application, and then you open a web browser and connect to it, and you are set. It supports input nodes, output nodes. It supports some processing nodes, and it can be extended easily with plugins and with custom function nodes. So this slide here gives you actually an idea about how the Node-RED interface looks like and why we're talking about nodes here. On the left-hand side, you see different node types, and in the middle, you see the workspace where some of those nodes are connected together. And the left-hand side, for example, shows a subscription node. So in this case, Node-RED is subscribing to a topic, and when it gets data from that topic, so when the broker passes data that has been published by someone else, then the yellow function nodes can do some data transformation, for example, with that data. And then there are some other nodes like the brown one, where we, for example, just write something to a log file. So that's the basic idea of how Node-RED looks like and of what the idea behind those nodes is. Coming back to our real-world example, to our sensor setup, let's have a look into the data that we get actually from our sensors. So you see that we get a raw JSON string, and this JSON string contains a lot of metrics. I would say something between 20, 30 metrics are delivered in a payload. And you see the parsed JSON object in the Node-RED debug node here. So we see our temperature, we see the humidity, we see Wi-Fi quality, we see indoor air quality, and so on. So the question now is, how can we actually split the data and work with the data? And I would like to see, I would like to mention that we can either split the data on the MQTT level, which means we are using Node-RED to extract data from that entire payload and then publish that particular metric on its own topic. There would be one way to go, and it would be a good way to go if we have, for example, let's take our light controller back. So maybe our light controller just understands brightness and nothing else. So in this case, we would like to pass forward maybe the brightness or maybe just how it should increase or decrease the light. That would be an example for that. And we can also work on the Zabbix level. And on the Zabbix level, things are much easier because of the recent additions that Zabbix made in terms of pre-processing and dependent items. So what we can do is we actually can set up our MQTT item as some sort of master item and then use dependent items together with pre-processing to extract the data out of it where we're interested in. We can also use a combination of both methods. So for example, if you have this particular light controller, then we extract data for the light controller. And other than that, Zabbix keeps the entire payload and does the pre-processing independent item thing. So here we can see how we would split the data on the MQTT level using Node-RED. On the left-hand side, you see the node setup. So we have our subscription node. We have our data processing nodes in the middle, the yellow ones. I took the temperature as an example here. And you can see that we are using just JSON processing in the temperature node to extract the temperature as a metric and then to republish it under its own topic. In this case, we take the original topic and just append /temp to it to create the new topic name. And on the right-hand side of the slide, you see that in the debug node that we just get a new value, just one single value for this particular new temperature topic. So that is how we can split the data in Node-RED, for example. So how does the Zabbix side of things work to do something similar? And first of all, we need to get the data. And we get the data with this brand new MQTT get item provided by Zabbix in Zabbix version 5.2. And it's based on the agent 2, so it requires agent 2 to be installed, and also it requires to be set up as an active check. And that makes pretty much sense because what we do is we subscribe to the broker. So what happens is that every time some client publishes a message to the topic we are interested in, the broker will push that data to us. So we need to be prepared. So that's why we need an active check. So MQTT GET must listen to the subscription and to get notified when the new data comes in. What else do we need? The broker URL, so which broker we are going to connect to, and the topic name, and maybe also we are looking for the username and password thing. One thing might be important to mention, and that is, so let's say we have our 4 sensors. We have our sales room sensor, server room sensor, support room sensor, and the training room sensor. And let's say we would like to build 4 hosts in Zabbix: sales room, server room, support room, training room, for example, to collect the data there. So in this case, the question is, how can we do the setup? How many agents would we need? In traditional Zabbix, we would need 4 different agents to do that, because each agent running as agent active would have to configure its host name. So that would be the host name where it will send the data to, and that's it. And that won't work for our setup here in a cool way, because we would like to have just one agent installed and then handle maybe different hosts by subscribing to multiple topics. So that is where this feature request that has been implemented in Zabbix 5.2 as well, where this feature request comes into play. So running an active agent checks for multiple Zabbix hosts at the same time. So what we can do is we set up our hosts in Zabbix as usual. We define our MQTT items as usual, but then we set up just one agent with more than one host name. In fact, with all of the host names that agent should be responsible for. So in our case, that would be the 4 host names of the hosts in Zabbix that refer to our sales room, server room, and so forth. So in summary, we can say with this nice addition that's being implemented in Zabbix 5.2, we have the ability to run one Zabbix agent in active mode, but can still provide data to multiple hosts in Zabbix. So it's a really, really great addition, and it works very well with this enhancement tool or with the new features of MQTT in Zabbix. So the rest is pretty much straightforward. So we have a master item, which is our MQTT get item. Then we define several dependent items, and for each dependent item, we define our preprocessing, and then we do the preprocessing thing with JSON preprocessor in this case, extract the values, and we are set. So have a look here, please. This is how the master item and all of the dependent items look like. And remember, every time the master item gets an update, also get all of the dependent items an update, which is built-in functionality in Zabbix. Because everyone loves graphs and dashboards, we added this here to the slide. So yeah, these are the metrics from our sensors. Nothing special, but keep in mind the data received here. Everything is based on the MQTT item and the payload in the MQTT messages received from the broker. So you remember there was a statement from me that would be great that if Zabbix could itself notify MQTT environments or MQTT-based environments, for example, that a trigger fired because a threshold might be exceeded somehow. So the question is, how can we do this? Now, it's pretty simple. What we do is we define a new media type. We're using the command line tool from Mosquito, which is Mosquito Pub, that allows us to publish a message. And this way we have a new media type in Zabbix, and then we can send and use this media pipe to pass data over to our message broker. Of course, we need to make sure that the data being sent to the broker has a right format. In this case, we are using a JSON as a transport format for this. And you see we define our JSON problem template and the JSON problem recovery template. So we have message, we can support both of those message types. And that's how it looks in Zabbix. We have our problem view. You see there is a problem. You see the action has stepped in, and the message, the media type fired using the subscription. And then the debug node of Node-RED, we see that we received the data from Zabbix. So perfectly fine. You can use this technique together with Node-RED to do a sophisticated setup. So you can take the data from Zabbix, forwarded by actions and media types, and you can pre-process them on top in Node-RED, and then you can do many different transformations to work with that. So it's really a flexible design. Well, we had we really were really excited. So we were really excited when trying out this new stuff in Zabbix 5.2 beta. And if you are interested in as well to see how this MQTT stuff works and how Zabbix can support you there, we set up a GitHub account. And on this GitHub account, you will find all information necessary to access a live broker that we made available to you. So you can use our live broker, which gets data from our sensors every 10 minutes. And on this account, you will find templates and access data and the address of the broker, etc. So everything you need to get going. So if you're interested in, you might want to give it a try. Yeah. So I hope you enjoyed this talk, and I hope to see you next time. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Wolfgang. That was really nice technical talk. And now it's time for questions and answers. So, Wolfgang, are you ready? How are you doing?
Hello, and thank you so much. Yeah, I'm actually ready, and yeah, it was great fun preparing this talk because of this cool feature being added. Yes.
Yeah, it's always nice to see your speeches. Like we can tell that you're really excited about like new features that Zabbix brings in, and you know how to properly utilize and use them. So it's really great hearing from you. So now time for some questions. So let's see, we have a couple. So if the MQTT client gets overloaded due to high message frequency on subscribed topics, how will that affect Zabbix? Will it affect Zabbix at all?
Do you mean I try to understand the question. So it might be that the broker is being overloaded, or it could be that, for example, the broker is capable to pass messages, but the question is referring to the Zabbix agent, that the Zabbix agent is not able to follow up. I don't
think
know
the
what
question is about the broker. It's just my guess, but going by how it's formulated, I think it's more about the broker.
Yeah, I would say I haven't encountered this yet, so it didn't happen to me. I haven't encountered this, but I would think that there are quality of service levels defined in the MQTT protocol, as I mentioned on the first slides, and there's a QoS level number 2, which guarantees delivery. So in this case, if number 2 is being used as a quality of service level, then I would expect that messages won't get lost, but would get resent in terms of failure.
So they would get resent. All right. So next up, a very general question about IoT. So maybe you can then indulge us. So a question is, so does that mean can I monitor even my own fridge or even Amazon Alexa? And going from that, I will just kind of elaborate. And so maybe you can kind of tell us what else would you expect from the IoT side of things? Like what else would you wish, what kind of protocols or things would get added so we would truly cover everything? Or is the situation right now, is it sufficient? No wishes for the future, it's perfect as is.
Great question. I mean, there's always room for improvement, and certainly there can be done a lot of things and adding protocols. But I think really that the native support, and the point here is it's native support, so you don't need any third-party tools. I mean, you can use custom scripts, you can do anything to enhance Zabbix, as we could do with the first version of Zabbix. So user script parameters was an excellent design decision from my perspective. So you can do it. But I think really that the official support of MQTT is a quantum leap for Zabbix, because it opens the door to any or to most, not any, but to most IoT infrastructure. So to give you an example, we have a customer. We have more than one customer, but we have a customer, and this customer has infrastructure monitoring. And what I mean by that is not IT infrastructure, so no switches, no server, but I mean things like electricity generators, production systems, so this big machine stuff, and they have their own monitoring provided by the vendors of those infrastructure in place. And then the question came up, so how can we actually integrate maybe alerts or maybe some metrics from this infrastructure monitoring into Zabbix? And really the protocol being used for the infrastructure monitor was, by the way, was MQTT. So they were using this MQTT protocol. So what we did is we made it using external scripts and MQTT support. So just to give an example. So I think that MQTT is really the most important IoT protocol so far, from my perspective. And because of this, I think that is the big step forward in Zabbix.
Yeah, thank you a lot, Wolfgang. And from my side, I can say that I think most of us over here in Zabbix will be expecting your contributions in forums, on GitHub, in your projects, and so on. It's always a real pleasure, like seeing how you implement things, and that actually teaches us a thing or two. So yeah, thank you a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and see you around. So next up, our next presentation is by yours truly, by myself. Just let me remind you, my name is Artur Slontons. I work as a support engineer at Zabbix, a consultant and a trainer. And I'm going to be covering also another long-awaited feature, which is roles for the enterprise. And we are going to see how these are implemented in 5.2. So let's take a look. So let's talk about user roles. Quite an important feature, something that we have been working on quite a lot, and we are really proud to introduce granular user roles in version 5.2. So first off, let's talk about permission granularity and some scenarios where user roles should be used and where they give a great benefit to these specific environments. So let's take a look. We have two examples. We have our NOC team role, and then we have network administrator role. quite different roles requiring different permissions, and the people working in these roles usually have different skill sets. So when it comes to UX, it is quite important to both of these roles. While NOC team probably wants to see only the most important, the most vital data, the network administrators are usually interested in more detailed permissions and more detailed information of what's going on in your environment. So let's define the requirements. First, for our NOC team role, they will probably need access to dashboards and maps. We will probably want to restrict unnecessary UI elements for them just to improve the UX. In this case, less is more because they won't be confused by UI elements that they're not using at all, that they haven't learned about, haven't been introduced to. They will just see what they need. At least they want to see what they need. And with 5.2, they also will be able to see the UI that they actually need to see. They need to have restricted API access because very rarely NOC teams actually do need to use API. We will either restrict it partially, most likely we will restrict it completely. Next up, we won't give them the rights to change configuration. Our network admins will be responsible for that, and we won't allow them to close problems manually. Our network admins will also be doing that. All right, now speaking of network admins, let's take a look at what kind of permissions they require. So they, of course, same as the NOC team, they require access to dashboards and maps. They're still interested in the same information, what's going on in your environment, the health of the environment. Maybe those dashboards and maps will be different, but we know that for a while now in Zabbix, we can implement permissions, we can make our dashboards private or public, so that's no problem. Then they need to have access to configuration. They will actually be making configuration changes. And most likely, instead of disabling API access, ideally for our network administrator role, we would want to restrict it in some way. They still have access to maybe get methods or maybe even host create or item create methods, but maybe they don't have access to get the audit log, for example. That's for our networking super admins or monitoring super admins. And ideally, for pretty much every role out there, we want to restrict UI elements. This is for the sake of the UX. Like I said before, less is more, and this pretty much pertains to every role, every user out there. Of course, there are some scenarios where you're using pretty much every element, every part of the UI out there. You have a very complex environment and you're utilizing Zabbix to 110%. In that case, of course, restricting UI is a bad idea. But in most cases, there's something that you're just not using, something that's not vital for your environment. So why have it in UI? You probably want to restrict it. Another quite important use case for roles, now that we're just talking about this kind of generally, is multi-tenancy. So of course, we have our permissions. We can restrict permissions per host groups, for user groups, and that works fine. But let's say we have a customer portal and we have different tenants. So they're logging in and each tenant has their own requirements. Some want to use the services function for SLA calculation. Others want to use inventory. Others just need the maps and the dashboards. So we also want to restrict that, especially since this is a multi-tenant environment and we definitely cannot predict the familiarity with Zabbix for our different tenants. And if we're, for example, teaching them how to use it, if they have all of these UI sections available for them, that'll be quite complex. So restricting UI is quite vital over here. Next up, of course, each tenant is going to have different monitoring requirements, which we can enable with permissions, specific host groups available, specific dashboards are available, showing problems in a specific way, restricting access to elements and actions. So for example, some tenants can close problems manually, others cannot. Once again, depends on the requirements. And permissions are used to enable isolation between tenants. So now that we have talked about a couple of use cases, a couple of very general use cases, let's talk about 5.2 and how it actually enables these use cases. Even if some of them you were able to almost fully implement in 5.0, 5.2 ramps it up from 90%, let's say, to 100%, so you can fully implement them. So let's see how our new role function and feature can help you to accomplish this. So this is something completely new. User roles in 5.2, this is what they're called. Each user will have a role assigned to them, so not just the user type, but also a user role. And depending on the role, a corresponding type will be assigned. So types are still there, but they are linked to user roles. And user roles are linked to users. So types are linked to users indirectly through the user role. So the old types still remain. We still have user, admin, and super admin, and role will be linked to one of these three types. They are not going anywhere. We aren't adding new user types. Still the same old user types that you're used to are there. And the rules, the restrictions per user type still apply. And here we can see them. So super admin has access to pretty much everything: administration, configuration, reports, inventory, monitoring. Admin has access to configuration, reports, inventory, and monitoring. So we can see that administration is removed. User has access to reports, inventory, and monitoring. So here for user type, we can see that configuration and administration is removed. This is just kind of calling back to something that you guys are probably already familiar with. And we're just kind of doing some revising over here of already familiar subjects, so you remember what kind of we're talking about when we're talking user types and what kind of restrictions they have. So moving on, once we upgrade to 5.2 or install a fresh 5.2 instance, we will have a set of default user roles. They're available under administration user roles, and there are 4 of them: super admin, admin, user, and guest role. So the default super admin role, I'm calling it default because it's there once you upgrade or install a fresh instance, it is static. So you cannot modify this role. All of the other default roles, they can be changed, but super admin is grayed out. You cannot change what this role is restricted to. It has access to everything. Why? Because think about it. We have a Zabbix environment. We want to have at least a single user with this here super admin role that has access to everything. We must have a super admin, similar to we must have a root user in our Linux OS. So this is pretty much the same use case. Other newly created role types, either of super admin, admin, or user, can be modified, no problem. So we can create another super admin role, change the permissions for it. Let's say we can have a super admin that doesn't have access to administration general, but has access to everything else. That's no problem. The thing is, we just cannot modify this default one role of type super admin. So once we open the user roles section up, we will see a screen with a lot of checkboxes, a lot of drop-down menus, and it's quite fascinating how much we can actually restrict and how granular we can make our roles. Once we create a new role, or if we take a look at our default roles that are pre-created for us, they will pretty much have the maximum allowed permission depending on the user type that is used for the role. So all of the available checkboxes will be checked in. All of the available functionality will be enabled. So let's talk about step by step what we can restrict. First off, we can restrict UI elements. Remember the general use cases that I mentioned before. So we can restrict UI sections. For example, for our NOC users, we can restrict them to have access only to dashboards and maps. And when we open the user up and go to permissions, we will see the available sections highlighted in green. And once we open up our dashboards or our monitoring section, we will actually see only the UI sections in our navigation menu that have been permitted for this specific user. So this is what I was talking about. This is the UX improvement. Less is more. And it's quite nicer that you're seeing, in this case, only what you need to see, what you want to see. You're not seeing any unnecessary functionality. Remember that host group to user group permissions are still there. They're not going anywhere. For example, when we open a dashboard, we will still check, hey, does this user belong to a user group which has access to a specific host group? And then we will either display or hide the corresponding data. So this functionality still remains. It's not going anywhere. Roles is just an addition on top of that. So we talked about restricting UI elements. Next up, let's talk about restricting access to API, which can also be done. So we have an enabled access to API checkbox. which we can either mark or unmark. And depending on that, the corresponding user of this specific role that we are changing right now will either have access to the API or it will be denied. In addition to that, we can allow or restrict the execution of specific API methods. So we have an allow list, or if we want to, a deny list that we can implement for a specific user role. For example, we could create a user that has access only to get methods, nothing else. He can read the data, he cannot modify the data. From the API standpoint, it looks quite self-explanatory. When I execute, for example, a host create method, if I don't have permissions to do so, I will see an error message, no permissions to call, and then the name of the call. In this case, it's host create. So we've talked about UI sections, we've talked about API restrictions. Now let's talk about access to actions. And in this context, actions means what this user can do with the UI. Can he close problems? Can he acknowledge them? Can he create or edit maps? All of this can be restricted per role. One note for example, for user role, the role of type user, the create and edit maintenance will be grayed out because the user type by default doesn't have access to the maintenance section. So it will be grayed out. You cannot enable it for user type, but you can enable it for the admin type or disable it for admin type role, no problem. So maybe you're getting confused here. I'm talking about types and roles. Remember that role is linked to a type. Just something to remember if you want to put this together. So when I'm mentioning a specific type, it means a role that is linked to a specific type. A role that is linked to a user type, it will have create and edit maintenance grayed out. A role that is linked to admin type will be able to create and edit maintenance, or we can restrict it on that role if we want to. Next up, restricting actions. We have an example. Let's say we want to restrict the role for acknowledging and closing problems. So we can do just that. And then in the front end, the acknowledgement and closing of problems will be grayed out. We won't be able to actually do that. Quite self-explanatory. It's grayed out. You don't have access to it. If we enable it, the checkboxes are editable once again. We can acknowledge and close the problem as if we had permissions for that specific user type in 4.0 without any restrictions. So it will look as it looks right now. Another thing that we can do, so we've talked about UI restrictions, API restrictions, and action restrictions. There's also the default access section that we can modify. We can define that this role has default access to new actions, modules, and UI elements. What this means is that, for example, if we are importing a new module, a new front-end module, upgrading our version 5.2 to version 6.0 in the future, if new UI elements appear, or new modules, or new action types appear, do we want for this specific role that we are editing right now to have access to it by default once it is created? Or should by default all of these new elements that we are creating, should this role have restricted access to it? So no access to it in this case. So we can decide, for my super admin users, once a new UI element pops up, I want to give them access to it. For my NOC team, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what new UI elements are going to pop up when I upgrade to 6.0 in the future. So I will restrict it. They won't have access to it. I will enable it per need to execute basis. So after migration to 5.2, you might ask, so how are these roles going to be assigned? I have my users of a specific user type, but what's going to happen with roles? Will I have to assign them manually? Will everything be broken, or what's going to happen? So when you upgrade to 5.2 from, for example, 5.0, the users will have the pre-created default roles for admin, user, and super admin assigned for them. So the default roles that we looked at a couple of slides back, they are going to be assigned to your users, and then you can tweak them, modify them, create new roles and assign these to users and so on. So essentially, when you upgrade to 5.2, if you wish to just leave the old logic in without changing anything, you'll be able to do so. Just don't touch anything, it will work just fine. But if you wish to start restricting things and making things more granular, you can start doing that, no problem. So now that we have gone through the roles, we have talked about the functionality, the features, what can be restricted, how it can be done, let's talk about some example use cases to give you the idea of how you can implement this in your environment. So first off, let's talk about read-only role. Most likely a NOC team user role with read-only access to dashboards and problems, no access to API, and no permissions to execute front-end scripts. So when we are defining this new role, we will mark the corresponding checkboxes in the monitoring section, and the user type for this role is going to be user because, they don't need to have access to administration or configuration. We will also restrict the access to the API, and we will restrict access to actions. And the default actions will also be restricted, the default elements. This user role won't have access to new modules or new UI elements. Or maybe if we want to, we can enable access to new UI elements and disable access to modules, or the other way around. This is pretty much up to you in real life. It's up to discussing with your Zabbix superadmins what kind of modules do they plan on implementing. If you read the release notes for Zabbix quite extensively, then you can maybe leave this access to new UI elements in because you're aware of what's coming, and then you're aware if your NOC users will need it. This is pretty much individual on each environment, and you can decide how you want to implement this. So when we log in with this user and we go to dashboards, we will see that, hey, this user has no option to create or edit a dashboard because we have restricted such an action. And the access to dashboards, they do have it, but it's still granted based on the dashboard permissions. Is it a public dashboard? Is it a private dashboard? And of course, when they open it up, the data that they will see will depend on user group to host group relationship. When this user opens up the front end, he will see that also the access to UI elements, the unnecessary UI elements, is restricted. And even though he has access to the problem widget on the dashboard, he is unable to acknowledge or close the problem from it because we have restricted those actions. Next up, another very interesting use case. Maybe I briefly touched upon this before, but we're talking about restricting access to administration sections. Remember, administration sections are available only for our superadmins. But in this case, we want to have a separate role of type superadmin that has some restrictions. Our role will need to have access to creating and managing proxies, defining media types and front-end scripts, and accessing the queue to check the health of our Zabbix instance. But they won't be able, for example, to create new user groups, users, and so on. So once again, we are opening our administration user roles section, creating a new role of type superadmin, and restricting all of the user-related things, and also restricting going to administration general. So when we log in, we can see that, there is no access to administration general section because we didn't want for these admins to maybe change some housekeeper settings or trigger severities or other things that are available in administration general. But we want for them to be able to manage our proxies, media types, scripts, and take a look at the queue. And all of that is available. They are still able to do it. They just don't have access to those sections that we restricted. So really nice, really neat. Nice way to create like different types of superadmins, which was completely impossible before. Next up, another very interesting and not so niche example, roles for multi-tenant environments. So the example that I have mentioned already, our customer portal, we will have a customer portal that our different tenants access, and then they log into Zabbix, and we'll decide what kind of access do these tenants need to have. So in this specific case, they need to have read-only access to dashboards, maps, no access to API, no access to configuration, and they will need to have isolation per tenant. So we won't be able to see the host status of other tenants. This kind of makes sense, of course. So we will create a new role, once again, administration user roles, new role of type user, and we will restrict access only to the UI elements that we want for these users to see. Then, next up, since we need to have isolation, we will also be using tag-based permissions to isolate our host per tenants. We'll go to the permission section, we will add read-only or write permissions on a user group to a specific host group. And then we will also define the tag-based permissions that, hey, these users have access only to problems that are tagged with a specific tag. Don't forget to actually tag those problems. We have added the permissions, but we haven't added the tags yet. And this is what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to tag my problems. I'm going to define these tags either on the trigger level or on the host level. So once we have implemented this, if we open up the UI, we go to monitoring dashboards. Yeah, we can see we have access to only the sections that we need to have access to. And we're seeing problems only related to our specific hosts based on their tags, just as we wanted. So isolation has been implemented, role restriction has been implemented. We can successfully have our multi-tenant environment. So now that we have taken a look at these use cases, what's next? How would you proceed with upgrading to 5.2 and implementing this? So at the design stage, you need to understand that user roles can help you with a couple of things, and you need to kind of estimate and assign value to these things if you want to implement them in your environment. So first off, of course, user roles can improve auditing, since you have restricted roles per each user, for example. It's a lot easier to understand who did what. Restricting API access. So we can not only enable or disable API access, we can restrict our users to specific methods. Once again, from security perspective and from auditing perspective, this is really great and really flexible. Same goes with configuration. We can restrict which user can do what actions, has access to specific configuration sections. Remember the example with the custom super admin role. So this also helps you with auditing, helps you with security, and potentially just makes your Zabbix instance much less messy because people have access only to the things that they need to have access to. And then, of course, UX. Something that I've said before, less is more. Remove unwanted UI elements for users that are not using specific features. Now they don't need to be specialists or professionals. It's still quite recommended if you want to utilize Zabbix to 110%, but not everyone wants to. Some users are just interested in seeing their data, and that's perfectly fine. We have to understand that this is a use case. So for them, we will restrict the UI to only the elements, only the data that they need, thus making their lives so much easier and Zabbix so much more simple for them. Thank you. I hope I gave some insight into how roles can be used and how they will be implemented in 5.2. And I hope you aren't afraid to play around with this and implement them in your environment. Thank you.
All right, who's your host now? Okay, so that was a wonderful presentation from Arturs, but he can't necessarily ask the questions to himself, so allow me to do that for a wonderful speaker. So Arturs, first up, can we have a limited read-only user that will have access to all the hosts that are already in Zabbix and will be added in the future?
Yes and no. To answer the first part of your question, already in Zabbix, yes, we can have access to all of the existing host groups. The thing is, when you add a new one, you will have to then go to your permissions section on the host group and just add it back in, add the host group permission to the user group. So if you see that you have permission to all of the host groups, it's all of the host groups until you add a new one. Then you have to plug it in manually. I think there should be a feature request regarding that, so it's something that we will work on to change in the future.
All right, so second up from the same person. So that means that now we can have a fully customizable multi-tenant environment.
Oh yes, definitely. I think you saw that in my examples in my presentation over here. Yes, fully customizable based on our both permission logic, so user group to host group permissions, and then roles to kind of make the UI and actions and different sections available as per the requirements of our tenants. So the answer is yes, of course.
Very well. Moving on to our next question. Now, I want to create a user with only API access. Is that possible in 5.0 or 5.2?
It's been possible for a while now, I think even in 4.0. You can just disable the front-end access and leave the user with the respective permissions on specific host groups. So you can do it, could do it in the past, you can still do it. Now you can only make the API limitations more granular. So you can say that this API only user has access only to specific API methods. So we kind of improved on it. So yeah, it's possible.
Right on. Okay, and the last question so far is, can we make a user who can see but cannot edit the configuration?
Partially. So if we're talking about read-only users, read-only access still works for the monitoring section, but if we go to configuration, if we want to see anything in the configuration section, we need write access. Now you have monitoring hosts where you can kind of see some of the configuration in that monitoring host section, so that's available to read-only users. Configuration, unfortunately, still is not. It requires write permissions. So once again, I have checked our bug tracker and feature request tracker for a feature request like so. It's there. Feel free to leave a vote, leave a comment, and hopefully we will make those necessary changes sometime in the nearby future, and we'll find a way to implement this requirement.
Hopefully, or rather, absolutely.
Exactly.
Okay, so thank you, Atas, very much. That was an awesome presentation, as always. One of my favorite speakers, hands down. So what's going to happen now is we're going to take a short 10-minute break. Meanwhile, I would highly recommend that you actually check out the sales chat room, the partners, the tech corner, and also our sponsors, because those are going back online as well. So 10 minutes, use them wisely, and make sure to ask more questions if you are so inclined to do so. All right, see you soon. Hey everybody, this is Alex, and I hope you are enjoying the presentation so far. Now look, traditionally we would have the office tours at the office just the day before the summit. Now sure, things are a bit different this time and we are in a few numbers, but that will not stop me from introducing our charming team. Let's go have a look. So unfortunately this year we're going to have to skip the kitchen and the Zabbix certified specialty, so instead let's go check on Alexei, see how things are going.
That's how my typical day at Zabbix starts. I sign Zabbix certificates, but now I would like to wish you a great summit. Take most of it.
And of course, on the business side of things, we have the man with the plan, Sergey Sorokin, our Director of Business Development. You already know the guy. Sergey, what's your expectation for this event, man?
I hope this event is going to be great. I hope that all of our partners will be able to showcase their solutions, their experience, that our customers will be able to find what they're looking for. They will be able to see all the newest solutions, all the newest trends, and just meet each other, finally, after that much time.
Absolutely. And if you have any questions for our partners, make sure to actually check on them in their specific chat rooms. And naturally, if we were to speak to our developer team as well, there's no better person I can imagine than the person you already know and love, none other than Dimir, my friend. So naturally, this event is happening remotely, but that's not going to stop us from interacting with the community, right?
Yeah, for sure. Interaction through the internet is going in full effect, and people are really excited and happy about the event. I see this, and I think it doesn't matter that this year it's a bit different. Still, everybody was waiting for this moment, and it looks like it's enjoying it in full effect.
I can vouch for that. All right, thank you, Dimir. If you guys have any questions to our developers, make sure to reach out. We'll get you sorted. Moving on. So moving on to our support team, with me, I have its mighty leader, Dmitry Lambert. So Dmitry, as always, support team is very heavily involved with the summit, but what's different this year?
The difference is, of course, the format. So the Zabbix Summit is virtual, and still our team members have prepared great speeches about a new functionality of the Zabbix 5.2 and also some use cases. At the same time, the other part of the team is still on duty to help our customers that might be having some problems right now.
Right.
And also, if you want to chat with our guys, from the support team, you can join the support chat room and ask some questions if you have them, of course.
Awesome. All right, folks, so there you have it. So if you have any inquiries to our support team, make sure to use this opportunity. Now let's move on and see what else we got. All right, next on the spotlight, we have another Alex representing the integration team. So Alexander, your team has been very busy prior to the summit. What can we expect?
Well, there's a lot of integrations currently in development. Now we're working on Zabbix templates. So make sure you subscribe to our social channels, Facebook and Twitter, to know when it's released. But I'm going to tell you that it's going to be Apache Cassandra.
Oh, looking forward to that one. All right, let's move on, guys. And of course, no insight into our technical team will be complete without the test engineers. So with me, I have Sergey representing the team. Now look, mate, I know you guys have been quite in a crunch with 5.2. How's the team holding up?
Well, that's correct. I actually need to admit that the last couple of days were quite tough, but we managed, and I hope that at the end our users will receive high-quality products such as Zabbix 5.2.
Oh, I'm sure they're actually already enjoying it. All right, thank you, Sergey, and let's see who else we got. All right, so I've introduced you to our technical people, but this event would not be complete or even possible without the team that's actually managing it. So with me, I have Zana, the head of marketing team. Zana, I know how long it takes to organize these events, so guide me through your pain.
Okay, pain. There was no pain this year. It's more of a challenge, joy, and a lot of thought. Just to think what we want to have this year. We were all preparing for our grand 10th year anniversary event for this summit, and then we understand, okay, there will be no summit at all. So we figured out that if last year we met like 600 community members, users from all around the world here in Riga, this year we can meet thousands of Zabbix users and community from everywhere.
For sure.
So we understand we cannot say no to summit, and we really want to meet a community. So yes, this is something that we are preparing. It's something new for every one of us, but we tried a lot of Zabbix online meetups, which actually was some sort of technical rehearsals for us for this summit. So I'm looking forward to summit having this year as well, and having a lot of wonderful speakers from all around the world, so we'll have it.
Awesome, so staying positive.
Yes.
Well, cheers to the successful event. Well, there you have it, folks. This concludes our slightly shorter than usual office tour, but don't let this discourage you. Now, I know we're doing this fully remotely this time and slightly less personal in some opinion, but look, it's not going to stop us from ever communicating and connecting with our community. And on a side note, we're actually expanding. So what I'm trying to say is, there's always potential for growth with Zabbix. And with that said, enjoy the rest of the event. All right, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it. Let's go.
Zabbix Partner Program is a global network of experienced and knowledgeable IT companies providing Zabbix professional services to its customers all around the world. I'm Sergey Sorokin, Director of Business Development at Zabbix, and one of my priorities is to build strong, reliable, diverse, and efficient partner network. We are happy to see partners coming from all parts of the world, from North and South America, from Africa and Asia, from Middle East and Europe, from Australia and New Zealand. And I would like to take this moment to invite hundreds of thousands of our users from all around the world to connect to our partners for IT services, for professional services, for Zabbix services. And at the same time, I would like to invite IT companies and integrators to connect with Zabbix in order to join Zabbix Partner Program. And there are plenty of benefits of becoming Zabbix Partner. Access to pre-sales consulting services, ability to use Zabbix Partner logo on your web page, ability to publish your logo on our partner page, and of course, discounts to make your offers interesting for your customers. If you have any questions, we're here for you. Visit our partner booth during all the summit.
I think that a good partnership is one of the foundations for successful businesses. And being a user of Zabbix for about 20 years and working with Zabbix as a company for almost 15 years, I really appreciate the way that Zabbix actually treats their partners. And this is not limited, for example, to technical support, which is really good, by the way. It also affects all other areas like sales, like marketing, like development, and also the support that we receive for trainings being provided by us. So to be the first Zabbix Premium partner in Germany is not only an honor for us as IntelliTrend, it also comes with great responsibility, and we truly understand this. I mean, customers expect a lot from a partner, especially from a premium partner, and rightly so. For us, this means to be always up to date while delivering the best services possible. And we are working hard to keep this level, and we also see that Zabbix does the same thing. I think it's worth mentioning that the long-standing relationship with Zabbix facilitates the cooperation and also brings many benefits to our customers and also to us, and we really appreciate this. So to make a long story short, we really enjoy working with you, and this partnership means a lot to us. When IntelliTrend was founded, the focus was on providing IT and network monitoring services to small and medium businesses. And the more we worked in these areas, the more we realized that companies are not only looking for monitoring per se, but also for answers to questions such as how to monitor a particular service or application, or which metrics are important for monitoring in general. And when we started working with larger companies and larger enterprises, questions arose such as how to actually integrate monitoring with third-party applications. What about automation and organization of the monitoring itself? And what about custom development requirements for things like reporting or custom LED solutions? There was also growing interest in supporting cloud implementations for things like Docker, Kubernetes, and similar tools. So if you ask if anything has changed, the answer is yes. IntelliTrend, I would say, evolved into a highly focused network monitoring expert with in-house software development to support enterprise-level environments. The current situation when referring to COVID-19 is not easy for any of us. Many companies are suffering greatly from it, while very few companies have even been able to actually increase their revenues. I think in order to be competitive in the future, companies need to expand their workflows digitally as much as possible. And this transition is certainly an opportunity for those companies that offer these type of services. So I think that IT service companies like us and cloud service providers, for example, will certainly see new business opportunities. The increased complexity of IT applications and networks has already forced network monitoring. But with the recent growth of cloud services, home working and the like, I'm convinced that network monitoring will become a key component in any modern IT infrastructure. While in the past network monitoring was mostly seen as a kind of alert system in case of failures, we also see an increased demand for things like performance monitoring, for example, to ensure a rich user experience. So let's take an example. Let's take the example of working from home. I mean, you need to monitor the availability of the internet bandwidth, VPN tunnels, availability of remote servers and performance, etc., to ensure that these services are operating properly. And if these services are partially based on cloud services, it becomes, from my perspective, even more important to make sure that they are operational. So yes, I'm definitely convinced that monitoring will play an even more important role in the future. Thank you very much.
And welcome back. I hope you managed to grab a cup of coffee, tea, or something else. And now you're back with us, and let's continue. So remember Alex? He was the person that was trying to replace me as a host. Well, here I am. I'm back. I'm not gone. No luck, Alex. I'm sorry. But that's not his only job. He's not only competing with me for the position of the Zabbix Summit host, but he's also our head of sales. And I'll gladly welcome him back this time as a speaker, not as a host, so he can tell you about our customer's journey through Zabbix. So let's welcome Alexander Sergunin with Zabbix. Let's get down to business.
Hey everybody, this is Alex, and you guessed it, this is going to be a sales presentation. So allow me to start off with a statement that yes, the software is fully free, and naturally, we offer professional services. Now, those of you tuning in for just the technical presentations, don't worry, I feel your pain, but allow me to entertain the idea that you will still leave this presentation with some useful information for you. Now, naturally, I'm not going to take a deep dive into all of the services we provide. Let's save you the time. Instead, I'm going to talk about the approach and the mentality behind them. Now, no matter how big the task is or how small, the versatility comes in. As long as it's Zabbix related, we got you covered. And of course, it goes on demand. So if you just need a couple of hours of consultancy, we're there. If you are aiming for actually something more complex, let's say weeks or months long of an engagement, naturally, we're willing to negotiate that as well. And since Zabbix is the company behind the product with its constant access to a dedicated team of developers, well, what can I say about the expertise? It is truly unrivaled. Now, what are the actual options if we were to switch the mentality to what we can actually deliver? Now, naturally, we can start off with something as simple as the deployment. And when I say simple, I don't just mean us installing it according to our very easy documentation online, but our best practices instead, right? So we'll start off with the scope assessment. We'll provide you with all recommendations, not just for your current setup, but also keeping in mind the plans going forward with any future expansions. Now, in addition to that, there's also the professional training. And it doesn't matter how experienced you are with Zabbix already, there's always something to benefit from, be that a beginner's course or something very focus specific for yourselves. And of course, the main service that we actually do provide would be the annual support, which we offer 24/7 and offered naturally worldwide. But that's not it. There's always a lot more stuff to take from, right? So there's integration. If you're using, let's say, any ticketing systems internally, you want Zabbix to work with them seamlessly, why stop, right? Why not have those integrated together? And if you're still using an outdated version, for example, Zabbix 2.2, you know who you are. Well, there's always the Zabbix upgrades. Now, okay, we've dabbled into the options. We have spoken about mentality ever so quickly. What are the actual benefits, right? As I mentioned, the services are available globally, thanks in part to our wide range of partners, which can deliver some of the services into region-specific languages, right? So if you want them to be delivered in Japanese, Russian, English, Spanish, German, Dutch, and so on, that's not going to be a problem. In addition to that, there's always the commitment, not just from the partner side, but from the Zabbix side as well. We are not interested in simply sending you a link to the documentation, hoping that will fix the issue, and that's it. That's case closed. No, we want to make sure that we get to the root cause and actually prevent the problem from happening in the future by either providing you with quick remediation or also supplying documentation pertaining to this particular use case. And when it comes to pricing, we don't limit ourselves to, let's say, Netflix-based monthly subscriptions, or will we limit you to the number of users that can log into Zabbix concurrently, or how many devices you can monitor, or the number of metrics that you can actually collect? No. It all boils down to the actual complexity of the task at hand, and if we're talking about support specifically, only the number of Zabbix server and Zabbix proxy installations. And again, the unrivaled knowledge base available to us and our partners, because as the company behind the product, we always have ability to double check with our developers and our team of certified engineers to find the most elegant solution for your particular issue, as long as it's Zabbix related, of course. So, all right, we've talked about the approach, the mentality, and the services in ever so general scope, but now I would like to focus your attention more on a hypothetical scenario of a best case deal, let's say, for a potential prospect, a potential customer that will start their journey with Zabbix services. So before we do that, what could be the possible dilemmas? What could be the possible issues? So, okay, yeah, the software is free. There's documentation available online. There's an active community. There's forum, etc., etc., etc. So naturally, you can perceive this as a possibility for you to do everything from scratch yourself. And some actually manage to do this flawlessly. Kudos to you. But there's also the ideology that perhaps you can tackle this more from a savings and short-term versus the efficiency approach, right? Because since you don't need to outsource anything to Zabbix, you'll be saving the money on the actual service. But are you actually getting the best from the deal? Do you actually have the possibility to utilize all your expertise in this case? Well, I never want to tackle this from a savings versus efficiency. This should never be one or the other. So, in this scenario, let's talk about the challenges, right? So let's say if you are actually contemplating taking the first step and joining the Zabbix family in that context, right? So are you actually making the deployment from scratch? And are you doing this for yourself, or are you an MSP that's going to do this for your clients? Do you have all the requirements, both for yourself and, well, of course, the actual end users? Do you know what will be their end user experience? Do you have the capacity to properly navigate them through the maps, through proper visualization, through setting up proper alerting, just to make sure that all their business critical applications are catered to specifically according to their needs, and they're not just getting the absolute basics or simply all the data that is supplied with, let's say, the built-in or community templates. And naturally, those requirements can change dynamically. Can you adapt to that rapid pace? Do you have up-to-date knowledge on everything that your potential prospects can actually require from you? Or will you be forced to sift through outdated information on the forums, zabbix.org, etc.? So the choice is up to you. But let's entertain the idea that you have taken the first step. Where do we begin? Naturally, from the deployment. It would be easily done if we simply sent you the link to all the documentation and have you execute a couple of quick commands to have Zabbix deployed. But no, that's not where we begin. We begin with communication, because it's just one thing to have the product deployed and the other to understand not just our best practices, but also your background expertise. What is your actual knowledge base internally? So, for example, let's say that our engineers are more used to working with MySQL, but you have a corporate policy to use either Oracle or Timescale, and there's nothing wrong with that, absolutely. But do you have your own DBA smart enough, or rather sophisticated enough, to actually cater to Zabbix-related tasks pertaining to this installation, right? Do you have the knowledge that will be specifically applicable to this? And this is why both parties need to communicate from the get-go, right? Before we actually offer you the best solution that we see fit, we need to make sure that you are also will be quite up to par with it and will actually be happy with the end result. So, okay, let's assume that the installation is actually complete, everyone's happy. Not only is the system up and running, but you also receive the documentation to actually accommodate it with, and not just for the current phase of the installation, but also with the recommendations for any potential future expansions going forward. Well, we could stop right there, right? Nah, we're going to take it a notch further and talk about training some more. Again, hypothetical scenario, whether you are doing this for yourself or you are an MSP, doing this for your actual end users. Doesn't matter what's your level of experience with Zabbix so far, right? You can be an absolute beginner, or you can be using the product for many years already, right? But again, experience is not the same for everyone, right? All too many times have I heard, or rather experienced a situation when I meet some of our community members in person that they request basic functionality, for example, maps, to finally be implemented in Zabbix. And this always comes as a surprise to me because all those features, or at least the vast majority of them, have been implemented in the product for as long as I can remember, for many years now, but simply because it's at times we as users, as consumers of the tool, leave our requirements somewhat less sophisticated and are simply used to dealing with the day-to-day instead of trying to take full advantage of the features that Zabbix comes packed with, right? And this is why we offer a wide variety of courses, right? So they can go from either just absolute beginner training for just one day to get you accommodated, or rather accustomed with definitions and just the user interface, going all the way up to full week-long training to make sure that regardless of what Zabbix throws at you, you'll be more than capable to actually tackle this on your own. And we recently just announced the specific focus-based training for, let's say, Zabbix API or data pre-processing, just to make sure that if you are already experienced, but you want to take advantage of some of the more complex features, well, we got you covered there. So what do I want for you to take out of this? Again, a very simple thing. No matter how experienced with Zabbix you already are, I vouch that should you consider attending training, you will not leave the course without having learned something new and useful for yourself. So technically, we could stop there as well, right? You got the system already implemented. You have your team up to par with all the Zabbix knowledge you potentially might need, but you can never be too well prepared. And this is where our technical support actually comes into play, right? So it's not just about having quick troubleshooting for a potential small little issue, let's say how to set up a trigger, or why are you being spammed with emails for no reason. No, it's about finding the root cause of any problem that you actually run into. We want to make sure that not only are you provided with the best possible solution, but you're also informed of your next steps to make sure that this problem doesn't happen again. And naturally, the services are available worldwide, thanks in part to our partners. And there is so much more to technical support. It's not just about a quick solution. It's not just a link to documentation, hoping that that will close the case and we're done. No, depending on the level, you can also benefit from additional perks such as performance tuning, environment review, which are super useful for MSPs because, again, thinking about the expansions, right? So if you start small and then 3-4 months down the line, you start adding thousands and thousands more devices, you want to make sure that not only is your Zabbix instance capable of handling the current load, but will also be configured with respect to your future plans, right? And this is what we need to take out of this. That regardless of how well prepared you already are, it's always a good idea to have just the safety that no matter what Zabbix throws at you, perhaps through misconfiguration or just a botched upgrade, there is someone that will always commit to the task and provide it with the most elegant solution possible. And again, we could stop here, but why bother, right? There's so much more. So bear with me for just a sec. So, all right, you have the instance done. You have the team up to par with training, annual support is running, and everyone's happy. But okay, let's assume that you are a hardware manufacturer, right? Let's say 5-6 months down the line, you'll be actually deploying a new product on the market, and you want your customers not only to actually benefit from the tool itself, but let's say that a part of your business actually relies heavily on Zabbix in terms of monitoring. So in this case, before the actual piece of hardware hits the market, we can already start cooperating and develop that template for you. So by the time your customers will start deploying your solution, you already will have all the means to efficiently monitor the state of the device, and of course, making yourself and the end users happy. And of course, there's also other scenarios. So for example, integration. Now, if you already are using ServiceNow, for example, as part of your day-to-day, why not have it seamlessly integrated with Zabbix? Why not have tickets automatically created and have a two-way integration? And as I already mentioned, with 5.2 out, if you are still using an outdated version, consider the upgrade. Trust me, not only will you benefit from the latest features, you will also get the reassurance that this task has been taken care of by the professionals behind the company. So what can go wrong? Okay, coming back to the very beginning. Now, I said that we are considering this as a hypothetical scenario. Well, the truth is, this is actually a real case. This is a real customer that we are still working with, by the way. And we have been, well, in negotiation and actual deployment and all the process for many a month now, because this has been a very complex task. And where we begun with this client from, of course, the very first step from the installation, based upon not only our best practices, but also their in-house expertise to accommodate not only their experience level, but also that of their end users, should that ever become a necessity. So we have Zabbix installed in high availability setup and replication. We tweaked the Azure integration with automated discovery ever so slightly. And remember what I was saying about those dynamically changing requirements? Well, naturally, we had to develop a couple of custom templates here and there, because again, the requirements were changing so fast for the latest end users for this MSP. Now, of course, a couple of integrations, 3 training sessions already delivered, and more on the way, and naturally documentation on everything we have done. So what I want you to understand from this potentially over-exaggerated but still real case is that it doesn't have to be this complex. We don't work only with big corporations that are willing to commit to us for months, if not years. It doesn't matter. As long as it's Zabbix related, no matter how big or small your case is, we are there to assist. Right? So if there's anything I want you to take out of this presentation and my quick rant is that yes, the software is free. No, there are no enterprise versions. And yes, naturally, we offer professional services. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, make sure to drop us a line to sales@zabbix.com, or actually tune into one of the chat rooms with our sales team. They'll answer any questions you have. Alex out.
And thank you, Alex, for guiding us through our customer's journey. I hope it was interesting for you guys, and maybe you want to go through the same steps, so our services are always available for you. If you want to discuss this in more details or ask any questions, both Alex and all of the other sales team members are available in the sales booth, so feel free to visit that and ask them any questions or just consult them with them in general. Next up, something more technical right now. So, have you ever wanted to just forget about managing your Zabbix application layer, your database configuration, and just delegate that to someone else, or just stop worrying about it completely? So our next speaker is going to talk about how you can do that. So let's welcome Senior Pre-Sales Consultant from Oracle MySQL Poland, Vittorio Tioe, with Lift and Shift Your Zabbix to Oracle Cloud with MySQL Database Service. Welcome.
So, hi everyone. Welcome back to another presentation from myself at the Zabbix Summit. It's very nice to find you here, even if this year we are all online. Me, myself, I would have preferred to be in Riga, but hopefully next year. This is Vittorio Tioe, and I'm here to talk about lifting and shifting your Zabbix installation to Oracle Cloud. So, for those of you who are new and were not here last year, I am a MySQL and Linux user since 2006. I am working at Oracle MySQL since 2017. I was previously having a lot of travel, so I was having a lot of fun. And this included regularly speaking at conferences. That's why a lot of people might know me from last year. So the agenda for today is as follows. We will speak about moving to the cloud, and then we will speak about planning our Zabbix migration, then migrating the application server, then migrating the database. So moving to the cloud, it's a big thing, and it's getting year over year even bigger because data are moving massively to the cloud. First of all, the consumer data are moving massively, as you can see from this graph, but be sure that the enterprise data will follow shortly, because the enterprise is always a bit slower in adopting, but when it adopts a technology, it goes in very big. And speaking about cloud providers, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, so-called OCI, it is the #4 cloud provider in the Gartner Magic Quadrant, and it's available in 26 regions, so 26 data centers across the world, and other 12 planned. So moving Zabbix to Oracle Cloud, why? For a bunch of reasons. First of all, you will get always the latest updates on your technology stack. Then you can spend more time into monitoring your infrastructure instead of managing your monitoring platform. And you can also leverage the security information and the security updates made available by OCI. So let's see how to plan an effective migration of the Zabbix management server to Oracle Cloud. So let's take into consideration an on-prem Zabbix installation. You have the clients, the proxies, as you know way better than me, and then you have the management server, the interface, and the database. What do we need for cloud migration of those last three components? Basically, we need the server configuration, a knowledge of the on-prem network topology. So we need to understand what can communicate with the outside or what would eventually go over VPN. So basically the network topology of client and proxies. And last but not least, we need the database. So there are some things also which I need to plan and set up on my Oracle Cloud tenancy. So I need a MySQL database system. I need a compute instance, so a virtual machine for running Zabbix server. I need storage for the database and for the backup, and I need networking setups. We will discuss, take note of this, we will discuss those objects in a while. The target architecture is what you see on screen. So a first possible target architecture, it is setting up a VPN from your data center to your Oracle Cloud tenancy. And then I can deploy a load balancer. I can deploy the Zabbix server in redundancy over availability domains. And I can deploy in a separate subnet the MySQL database system. Well, it sounds a bit complicated because I need to set up a VPN so this is a full-blown, quite big setup. Is it too much for you? So there is also a lighter version where you can have perhaps proxies communicating to the public internet over TLS connection, communicating directly with the Zabbix server on the Oracle Cloud, and then the Zabbix server will interface with the database. You need way less elements. Basically, you need just a server, a database, and a VCN. For those of you who will come later today to the workshop, this is the kind of setup which we will adopt. So what about migrating the application to Oracle Cloud? Migrating this Zabbix application, as I have learned from the colleagues from Zabbix support, it is straightforward. So before you begin, you just need to set up the tenancy and the compartments. Then you need to set up the cloud networking. So the virtual cloud network with private and public subnet. And then you need to deploy the Zabbix server on a VM. You have basically two possibilities for doing this. You can do it with the official Zabbix image deployed onto deployable from the Oracle marketplace, or you can set up a VM and install it yourself. It doesn't take, in both cases, doesn't take much time. So you need to do also a bit of configuration. You need to start the VM which you have deployed, and you either install Zabbix, either you find it installed. And you need to edit the config file with the usual parameters as an on-prem installation, and then you need to point it to the database with IP address, username, and password. And for this, you will need a bit of networking to open several ports on the cloud network. It's all doable by graphical interface. When it comes to the VM, the OCI infrastructure allows you for multiple choices. So the Zabbix server by itself, it is quite a lightweight piece of software. It will have to handle connections, so it needs resources. Most probably, in the majority of cases, a powerful VM will be enough. But if needed, you have also available in Oracle Cloud the bare metal option, which are really big physical machines dedicated to single customers. And you have also the Kubernetes container engine. And you have also a lot of possibilities for storage, for a lot of storage, fast storage, which, by the way, it ends up being quite cheap. Migrating now the database for the Zabbix server with MySQL database service. What is MySQL database service? It is the managed offer for MySQL in Oracle Cloud, which was made available beginning of September. So it's 100% developed, managed, and supported by the MySQL team. And it is easy because it's fully managed. It's easy to provision, and it will give you always the latest features. It is secure because it leverages the Oracle Cloud features, which have been rated by various sources as one of the most secure cloud platforms available. And it is enterprise. Since it's built on the MySQL enterprise binaries, it's fully compatible with what you have on premise, let it be MySQL enterprise or community. And it costs way less on a year basis than a full-blown on-prem MySQL enterprise subscription. So, considerations to do before you migrate. Before you migrate, you want to check the MySQL 8.0 compatibility of your database installation. You want to have an eye on the database size to prognose the time you will need for the migration, and you want to plan a service window accordingly. The high-level migration plan is straightforward. It is basically set up cloud networking, which we have discussed, set up your networking connections to be able to communicate with the cloud, of course. And then you will create a MySQL database service DB system. So it's basically an instance of managed instance of MySQL database with attached storage. And then you have just to move your data using a utility made available from MySQL shell, which is called MySQL dump and load. So how to create a MySQL DB system? Let's go a bit more into details. You create first a customized configuration, which will allow you to change configuration once you have imported it. And then you start the wizard to create the DB system. You choose the virtual cloud network of your preference. you choose the subnet where you want to place your MySQL endpoints, and then you select the configuration you have created. You select the associated shape for resources to give to the DB system. It is very straightforward. You have a lot of options available. You select the size of the storage, and you create a backup policy or take the default. So it is very much a process of next, next, next. Very straightforward. And then you also a note about the MySQL shell check for upgrade checker utility, which will go through your schema and will check the compatibility with MySQL 8.0 if you are not already onto MySQL 8.0. Also, to move the data, you will use, as I said, the MySQL dump and load utility, which is kind of the beefed up MySQL dump utility, since it is capable of multi-threading and it is callable with the JavaScript methods from MySQL shell. So you can dump on basically what it can be a Bastion machine, and you can load your instance onto the cloud. It has shown to take some minutes for databases of several gigabytes, so plan your service maintenance window accordingly. And it is very easy to use. You just connect to an instance and you dump, then you connect to the other instance and you load. There are a bunch of options. But if you want to know more, I think you should really come to the workshop. So this is pretty much it. As you have seen, there is nothing difficult, nothing complicated. It is really an operations which will take you time accordingly to the size of your database, but nevertheless, it is straightforward. So what I suggest you to do next is to test drive the MySQL database service. You can get in touch with me for a trial and you can get a $300 trial in cloud credits, which you can spend on Oracle Cloud on MySQL database service or other cloud services. And the second very important thing which you need to do today at 14, you need to come to the cloud, to the workshop, where you will see all which we have discussed put into practice. So, are there any questions before we lean back and join and enjoy our cloud migration? Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you here with me, and see you hopefully next year, everyone back to Riga.
Hey, Vittorio, how are you doing? Thank you for the great presentation.
Hi, thank you. I'm very well.
Are you ready to answer a couple of questions that we have from our community?
Only a couple. I'm ready.
Well, a couple now, but maybe once you kind of conduct your workshop, you'll see that there are quite a bit more coming up. First off, do you help with migrating older database versions to MySQL 8? From older to MySQL 8, essentially. Can you help with that?
Yes. Yes, definitely. This is one thing which we normally do for our customers. We provide help and guidance for migration, even though the migration is normally quite straightforward, but we do provide guidance.
Mm-hmm. All right, next up. Does the database size matter? How efficient MySQL shell dump is? What if my database is terabytes in size?
So the MySQL shell dump and load utility, it is way more efficient than what MySQL dump used to be. and yes, the database size still matters because, yeah, I know there are people with Zabbix installation with terabytes
Yep.
databases. In that case, it will require more time, still way less than what MySQL dump used to take.
So it's still a lot better over MySQL dump. Okay, let's see. Can you maybe give us a sneak peek for your workshop? What's the plan for it? What are you going to cover there?
So in the workshop, which by the way, it is not today, it is November 4 at 2 p.m. Riga time, so 1 p.m. Central Europe. I am going to show how you basically take a Zabbix installation application plus database, which is on-premise, and you transport it onto the Oracle Cloud. So how you move the database and the application part.
Well, okay, that sounds really useful and something that our Zabbix community members or even customers could learn and then do on their own. All right, thank you a lot. Those were all of the questions for now, but like I said, I expect that you will have to answer a lot more during the workshop.
Thank you.
Moving on, next up, we will be talking about some of our services. We'll be talking about our latest and greatest Zabbix services, and who else to talk about them than our business development director, a great colleague of mine. Let's welcome Sergey Sorokins. Welcome.
Hello. I'm very glad you can join our summit today. While my colleagues are here to introduce some great new features of latest Zabbix software released just a few days ago, I also have some interesting topics to share with you. And let me start with clouds. As you might remember, during previous Zabbix Summit, we have announced the availability of Zabbix Server as virtual machines available on all major public clouds. After 12 months, we are counting hundreds of thousands of hours in monthly use. And we see this as a big thing growing fast. So our natural move was to make Zabbix available at other public clouds as well. We have added Zabbix to Oracle Cloud. We have partnered with Red Hat to introduce Zabbix right at the launch of Red Hat Marketplace in May this year. We are releasing Zabbix on Alibaba Cloud in just a few days from now. And Zabbix is about to be published on Linode Cloud. We did go further to introduce Zabbix at clouds popular in some regions like Yandex Cloud in Russia. So you, our customers, have more options to deploy Zabbix on any of these clouds with just a few clicks. Now is your turn. Whether you need to do a quick POC, run a pilot, or set up Zabbix in a full production, consider using Zabbix virtual machines in these public clouds. However, Zabbix is not a standalone system. In many cases, Zabbix Server is being used along with Zabbix proxies. Some of them are located very close to you, while others in different cities. In some cases, those could be placed in other countries as well. And that can become an issue to find the location for your proxy. And now is a time for Zabbix proxies to go into the cloud. We are now introducing Zabbix proxies available in the form of virtual machines on AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. So if you are asked to deploy Zabbix proxy, think of Zabbix virtual machines in those clouds. Many of you are using containers daily. So we decided to make it much easier for you by introducing Zabbix containers in the clouds. As the first step, we made Zabbix containers available in Red Hat Marketplace, with AWS and Azure coming very, very soon. And if we go all the way to the clouds, it is just natural to make Zabbix technical support available in the clouds as well.
And we have started with Microsoft Azure. So if you go on Azure Marketplace, search for Zabbix, you would be able to find support tiers available for you. You just choose the one that you like the most and buy it right away. And technical support services will become available to you at almost the same minute. You will receive credentials to Zabbix support system and will be able to open your first ticket within an hour or so. And purchase process is easy. And your organizations might already have a budget allocated for Microsoft Azure. And of course, with all the new features coming in Zabbix related to security and others, Zabbix becomes a solid cloud resident. Another topic I would like to cover today is Zabbix professional training. With the release of Zabbix 5.0 LTS, we have introduced all new shiny training courses. They became longer, covering all the latest functionality of Zabbix. We have updated practical tasks to make them even more detailed, covering more practical cases. In the situation when we are limited to travel, Zabbix has introduced virtual courses, so you can take those without leaving your home or office. Courses are delivered in all time zones in many languages to make it convenient to you. It has never been easier to get Zabbix certified. So check our website, sign up for a course, and advance to the next level in Zabbix. We have also thought of those who have previously attended Zabbix training courses. A full update course allows students holding certificate of any previous version to attend Zabbix Certified Specialist and Zabbix Certified Professional courses at the very special price. Those are the same full courses, but made available to you with a 50% discount, so you can keep up with the latest development in Zabbix. With the release of new training program, we also announced a completely new type of training. Extra course is a virtual, one-day, super practical, in-depth course. There is no pre-requirements and no exam. And now I want to introduce you with the first 4 extra courses. If you are interested to learn more about Zabbix API, Zabbix preprocessing, security administration in Zabbix, or advanced problem and anomaly detection, we have those topics covered for you. As you may see from our training schedule, the first extra course on Zabbix preprocessing is just 2 weeks away. Act fast, visit our webpage today, and sign up for the upcoming extra courses. Number of seats is limited, and surely expect extra courses coming in many languages and different time zones very soon. As you may see from our training schedule, the first extra course on Zabbix preprocessing is just 2 weeks away. Act fast, visit our webpage today, and sign up for the upcoming extra courses. Number of seats is limited, and surely expect extra courses coming in many languages and different time zones very soon. And just to make it even more interesting, there is a special prize for those Zabbix Certified Specialists and Zabbix Certified Professional students who have attended their courses within the last 6 months. You may purchase one or all 4 extra courses at the special price of €290. And just as a last touch, please meet a long-awaited Zabbix training certificate validation form. Now you can search for our certificates and share results of your achievements with your colleagues and the whole world. Simply navigate to our website, visit training section, and check your certificate. That's it. Thank you and have a great day.
And I have Sergey back here with me, ready to answer some of your questions. So let's begin. So I hope you're ready, Sergey. I have a couple. So let's start with the old good question about our cloud services. Do we plan on offering our own cloud services?
Yes, we still do. Actually, there are several things that we need to develop, to achieve in order to provide this service on the very good level with a very good quality. We are slowly moving there. At a certain point, definitely we will make this offer available to our customers.
Okay, let's see. Next up. So we do have a couple of extra trainings, as you mentioned. One-day trainings. Do we plan on developing and creating and offering some new trainings as we go, as we develop new functionality and things like that? Or are these existing trainings here to stay and that's it, set in stone?
Definitely. In our plan, we have at this moment at least 4 additional topics that we are planning to cover, but that's not a limit. So as we develop, as we see the demand and we see how students react for those new training courses, definitely new topics are going to appear.
So I guess feedback over here is quite important. If we can read and hear the feedback from our students and community members of what they want to, learn about. Based on that, we can probably develop some new additional trainings. Is that correct?
Yeah, this is what we're waiting for. So we are waiting for the students, and as just let me remind you, it's just a first training in 2 weeks from now. Yes, and then I think it's repeating every 2 or 3 weeks. Next training coming in 2 or 3 weeks. Right, so move on these trainings, see how they are, let us know what you liked, and let us know what you want.
Yeah, so feedback is key here. Next up, so a little bit about the technicalities of the trainings. So when it comes to online trainings, which are very common and pretty much the only way we handle things right now, what is the limit to the count of students attending an online training?
Actually, that depends on the training course. If I remember correctly, for the user course, it's up to 50 people because in most of the cases, it's just one-way communication, right? With a specialist and with a professional, we go for up to 10 students in one virtual course. With some, let's say, with the extra courses, it depends on the topic of the extra course. If we're talking about the security extra course, actually, I think right now it's something like about 5 because there are a lot of practical hands-on work. And we are, let's say, looking at each course, we're understanding whether we need to increase the maximum number of students or decrease, and from there we go. So it's dynamic.
Yeah, it's very reasonable. As a trainer myself, I can say that number can indeed and does change quite a bit. Like you said, the more hands-on kind of approach we take, the less students we can actually take in for the training because, yeah, we kind of need to look after each and every student. If it's more of a theoretical topic, then, yeah, we can handle more students. And regarding upgrade courses or update courses, what are the requirements if, let's say, I'm currently a 4.0 specialist or professional and I want to do an update course to 5.0? So what should I know about 5.0? Do I need to know some knowledge about 5.0 already, or what are the requirements here?
No, the update courses is just as simple as it can be. So if you are actually not even a 4.0 student, you could be a 3.0, you could be 2.0, it could be I'm not sure, 1.4 student, right? So the update course, the full update course, it is the same course. You as a student, you just get a special discount. So it's cheaper for you to attend that course. It's more affordable for you to attend. And if you ask me how to actually sign up for that course, it's really easy. You sign up for a regular course. You just let us know that you are updating because you already have a certificate from any previous Zabbix courses. It must be the same course. So if you're applying for the specialist, you must hold the specialist course, the previous course. But it's easy.
So it's just a matter of me emailing you and saying, hey, I'm already a specialist in 3.0, so can I get an update course to 5.0? And
I think on this order form that there is a special, let's say, additional field for any additional information. This is where you can put it. In case you submit just a regular form, our sales team will be working with you anyway. So this is, again, the time when you may tell us, okay, I'm aiming for the update.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I think this is clear then for us. Thank you a lot.
Thank you for your questions.
It was my pleasure. Yeah. Thank you. Next up, so Sergey mentioned security. So let's talk about security. One of our upgrade courses was about security. So we will continue with that topic. Next up, we will have a duo. Yes, we will have two of my colleagues talking about some of the new, very impressive security features in 5.0. So let's welcome our senior trainer from Zabbix Riga, Latvia, Kaspars Mednis, and our technical support engineer, also from Riga, Latvia, Aleksandrs Petrovs Gavrilovs, with Keep All Secrets Encrypted and Secure.
Hello. Hello, Alexander.
Hello, Kaspar.
And today we will talk about keeping all your secrets encrypted and secure in Zabbix. And let's start. So first question is why you need to keep Zabbix secure? And the answer is because Zabbix configuration contains credentials which are used to access all your other systems. And also collected data from those systems may contain some very sensitive information. And don't forget that Zabbix can also execute remote commands on your productional servers. Before we start, let's look a little bit back into history, and let's start with Zabbix 2.0, which was a very nice, innovative monitoring solution, but not a very secure one. Can you tell a little bit about it?
Yes, of course. Well, in Zabbix 2.0, you actually could encrypt only connection to the front end, so basically between the front end, and keep your password safe in the database by hashing them in MD5. All other components at that moment were not having encrypted connection.
Yes, and then a huge improvement came, Zabbix 3.0, where we introduced encryption between different Zabbix components, between Zabbix server, Zabbix proxy, Zabbix agents, and also command line utilities. And now this system became much more secure. Next, Zabbix 5 introduced a new feature, encryption between Zabbix server and a database. And now we have a Zabbix 5.2. And what you can say about it?
Well, in Zabbix 5.2, you can actually keep your secrets safe. So keep your macros absolutely safe by storing them in the HashiCorp vault, making them unreachable for any perpetrators. And additionally, there was another feature added, the granular permissions, but about them, Arthur will tell you more.
Yes, and in our presentation, we will try to cover all those topics and talk about them. So let's start with a Zabbix frontend. Today, a lot of people are working from home and accessing Zabbix instances from their home computers, and they may use insecure web connections to access Zabbix. So what are the risks?
Well, somebody can actually intercept in the traffic and get all the data that's being transferred between your Zabbix and between the front end. So that's why you can use actually encrypted connection to make sure that data is unreadable for anyone who actually gets that.
Yes, and please remember that also all your other security information is under risk. If your connection is not secure, all your other security credentials are also can also be compromised. So how it works?
Well, it works quite simply. You have multiple options on how to make connections encrypted. One is to use public keys, and the other is to use asymmetric encryption or public and private keys. So with public key exchange, well, basically you have one key that will be exchanged between anyone who has the access. Here, the issue is that you have only one key. With public and private key, well, you have one key that will actually encrypt the data and another one that you can share with someone who you trust, and then he will be able to decrypt that data and understand the information that you are sending.
Yes, so basically this is industry standard HTTPS, where you are using public key to encrypt and only private key can be used to decrypt. So in this scenario, the connection can also be, let's say, intercepted, right? And some person may read your traffic, but actually he will not get any valuable information without having private key. Yes, and all your secrets at this stage are kept secure. Next, let's talk about Zabbix users. we have a different type of user types. Can you explain a little bit?
Well, as you may know, Zabbix has three types of users. The main of which is, of course, Zabbix Super Admin, which has basically unlimited access to everything. He can change configuration, he can view all the secrets, again, full access. Then we have Zabbix Admin, well, usually more experienced Zabbix users who you allow to change some configuration or, well, view some information about the configuration. And then the Zabbix users who can basically get access to the data, but only view the data. So only monitoring, no configurations.
Yes, and on top of that, we can also assign those users to different user groups. We have administrator groups with read-write access. We can have user groups with only read-only access. Also, those access can be extended. We can give some more read-only rights to some admin groups and so on. And then remember that there is one other user type, which is called Zabbix Super Admin, which have unrestricted access to all your hosts. So what can go wrong here?
Well, if you give access or somebody gets the access that he shouldn't actually get, he will have access to absolutely everything in your Zabbix. Passwords, secrets, macros values, and of course, the data you collect.
Yes, so the main concern here is to protect your super admin user to have a strong password and to have only a limited amount of super admin users. Next, username and password. Of course, very, very simple, but still, please change the default admin password after you install Zabbix for the first time. Yes, otherwise, all other security is just useless. Yes, somebody can just type admin Zabbix and get access. Now, let's talk about password encryption. So, as we told before, encryption is improved in latest Zabbix version. Can you explain a little bit?
Well, as I mentioned, in previous versions, you used actually MD5 to encrypt the passwords. Now we use a more secure encryption method, and this is bcrypt, which uses a unique salt to protect your passwords, and of course is more brute force resistant in case somebody actually tries to pick the password. And a really cool thing to know that if a user changes his password after the upgrade or logins, just a general login, his password will be encrypted into bcrypt automatically and will make it more secure.
So if I have old version of Zabbix and if I upgrade to latest 5.2, then all my passwords will be automatically upgraded on first login,
yes,
right?
That's exactly right.
Automatically.
Absolutely.
Cool. Okay. Next, there is also another possibility to use external authentication, to use LDAP or use SAML or HTTP, which means you can keep your usernames and passwords outside of Zabbix. And why this may be useful?
Well, occasionally somebody may leave your company and suddenly you may just unfortunately forget to actually remove that user from Zabbix, potentially leaving him with access to all your data. But when you use LDAP or SAML, well, chances are really higher than when he will leave the company, he will be also removed from the access in LDAP or SAML. And that means he won't get any access even without actually removing the user from Zabbix.
Yes, and one small note here from my side. If you are using external provider for authentication, please secure the communication between Zabbix and external provider. Otherwise, your passwords also may be intercepted.
Absolutely correct.
Yes. Okay, next are internal communications, and let's see how we can protect them. So let's talk about built-in encryption, which can protect different Zabbix components, like connection between Zabbix server and proxies, or agents, or command line utilities, and how it's implemented. So we have two types of encryption,
which are the certificates and pre-shared keys. The coolest thing in Zabbix, you can actually specify both for incoming connections, making sure you use one way or another to secure your data exchange.
And there is one minor improvement in 5.2. If encryption in use, now the encryption tab is highlighted, which can make your configuration a little bit more transparent, let's say. So next question is what to choose, certificates or PS keys? Which are better?
Well, they're both really secure, and especially since Zabbix supports basically 2 kilobyte keys in certificate exchange or in PS keys, that's really up to you. The main point here is, of course, that potentially certificates can be accounted as more secure since they use a pair of keys. Basically, one to decrypt the information and one that you share, again, with anybody you trust to actually be able to decrypt the information. And in PS key, well, you have only one key that is shared across everyone to actually decrypt the information. So potentially, again, PS key can be less secure, but that's a really topic for debate.
Yes, so one more addition here, certificates can be used also to identify the system. While PSKey offers just encryption, certificates also offer identification, which may be useful in some cases. And both of them are using encryption keys, which can be different size. Basically, the larger the encryption key, the stronger the encryption. But the question is which size to choose.
Well, again, that depends really, in this case, on how much resources you have available to actually to spare for encryption. Since the bigger the key, then of course more time. Even if you're talking about one data exchange, when it's noticeable, the more time it will take. And if we're discussing the size of the key, well, the half kilobyte key can be potentially really secure too, while letting you save some resources. So make sure to make an adjustment depending on what resources, what hardware do you have, and how many can you spare to actually process encryption and decryption.
Yes, so choose the correct key size. If you are really concerned about security, then the 2 kilobyte key currently is considered, at least publicly, as unbreakable. So next, different encryption methods can be used, which means you can choose your preferred method for encryption between different components. Let's say you have a local network, which is some safe zone, and you are trusting your employees, and you may leave all your communications unencrypted. And then you have some Zabbix proxy in a distant country over the public internet link, and then you are using the strongest encryption with certificates. Locally, you can choose using PSKey, or maybe if you have VPN connection, which is also secure, right? You can leave this unencrypted. So this is completely up to you how you will build up this architecture. One more nice feature is Zabbix starting from version 5 offers automatic secure auto registration of active agent, which means from the very first moment the agent registers, the communication is secure and all the information is exchanged in secure way. I have made some example architecture here. You can see I have Zabbix server, proxy, and agent who is auto registering using a PSKey key. So what do you think about it?
Well, I would say it looks nice, but something is missing. As somebody probably already noticed, something in the middle, and that's encrypted connection between Zabbix server and Zabbix proxy. Since, again, in that case, the proxy and the server without encryption will exchange all that data that was collected by the agents and all the keys, of course, too, absolutely in an encrypted way, making them vulnerable.
Yes, so make sure to protect all communications before you proceed with securing agents or other things like that. Also, there is another risk in configuration. Potentially, look here, I have agent which is connecting securely to Zabbix server, so the connection is encrypted and nothing can be intercepted. So I can say this setup is safe. Or you have any other ideas?
Almost. But what if you actually forgot to really encrypt connection? And in this case, you actually allowed unencrypted connections. And that means somebody can just connect to your agent and execute some commands to get to your data, or even worse, to some of your passwords kept on the system.
Yes, so our recommendation is if you are securing your communications, don't leave such configurations which will allow potentially to connect to your system in unencrypted way. Also, the new feature in Zabbix 5 was Zabbix DB encryption,
which actually give you a possibility to securely exchange information between Zabbix server and Zabbix frontend and the database in between of them. And not only to, well, basically to secure the data exchange and also verify, for example, that you are connecting to the correct database, or you are using, or whoever is trying to connect is using the correct certificate authority, making sure that the certificate that he uses was issued by a right system or person.
Yes, here you can see 3 configuration options. So just require the encryption, or you can require encryption and verify certificate, or you can do a full verification and also verify the database name. So it's up to you which level of security you will choose, but even the first one will offer encryption which will already protect you. All others are just additional levels. Next, let's talk about actually your secrets. Let's talk about how to keep your secrets really secure. And mostly your secrets are kept in user macros. So user macros can contain different information, starting from some thresholds and also some passwords or IP addresses or whatever. So here we have a basic example. We have some hosts, we have some thresholds defined, and nothing very important here, right?
Looks like it, but hey, we actually have a button. Take a look at inherited macros. And if you click on it, well, or a user clicks on them, he will actually see all the passwords that you have inside those macros, and he will get the access, well, not only to the information, but potentially to some of the systems those passwords are used for.
Yes, so the main idea is you may have some global macros, and global macros are by default accessible only by super admins. But on any host, if you will click on the inheritance, you will actually see the values of those global macros, which means they are absolutely not secure. So what we can do? One option here is to use a new feature in Zabbix 5, which is called secret macros. So what are the secret macros?
Well, secret macros basically allow you to hide information from the person who is not allowed to view it. And he will see, of course, not the actual value of, let's say, a password macro, but he will see only dots. So again, as he will go to the inherited macro or host macro, doesn't matter, he won't see any passwords and he won't get access to the places he shouldn't be going to.
Yes, so the macro is not visible. You will see only dots. It is not visible on test forms. It is not cloned. By the way, what will happen if I will export the host, by example?
Well, not luckily for you, you will receive a template with empty macro value.
Oh no, okay. But this person may be really unhappy at the moment because he cannot get access to the secret macros from the front end. But let's try another approach. Another approach is that they still have some vulnerabilities. And what are those vulnerabilities?
Well, since you mentioned, the macros are, of course, still stored in the database. So potentially somebody can break his way into the database and find them there. Or even worse, he can steal the whole database.
Yes, so remember that you need to protect the DB connection. You need to protect your database. It's also recommended, if you can, to encrypt the database because the DB backup can be stolen and then only encryption will save you. Yes, but still, This is, let's say, some drawback to secret macros that they are still stored in database. Can we do better?
And we can. Let's show how. So we can actually use an external vault that will store all your, not just passwords, all your secrets separately, making sure that if somebody even stalls your database, he won't be able to actually get those secrets. And you can sleep calmly knowing that wherever your database is, your secrets are still with you.
Yes, and one more note. While the vault is very secure storage, don't forget to protect the communication. Yes,
sure.
Okay. So, what is a vault? We are talking about the vault, about keeping secrets, about keeping your secrets safe. But how it works?
Well, just as the name says, it works like a vault. So it's basically a tool helping you to keep your secrets secure. And while it will, of course, provide an interface to show you how and where your secrets are kept, it will have a really tight access control, making you use keys, use unsealed keys, as they called in the vault, to actually open it. There are 5 keys overall, and to make a first unsealing, to actually get the token, you will need to use at least 3. And in a more secure way, you will have 3 people, each having their own key.
Yes, maybe you need that. Yes, so initially when you start a vault service, it is sealed, so it must be unsealed. And once it is unsealed, then you can access. So Zabbix will connect to Vault, and it will send a secure token to access the Vault secrets, and then Vault will send back the macro values. Any more additions here?
Well, probably notes mentioning that maybe you have updated some of the secrets in your front end and you want to instantly update the Zabbix. Then you can, for example, reload the secret cache, I would say, to actually update the information and get the new values for them.
Yes, the secrets are kept in configuration cache, so you can reload the whole config cache or you can just reload the secrets. But there is one problem. Look here, we have 3 configuration options, so we can specify the vault token, vault URL, and vault path. Very, very simple. But there is one thing I don't like here, and this is this one. Look here. So previously you had Zabbix server configuration file with a password. Now you have a Zabbix server configuration file with a vault token. So actually, what's the difference, right? If I have access to config file, I can use a DB password or I can use a vault token. So are there any ways how to protect it?
There's actually are. And to make sure that even if somebody gets, well, to the configuration file, you will still hide the token itself in in an environment variable to make sure it's not reachable for whoever is getting access to that file.
And what will happen to this environment variable after Zabbix server start?
Well, it will be automatically unset as soon as server starts.
Oh no. So it will be very hard to get the access token in this case. It's not stored in any text file. It is just set as variable. Zabbix server is started. Variable is unset and completely gone. So this is our recommendation currently, how to set up the vault really in a secure way. Let's talk a little bit the vault macros. So we have 3 types. We have a simple macros, we have a secret macros, and we have a vault macro. So what's here?
Well, when you use basically the vault macro, you will need to provide in Zabbix the reference path to basically show Zabbix where in the vault your secrets are being kept. And the path will be specified as a macro, well, not of course the actual password.
Yes, so this means first you create a secret in a vault, then you specify the path, and there is no way from Zabbix frontend how to see actually the contents, what's under that path. that is only known to Zabbix server. One more, maybe small thing, but still are agent key restrictions, which are also introduced in Zabbix 5. And what are they and why we need to restrict agent?
Well, for some of us, it's quite obvious. For somebody who's new to Zabbix, of course, we need to tell that. Well, Zabbix can collect sensitive information through agents. What kind of information? Well, information from configuration files, from log files, or even the password files.
Yes, so by example, it can access the Zabbix server conf file itself, just like, because it's readable by Zabbix by default. Okay, and there is another improvement in Zabbix 5, which are agent key restrictions. And maybe you can tell me why we need to restrict agent keys.
Well, some of the users already know. Somebody is probably new to Zabbix, so we should tell them. Well, since Zabbix server and of course Zabbix agents have access to the metrics they collect, and potentially they can even have access to configuration files, to the log files, or even worse, to the password files.
Yes, then you can create some key which will access this information which is intended to be kept secure.
Oh no.
Yes, and there is another problem. Zabbix has remote commands which are very useful and powerful way of monitoring, which means you can issue any remote command on system to gather like free memory or disk space or whatever. What can go wrong here?
Well, absolutely anything, I would say, especially since somebody can actually connect to your agent, and if it has all remote commands allowed, what can he do? Well, for example, he can execute a command that will download some malicious software on one of your workstations, servers, or any other device that has a Zabbix agent.
And this is definitely what you don't want to happen. So how we can prevent this? We have agent key restrictions implemented using allow key or deny key syntax, which means you can allow or deny entire commands, or it is possible to use wildcards to specify, let's say, more wide restrictions. So what will happen if the key is restricted?
Well, if some not very good person will try to execute a command that is actually restricted, he will see a message like, hey, this key is actually not supported. And he will be just lost, like, what's going on? I know the agent's there. Why cannot I get any information? Agent's broken? Something else? But the main idea here is not what he will see. The main idea is what he will not see. And he will not see any successful remote commands execution or sensitive data being retrieved back.
Yes, so this will give no potential clues to attacker what went wrong. Next, key order really matters. So all those allow deny keys are executed in an order from top to the bottom, and on the first match, the rule will be applied. So I have played a little bit with those allow deny rules, and I want to access my log files for my application or database, and I would like to deny the access to any other files. So I have created a rule, but for some reason it's not working. So what's wrong?
Let me take a look at it. Oh, yes, you actually denied all the keys first, and then you tried to allow some. And just as you said, the order matters. So you need to allow what you want to allow first, and then you can deny everything else.
Yes, or you will have the result as in my scenario. You are just denying anything and all your allow keys are just ignored. And if you are a real security expert and if you want to secure Zabbix in the best possible way using the strongest encryption currently known, then you can play with a custom cipher suite. So what are those cipher suites?
Well, cipher suites is basically a set of algorithms that help you to secure connection between different components in your system, let's say it like that.
Okay, I'm looking here. I can see key exchange, authentication, encryption algorithms. I can see DSA, SHA, and other ones. They all look very cool. So what can go wrong with those?
Well, for the person who's seeing those a first time, you need to know that as the time goes, some of them become vulnerable. And in this case, there are already actually some vulnerabilities found in some of them. So make sure you use a combination of those, since you can combine them actually, to not use anything vulnerable in any part of your encryption algorithm.
Yes, so the main idea is if the cipher which is used in encryption is vulnerable, then actually all your connection is potentially vulnerable. So here we have a cipher suite, how it looks. So can you explain a little bit what's here?
Well, here we can see an actual, I would say, complex of a cipher suite, which basically uses different types of algorithms to make sure your key exchange is encrypted, authentication is encrypted. Well, the encryption that is used for that is something specific. And of course, the hashing to, well, hash all that information.
And Zabbix offers custom cipher suite implementation in all connections between agents, between proxies, between databases, so you can really make your setup most up to date. And if you are security expert and you are reading latest security articles, and if there is some vulnerability, you can immediately react and make your system secure. The question is which cipher suite to choose?
Well, it's a good question, especially since all of us know that our environments are getting pretty big and we have a lot of devices there. So, of course, in a perfect world, you would use just the most advanced and secure cipher suites, right? But we always have some of the devices, or even just one device that is quite old and it just does not support anything new, anything more advanced. That's why sometimes you need to use something out of legacy. That's not a problem, since you can use, of course, different combinations of cipher suites between different devices and components. Just make sure you use them appropriately and make sure that you don't use something newer with something older, because, well, it may just stop working and you won't get any access to the data.
Yes, but as I said previously, this is meant for security experts. If you don't know what you are doing, maybe ask some expert help here. And let's conclude. So, how to secure Zabbix and how to do it in a proper way? Because as I told before, the order really matters. So, what we would secure first?
Well, of course, the first thing we would secure is the connection between Zabbix frontend and, well, Zabbix itself, to make sure the exchange of configuration and sensitive data will be encrypted. Then we would encrypt connection between Zabbix server and the database. Why? Well, for the same reasons, to make sure that data exchange between Zabbix server and the database and all that it needs to collect the data, again, will be secure and unreachable for anyone.
Yes, and once your data are secured, you can start securing your connections. So start with the most important connections. First, we recommend securing the connections, which are the, let's say, big connections between Zabbix server and proxies. And once they are secure, then you can start securing all your agents. Otherwise, you may put yourself under some risk. Once it's done, we have another improvement here. You can store your secrets in a really secret way. You can use the vault, install the vault, and store your secrets in a vault. And as a last addition?
Well, and the last addition, of course, make sure to restrict the really sensitive keys, like unwanted command execution or possibility to read the contents of the password file. And then
well, you will be really safe. Yes, at least I'm looking at this picture, and this system, it looks pretty safe to me because all the connections are protected. There are some restrictions, so it will be not a very easy task to break into such system. And if you want to know more, and if you want to become a security expert in Zabbix, we offer a new security training course which will cover all the topics which were included in today's presentation. We will show you how to secure your connections, we will show you how to use Vault, and we will show you much more very important things. The next course actually is scheduled, as far as I know, in November, and the first course will be provided by me, so you are welcome. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kaspers. Thank you, Alexanders. As for the questions, Kaspers will be covering questions for both of these people. So let's begin. We have a couple of questions, actually quite a lot. So first off, since Kaspers is our senior trainer, he's the one that's responsible for writing and creating, developing new trainings. First question is, what are you planning to include in the security training?
We will include everything which was presented today, like using Vault, like securing connections, like using DB encryption, and maybe even a couple more things, like, by example, using firewalls. So this will be a full one-day course, and you will have a lot of practical setups. So basically, the setup which was presented today, we will set up together during the training day.
So pretty much everything concerning security will be covered. That's the plan. Next up, so is there anything that you think should be secured in addition to what we currently have?
So this setup is already pretty secure, but maybe one thing which is currently not possible to encrypt using Zabbix built-in tools is connection between Zabbix frontend and Zabbix server. So maybe if your servers are located in different places, you may encrypt the communication between the frontend and server. That can be done additionally.
Okay, thank you. So regarding the encryption that you covered over here in the presentation, you went through a couple of steps on how to enable it. Do we have any plans to make such a configuration enabled by default, essentially encryption just, being enabled out of box?
I don't think so, and there is one reason for that. So while it's very important to keep your information protected and secure, I think this will make this setup too complex for beginner. Yes, and we have millions of users using Zabbix, and we don't want to make this system too overcomplicated from the beginning. So I think you will still be able to set up a very basic setup for maybe some home monitoring or whatever. And if you are working in enterprise, then of course you have a bigger expertise and you can protect your system.
Thank you. So start simple, out of box, and then continue kind of building on it to make your environment more complex.
Yes.
And last question. So how does Zabbix, or does Zabbix at all, deal with expiring tokens?
Well, in this case, you must manage your tokens on the Vault side, because Zabbix is just using the token to connect to the Vault. So if the token is about to expire, you need to create a new token. What I think in this scenario is maybe you can monitor the Vault token expiration date with Zabbix. So Zabbix will give you some warning. Hey, your token will expire in 5 days. Please create a new one.
Yeah, just like with certificates and pretty much everything else security related. Yeah. Thank you, Kaspers. You've covered most of our questions here. Thank you a lot. Next up, before we move with lunch, we have a couple more things to cover. So remember, I mentioned that we have a couple of booths going on. So first off, I'm going to ask our head of sales, Alex. So what can you tell me about our sales booth? What can I expect if I decide to attend the sales booth?
Well, it's not really about expectations, it's what's already happening, really. So far we managed to catch up with our already existing customers, right? So they actually woke up fairly early or haven't yet gone to bed. Depends on their actual region, right? But catching up, that's the most important thing right now. It's not just about discussing what we can actually offer. We covered that part. So currently there's Maria in the sales booth. She is handling all those questions just phenomenally. And later on, we're going to have Alex and maybe me at some point as well. So if you have questions, if you just want to catch up, if you have seen us live before, hey, take your time.
Thank you. So I think Alex was saying that there is a chance that we could have 2 Alexes in a single sales booth. That's kind of crazy.
We can never have too many Alexes. What do we have, like 9, 10 in the company already?
Yeah, that's Zabbix is notorious for having way too many Alexes.
We have a naming policy, I believe.
We need to fill our yearly Alex quota every year. So that's something that we
Keeps
do
growing
here.
too, keeps growing too.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you a lot.
My pleasure, my friend. I'll see you later.
See you in the sales booth. So sales is just one part of this whole thing. Next up, let's move on to something a bit more technical. If you remember, we also have our tech booth. So me as a techie, one of the support engineers, let me ask a colleague of mine, Renats, a support engineer, what can we expect in that tech booth?
Hi, yes, so definitely you can ask any kind of technical questions since it is a technical booth. Any kind of technical questions, so ranging from how to upgrade your Zabbix from a particular version to the latest version, right? We can assist you with that. How to create some sort of triggers which are very relevant to your environment. How to tweak and optimize. Basically, we are able to provide you with some general ideas, general suggestions, how you can achieve that and basically be on your own to creating your perfect kind of Zabbix environment within your infrastructure. Yeah, so basically anything that comes to your mind that is technical, we are there to help you, and hopefully that will be just the thing you need.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I think we're clear with the tech booth, but that's not all. We've covered sales, we've covered tech, and we've got one more booth going on. We've got our partnership booth going on, and Sergey and some other folks are ready to accept your questions over there. So feel free to attend that. Also, of course, our partners. Our partners are there. You remember Vittorio, he's one of our partners also from Oracle. You can attend his booth, talk about that migration from on-prem to cloud, and he will get you going, and many, many other partners. So just go to our landing page, select the room that you wish to attend, the booth that you wish to attend, and enter, and feel free to chat with our guys or our partners. So before we go with the lunch break, let's welcome back Sergej, and he will talk about our partnership booths.
Yeah, okay, our partnership booth is located at the bottom right. I think it's somewhere there. Yeah, maybe you missed it. So we're waiting there for you. If you have any questions, your questions may be either on how to become a partner, and we are ready to answer that for the companies from all around the world, or maybe you are a user that is looking for the partner services. And in this case, you can also come to us and ask us about where our partners are located, how to approach the partners, or even if you need just a direct phone of any of them, we'll assist you and we'll actually put you together with our partners. So visit our booth. We'll be happy to answer any of your questions, just to chat with you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Sergey. I think it's pretty much clear how we can get in touch with our partners now. So let's keep an eye out on those partner booths, and let's see if we have some traffic flowing and help them out. All right, before we head out to lunch, a couple of more things. Let me remind you that we have our workshops going on throughout the next week. Vittorio, in addition to me and my colleagues, will also be hosting his own kind of workshop. We already discussed that, and there'll be a bunch of other very complex and simple, depending on your skill level, workshops. We'll be covering low-level discovery, security, migration from on-prem to cloud, and much, much more. So I think, guys, I've kind of talked enough with you. I think you're all hungry at this point. We've had a long set of presentations going on, and let's continue after lunch. So let's see you in an hour, and we'll be back with some more presentations. See you guys. Have a great lunch.
Hello, it's nice being here at Summit. Okay, SecIDM is a group of highly experienced professionals with a strong background in network infrastructure in general and IT security. Yeah, we love what we do, and our customers spread the word about us. This way, we don't have to focus on doing sales, but on finding the best solutions for our customers. In my area, which is the monitoring and automation, we help organizations managing mid-sized to very large IT infrastructures. We always aim to work with the best tools and techniques available, so we choose Zabbix as our strategic solution for monitoring. Yes, we have definitely seen Zabbix receiving more and more attention over the last years. Large companies are seeking for solutions to exchange their costly and monolithic monitoring solutions by one with a comparable feature set, but with a much smaller footprint in terms of performance demands and overall complexity. Zabbix has definitely arrived in the minds of enterprise IT managers, and we as Zabbix partners help those companies to make their monitoring journey a success. Over the last 4 years that we are a Zabbix training partner now, we have been delivering numerous Zabbix trainings in our own training rooms, on customer sites, online, inside and outside of Germany, and even in different languages. We had a total of almost 100 students over this time. We have conducted certified user, certified specialist, and certified professional trainings during this year. Even if we had to deliver those trainings online instead of in our training center due to the corona pandemic, we have received very good feedback. In comparison to the 3.0 and 4.0 trainings, the amount of content and covered topics has increased significantly. Therefore, the trainings has become even more valuable for professionals having to deal with even difficult monitoring situations.
All right, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it. Let's go.
Zabbix Partner Program is a global network of experienced and knowledgeable IT companies providing Zabbix professional services to its customers all around the world. I'm Sergey Sorokin, Director of Business Development at Zabbix, and one of my priorities is to build strong, reliable, diverse, and efficient partner network. We are happy to see partners coming from all parts of the world, from North and South America, from Africa and Asia, from Middle East and Europe, from Australia and New Zealand. And I would like to take this moment to invite hundreds of thousands of our users from all around the world to connect to our partners for IT services, for professional services, for Zabbix services. And at the same time, I would like to invite IT companies and integrators to connect with Zabbix in order to join Zabbix Partner Program. And there are plenty of benefits of becoming Zabbix Partner. Access to pre-sales consulting services, ability to use Zabbix Partner logo on your web page, ability to publish your logo on our partner page, and of course, discounts to make your offers interesting for your customers. If you have any questions, we're here for you. Visit our partner booth during all the summit.
Zabbix and MySQL cooperation, it is actually a very fun story because as far as I know, Zabbix has been using MySQL for quite some time, but the official cooperation between the businesses started somewhere around last year, where myself, actually, after having met at several conferences in a row, Sergey from Zabbix, we decided kind of to start off a cooperation. So he invited me to the Zabbix Summit last year. I put him in contact with our partner manager, and so the cooperation between the businesses has started. And as far as I know, it is doing quite well. I mean, me as a technical person, on the technical side, I am quite often in contact with Zabbix technical specialists and vice versa. Before my current workplace, no, because I was on totally another kind of sphere. I was doing things related to APIs, digital transformation, consulting, these kind of things. But since I am at MySQL, I have met Zabbix at several customers, and I have met then the Zabbix company, and it has been really fun to work with Zabbix. Well, since now I'm working with several customers which I cannot name. It is either cloud migration projects or high availability related projects. Yes, my working routine changed dramatically due to the pandemic from one side, but didn't change at all from the other side. Let me explain. So, before the pandemic, I was traveling from 30 to 75% of my time, but all the rest of the time I was working from home. So, since the travel was not univocally spread during the year, I ended up traveling 100% of the time on certain periods and 0% on certain other periods. So when I was not traveling, I was anyway working from home. So tips to keep the productivity high, I think the main thing is to have a quiet environment where you can shut yourself off from the rest of the world. Well, it is easy for me because I live alone, so I can basically dedicate a lot of my time to work. But as well, another thing which I find important is to be able to prioritize, because giving the right priority to the right task will help you not wasting time on things which you can do later, for example. But also the big benefit of working from home is that you can have as many breaks as you need, and as far as you get your job done. So one risk of the work from home, which I suggest to avoid, it is to work 100% of the time and even more. So keep your routine as if you were in the office. Do your break, take the lunch break, and try to finish in time. I mean, me myself working in the sales department, it is not always easy, but I think that finishing in time, it's key for planning the day and prioritizing the right stuff.
Hello, it's nice being here at Summit. Okay, SecIDM is a group of highly experienced professionals with a strong background in network infrastructure in general and IT security. Yeah, we love what we do, and our customers spread the word about us. This way, we don't have to focus on doing sales, but on finding the best solutions for our customers. In my area, which is the monitoring and automation, we help organizations managing mid-sized to very large IT infrastructures. We always aim to work with the best tools and techniques available, so we choose Zabbix as our strategic solution for monitoring. Yes, we have definitely seen Zabbix receiving more and more attention over the last years. Large companies are seeking for solutions to exchange their costly and monolithic monitoring solutions by one with a comparable feature set, but with a much smaller footprint in terms of performance demands and overall complexity. Zabbix has definitely arrived in the minds of enterprise IT managers, and we as Zabbix partners help those companies to make their monitoring journey a success. Over the last 4 years that we are a Zabbix training partner now, we have been delivering numerous Zabbix trainings in our own training rooms, on customer sites, online, inside and outside of Germany, and even in different languages. We had a total of almost 100 students over this time. We have conducted certified user, certified specialist, and certified professional trainings during this year. Even if we had to deliver those trainings online instead of in our training center due to the corona pandemic, we have received very good feedback. In comparison to the 3.0 and 4.0 trainings, the amount of content and covered topics has increased significantly. Therefore, the trainings has become even more valuable for professionals having to deal with even difficult monitoring situations.
All right, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it. Let's go.
Zabbix Partner Program is a global network of experienced and knowledgeable IT companies providing Zabbix professional services to its customers all around the world. I'm Sergey Sorokin, Director of Business Development at Zabbix, and one of my priorities is to build strong, reliable, diverse, and efficient partner network. We are happy to see partners coming from all parts of the world, from North and South America, from Africa and Asia, from Middle East and Europe, from Australia and New Zealand. And I would like to take this moment to invite hundreds of thousands of our users from all around the world to connect to our partners for IT services, for professional services, for Zabbix services. And at the same time, I would like to invite IT companies and integrators to connect with Zabbix in order to join Zabbix Partner Program. And there are plenty of benefits of becoming Zabbix Partner. Access to pre-sales consulting services, ability to use Zabbix Partner logo on your web page, ability to publish your logo on our partner page, and of course, discounts to make your offers interesting for your customers. If you have any questions, we're here for you. Visit our partner booth during all the summit.
Zabbix and MySQL cooperation, it is actually a very fun story because as far as I know, Zabbix has been using MySQL for quite some time, but the official cooperation between the businesses started somewhere around last year, where myself, actually, after having met at several conferences in a row, Sergey from Zabbix, we decided kind of to start off a cooperation. So he invited me to the Zabbix Summit last year. I put him in contact with our partner manager, and so the cooperation between the businesses has started. And as far as I know, it is doing quite well. I mean, me as a technical person, on the technical side, I am quite often in contact with Zabbix technical specialists and vice versa. Before my current workplace, no, because I was on totally another kind of sphere. I was doing things related to APIs, digital transformation, consulting, these kind of things. But since I am at MySQL, I have met Zabbix at several customers, and I have met then the Zabbix company, and it has been really fun to work with Zabbix. Well, since now I'm working with several customers which I cannot name. It is either cloud migration projects or high availability related projects. Yes, my working routine changed dramatically due to the pandemic from one side, but didn't change at all from the other side. Let me explain. So, before the pandemic, I was traveling from 30 to 75% of my time, but all the rest of the time I was working from home. So, since the travel was not univocally spread during the year, I ended up traveling 100% of the time on certain periods and 0% on certain other periods. So when I was not traveling, I was anyway working from home. So tips to keep about the tips to keep the productivity high. I think the main thing is to have a quiet environment where you can shut yourself off from the rest of the world. Well, it is easy for me because I live alone, so I can basically dedicate a lot of my time to work. But as well, another thing which I find important is to be able to prioritize, because giving the right priority to the right task will help you not wasting time on things which you can do later, for example. But also the big benefit of working from home is that you can have as many breaks as you need, and as far as you get your job done. So one risk of the work from home, which I suggest to avoid, it is to work 100% of the time and even more. So keep your routine as if you were in the office. Do your break, take the lunch break, and try to finish in time. I mean, me myself working in the sales department, it is not always easy, but I think that finishing in time, it's key for planning the day and prioritizing the right stuff.
Hello, it's nice being here at Summit. Okay, SecIDM is a group of highly experienced professionals with a strong background in network infrastructure in general and IT security. Yeah, we love what we do, and our customers spread the word about us. This way, we don't have to focus on doing sales, but on finding the best solutions for our customers. In my area, which is the monitoring and automation, we help organizations managing mid-sized to very large IT infrastructures. We always aim to work with the best tools and techniques available, so we choose Zabbix as our strategic solution for monitoring. Yes, we have definitely seen Zabbix receiving more and more attention over the last years. Large companies are seeking for solutions to exchange their costly and monolithic monitoring solutions by one with a comparable feature set, but with a much smaller footprint in terms of performance demands and overall complexity. Zabbix has definitely arrived in the minds of enterprise IT managers, and we as Zabbix partners help those companies to make their monitoring journey a success. Over the last 4 years that we are a Zabbix training partner now, we have been delivering numerous Zabbix trainings in our own training rooms, on customer sites, online, inside and outside of Germany, and even in different languages. We had a total of almost 100 students over this time. We have conducted certified user, certified specialist, and certified professional trainings during this year. Even if we had to deliver those trainings online instead of in our training center due to the corona pandemic, we have received very good feedback. In comparison to the 3.0 and 4.0 trainings, the amount of content and covered topics has increased significantly. Therefore, the trainings has become even more valuable for professionals having to deal with even difficult monitoring situations.
All right, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it. Let's go.
Zabbix Partner Program is a global network of experienced and knowledgeable IT companies providing Zabbix professional services to its customers all around the world. I'm Sergey Sorokin, Director of Business Development at Zabbix, and one of my priorities is to build strong, reliable, diverse, and efficient partner network. We are happy to see partners coming from all parts of the world, from North and South America, from Africa and Asia, from Middle East and Europe, from Australia and New Zealand. And I would like to take this moment to invite hundreds of thousands of our users from all around the world to connect to our partners for IT services, for professional services, for Zabbix services. And at the same time, I would like to invite IT companies and integrators to connect with Zabbix in order to join Zabbix Partner Program. And there are plenty of benefits of becoming Zabbix Partner. Access to pre-sales consulting services, ability to use Zabbix Partner logo on your web page, ability to publish your logo on our partner page, and of course, discounts to make your offers interesting for your customers. If you have any questions, we're here for you. Visit our partner booth during all the summit.
Zabbix and MySQL cooperation, it is actually a very fun story because as far as I know, Zabbix has been using MySQL for quite some time, but the official cooperation between the businesses started somewhere around last year, where myself, actually, after having met at several conferences in a row, Sergey from Zabbix, we decided kind of to start off a cooperation. So he invited me to the Zabbix Summit last year. I put him in contact with our partner manager, and so the cooperation between the businesses has started. And as far as I know, it is doing quite well. I mean, on the me as a technical person, on the technical side, I am quite often in contact with Zabbix technical specialists and vice versa. Before my current workplace, no, because I was on totally another kind of sphere. I was doing things related to APIs, digital transformation, consulting, this kind of things. But since I am at MySQL, I have met Zabbix at several customers, and I have met then the Zabbix company, and it has been really fun to work with Zabbix. Well, since now I'm working with several customers which I cannot name. It is either cloud migration projects or high availability related projects. Yes, my working routine changed dramatically due to the pandemic from one side, but didn't change at all from the other side. Let me explain. So, before the pandemic, I was traveling from 30 to 75% of my time, but all the rest of the time I was working from home. So, since the travel was not univocally spread during the year, I ended up traveling 100% of the time on certain periods and 0% on certain other periods. So when I was not traveling, I was anyway working from home. So tips to keep the productivity high, I think the main thing is to have a quiet environment where you can shut yourself off from the rest of the world. Well, it is easy for me because I live alone, so I can basically dedicate a lot of my time to work. But as well, another thing which I find important is to be able to prioritize, because giving the right priority to the right task will help you not wasting time on things which you can do later, for example. But also the big benefit of working from home is that you can have as many breaks as you need, and as far as you get your job done. So one risk of the work from home, which I suggest to avoid, it is to work 100% of the time and even more. So keep your routine as if you were in the office. Do your break, take the lunch break, and try to finish in time. I mean, me myself working in the sales department, it is not always easy, but I think that finishing in time, it's key for planning the day and prioritizing the right stuff.
Hello, it's nice being here at Summit. Okay, SecIDM is a group of highly experienced professionals with a strong background in network infrastructure in general and IT security. Yeah, we love what we do, and our customers spread the word about us. This way, we don't have to focus on doing sales, but on finding the best solutions for our customers. In my area, which is the monitoring and automation, we help organizations managing mid-sized to very large IT infrastructures. We always aim to work with the best tools and techniques available, so we choose Zabbix as our strategic solution for monitoring. Yes, we have definitely seen Zabbix receiving more and more attention over the last years. Large companies are seeking for solutions to exchange their costly and monolithic monitoring solutions by one with a with a comparable feature set, but with a much smaller footprint in terms of performance demands and overall complexity. Zabbix has definitely arrived in the minds of enterprise IT managers, and we as Zabbix partners help those companies to make their monitoring journey a success. Over the last 4 years that we are a Zabbix training partner now, we have been delivering numerous Zabbix trainings in our own training rooms, on customer sites, online, inside and outside of Germany, and even in different languages. We had a total of almost 100 students over this time. We have conducted certified user, certified specialist, and certified professional trainings during this year. Even if we had to deliver those trainings online instead of in our training center due to the Corona pandemic, we have received very good feedback. In comparison to the 3.0 and 4.0 trainings, the amount of content and covered topics has increased significantly. Therefore, the trainings has become even more valuable for professionals having to deal with even difficult monitoring situations.
All right, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it. Let's go.
Zabbix Partner Program is a global network of experienced and knowledgeable IT companies providing Zabbix professional services to its customers all around the world. I'm Sergey Sorokin, Director of Business Development at Zabbix, and one of my priorities is to build strong, reliable, diverse, and efficient partner network. We are happy to see partners coming from all parts of the world, from North and South America, from Africa and Asia, from Middle East and Europe, from Australia and New Zealand. And I would like to take this moment to invite hundreds of thousands of our users from all around the world to connect to our partners for IT services, for professional services, for Zabbix services. And at the same time, I would like to invite IT companies and integrators to connect with Zabbix in order to join Zabbix Partner Program. And there are plenty of benefits of becoming Zabbix Partner. Access to pre-sales consulting services, ability to use Zabbix Partner logo on your web page, ability to publish your logo on our partner page, and of course, discounts to make your offers interesting for your customers. If you have any questions, we're here for you. Visit our partner booth during all the summit.
Zabbix and MySQL cooperation, it is actually a very fun story because as far as I know, Zabbix has been using MySQL for quite some time, but the official cooperation between the businesses started somewhere around last year, where myself, actually, after having met at several conferences in a row, Sergey from Zabbix, we decided kind of to start off a cooperation. So he invited me to the Zabbix Summit last year. I put him in contact with our partner manager, and so the cooperation between the businesses has started, and as far as I know, it is doing quite well. I mean, on the me as a technical person, on the technical side, I am quite often in contact with Zabbix technical specialists and vice versa. Before my current workplace, no, because I was on totally another kind of sphere. I was doing things related to APIs, digital transformation, consulting, these kind of things. But since I am at MySQL, I have met Zabbix at several customers, and I have met then the Zabbix company, and it has been really fun to work with Zabbix. Well, since now I'm working with several customers which I cannot name. It is either cloud migration projects or high availability related projects. Yes, my working routine changed dramatically due to the pandemic from one side, but didn't change at all from the other side. Let me explain. So, before the pandemic, I was traveling from 30 to 75% of my time, but all the rest of the time I was working from home. So, since the travel was not univocally spread during the year, I ended up traveling 100% of the time on certain periods and 0% on certain other periods. So when I was not traveling, I was anyway working from home. So tips to keep the productivity high, I think the main thing is to have a quiet environment where you can shut yourself off from the rest of the world. Well, it is easy for me because I live alone, so I can basically dedicate a lot of my time to work. But as well, another thing which I find important is to be able to prioritize, because giving the right priority to the right task will help you not wasting time on things which you can do later, for example. But also the big benefit of working from home is that you can have as many breaks as you need as far as you get your job done. So one risk of the work from home which I suggest to avoid it is to work 100% of the time and even more. So keep your routine as if you were in the office. Do your break, take the lunch break, and try to finish in time. I mean, me myself working in a sales department, it is not always easy, but I think that finishing in time, it's key for planning the day and prioritizing the right stuff.
So welcome back. I hope you guys had a nice lunch. I hope you took a breather, and now we can continue. This is going to be a long day, and we're somewhere around the half of it, so we still have a lot of content going on. So next up, our next speaker is going to talk about taking large data chunks from Zabbix and then pushing them into some sort of a analytical engine and processing that data and analyzing it further for our needs. Quite a useful use case. So let's welcome the head of monitoring and automation at SecAdmin from Germany, Christian Anton, managing complexity in Zabbix installations with Splunk.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me here at Zabbix Summit 2020. My name is Christian Anton from SecAdmin. We are a service provider located in the south of Germany. We support customers of all sizes to manage their IT infrastructures and have a strong background in monitoring and automation, also in network infrastructure in general, security, software development, and so on. We are a Zabbix partner and also a Zabbix training partner. In this talk, I will be speaking about managing complexity in Zabbix installations with Splunk. It's kind of a story to show what we do to help our customers to get even better results from there. I hope it's interesting for you. Let's go. So what complexity are we actually speaking about here? It's the complexity that the day-by-day operation of Zabbix comes with. When Zabbix becomes a bit larger, you will, of course, have a lot of hosts, templates, items, and all those configuration elements inside your Zabbix. But at a certain point, you will experience also several unsupported items, meaning items that are by any reason not able to fetch their information. For example, a wrong password or a wrong path in an external check, or many possible reasons. And it is often hard to get a hold on how many of those do you have in which of the different error states that exist. And therefore, it's also difficult to really to fix them. And network issues might be another challenge that you might have. I'm not talking about those hosts just going down and creating an alert when they go down. I'm more speaking about those subtle errors that you see only in the logs, things going up and down, losing their connectivity, but getting back in time before issuing an alert, and stuff like that that you might want to have a look at. Queue entries is a very often seen problem. In larger Zabbix installations, you might have 10,000 or even more items in this Zabbix queue. And Zabbix queue actually tells you that you have items not receiving their data in time and lagging in time. It clearly says that something is really wrong here, but it doesn't tell you a word about what is actually wrong. And last but not least, Zabbix as a monitoring tool is there to actually generate problems and generate alert out of these problems. And often when you have too many problems, it causes an effect that we call alert fatigue, meaning that people start ignoring the monitoring because just having too many alerts. And therefore, we receive a lot of questions at our customers when we try to help them to get their Zabbix installations in a better state. One of the major one is, of course, asking for where do all these problems come from? What are the top alert producers, so to say? How are these spread over our host groups, business units, or whatever? Another popular question is, we did this change last week. How did that impact our monitoring? It could have been a change in the monitoring itself. It could have been a network change, whatever, taking into account the history here. Then we are often asked to help customers to fix these unsupported items. Imagine how hard that job can be if you have like 10,000 of those, where to start. And sometimes we even have very specific problems in the Zabbix environments, often caused by maybe a known bug in an old version of an agent that behaves strange with a certain version of Zabbix server or something like that. So we often want to know, okay, this specific problem that I have with these symptoms, how many of these do I really have having exactly this problem? And what would be the effect if I could solve this? And last but not least, of course, the queue items. Where the hell do they come from? Which are those items, and why do I have them in the queue? Is it my database being too slow? Is it something else? You have to find out. So these are questions that are often very difficult to answer with the possibilities that Zabbix itself gives us. And the reason is that Zabbix is, yes, it's a brilliant monitoring tool. It has great ways to organize our monitored elements or CIs with templates, with hierarchical inheritance of templates, with macros, and a lot of things. This makes Zabbix very clear and very predictable in how it behaves and how it works. Of course, if you understand how it actually works. It even gives us great visualization capabilities, you know, the dashboards and the filters and all these things. But what Zabbix is clearly not, it is not an analytics utility. Meaning that it doesn't have a flexible query language to just gather the information out of that silo that I'm interested in that specific moment in the format I just want it in that specific moment. It also doesn't have a on-demand statistical functions that allow me to get a hold on how much percentage do I have of this kind of problem over the all average of what I have, just to speak generally. Also, of course, Zabbix doesn't have this possibility to enrich and correlate data with any external data sources. And just to make this clear, it's not that I'm expecting this capabilities from a monitoring tool. I personally prefer the Zabbix guys to build that brilliant monitoring tool that they are building and let other tools do that extra work on top. And as SecAdam is not only a Zabbix partner, but also a Splunk partner, we came to the conclusion that it's obvious to use Splunk for this work. And actually, Splunk is offering us many possibilities to onboard data in the platform that is much far beyond the simple indexing of log data, which you have in almost all kind of big data tools. Indexing data is one thing, but the really interesting part here is the lookups, the key value store, the possibilities of implementing scripts and programs inside the Splunk platform that can fetch data in real time, on demand, out of other systems, and even do this without having to store and to index any kind of information inside Splunk. So the most important data we actually use to make a lot of analysis of Zabbix data is the data that I call the entity inventory. It's basically the inventory of all those elements inside Zabbix that does not change that does not change often, such as hosts, items, proxies, templates, and they are often the base for almost anything else that I want to get out of there. So as this data is not changing constantly, what we do here is we fetch this data from Splunk with a so-called scheduled search and a custom search command directly from the API endpoints that Zabbix offers. And we just fetch all this information, for example, all hosts with all metadata, host groups, templates, and so on. And we store this information inside Splunk's KV store, which is in fact a MongoDB. That allows us to issue searches on those very quickly in milliseconds without having to fetch anything at this point in time, without having to index any data, and get to our results very, very quickly. And only with this information, we already get to the point to do some useful things with the platform. So in this case, just as a very little example, I just get a list of all the hosts in my Zabbix installation. Well, this is a very simple example, and you may notice it's very few hosts also there. You will notice the same here when I get the list of the items. It's a test system, but it's just an example to show a little bit how it feels and how it works. So I got a list of all my items, and I'm actually doing a stats now, a statistics on status and state to drill down later on the not supported items. Remember, I had them on the first slide. So I'm drilling down to the not supported items. It's just 16 in this example, but imagine having like 10,000 of them. So now I go further and do first of all a correlation, because I do have the host IDs here, but host IDs are not human readable, so I need the host names, which I do by looking up them in the same KV store, but the store that stores the hosts with their metadata. So now I have the host names here, which is there is host names repeating. So I did another statistics on to show me how many of those not supported items are there by host. Okay, this is an easy way to get an overview here. I even added a bit more information here, such as the host names, the actual host, the item names, the item types, and even the errors that would be shown if you hovered in the Zabbix interface. So with this, I'm ready to do a more advanced analysis, which I'm not going to show here because of timing issues, but imagine to categorize these problems into SNMP problems, shell problems like wrong paths or something like that, and to be able to categorize and to see which of them are happening, how often, and at what hosts, assigned to which templates, assigned to which host groups, and so on. And this even may be aggregated with or correlated with information from your CMDB or whatever. So yeah, this was a good start. But what is more fun than having data in a data analytics platform? Of course, having more data. So of course, we do also index the logs, the Zabbix server, the Zabbix proxy logs. We already categorize the events in there to see which are availability issues, which are item problems, which are pre-processing problems, housekeeper statistics, and so on. We have developed a module that is able to fetch information in real time from Zabbix out of whatever Splunk search that you do. So given any list of entities or elements, you can fetch the status information for these items, hosts, triggers, just in real time out of Zabbix. Very useful for any kind of dashboards where you want to see real-time information out of Zabbix. And another thing that we have developed is a possibility to gather the metrics. We are talking about history and trends data here directly from Zabbix in real time without the need to store these metrics data in any other place than the Zabbix database. And we can still use them for like graphing, for correlations, for calculations, for whatever you want. We also onboard the Zabbix problems into Splunk. We do this actually by using one of the new media types of type webhook. So you just see a little excerpt how this looks like. And we are working also on a correlation of the alert log together with these problems to get a hold of, well, I have these problems, but those of the problems are creating this amount of alerts, because it's not said that if you have a problem, you will have an alert. It depends on your configuration. And to get this bridge done, we are working on the onboarding of the alert log and the correlation of those two. We are onboarding the queue items just to solve one of those questions from the beginning. And we are right now working on onboarding also the alert logs. Alert logs are new to be available through the API since Zabbix 5.0. And yeah, we have started onboarding this because we do believe that having a powerful tool to visualize and analyze any aspect of configuration changes in a tool like Zabbix is absolutely important. Well, and with this, and having in mind the time that flies by, I just want to show a little some possibilities of what we can actually do with this information in such a tool. For example, the Zabbix queue. Often the Zabbix queue really causes big headaches at customers. So you go and see a Zabbix installation having 20,000, 50,000 items in Zabbix queue waiting there for 10 minutes, 5 minutes, or even longer time. And what you see here is an example dashboard showing almost the same view as we have in Zabbix itself. Categorization by how long is it over time, basically, the item, and at what item type and at what proxy is it coming in. So what we have here, what we do not have in Zabbix itself, is the time. So we have the history here, and we can clearly see where we had spikes, where things have changed dramatically. For example, in bigger changes in the network, you suddenly had a huge slow network, and the queues went up dramatically. And interesting to see is whether they went back down or they stayed up. And this is something you often, it's very difficult to analyze this in Zabbix itself. And one more thing we have done here is a drill down possibility. So if you drill down into one of those boxes, you see the items themselves, but again, correlated with their actual status and the status of the host inside Zabbix. So you can clearly see, okay, this is an item that is on a host that is down, or this item is in the queue because it's not supported, so it doesn't get any data at all. So it's clear that it is here. And as those are cases that are often seen, we even have an ignore list here, so we can just ignore them from this view because we know that we have to fix this in another way. And we can focus on those that remain and even do statistics on those. For example, to drill down here and say, okay, I need a group by item type, and I can see, okay, of this example, most of my problems were item type SNMP. Okay, and from there I can go even further and analyze the problems and fix them. Same as for problems, Zabbix problems mentioned before already. So what I have here is a dashboard of the Zabbix problems over system categories. We can be quite flexible in what a system category can be. We are just showing operating system here. And what we can see is that over the last 24 hours, Windows is the winner here, causing most of the problems. And again, here we can do a drill down on this. Again, this is just examples and can be completely freely configurable as basically I want. In a drill down, I will see, okay, out of this a bunch of problems, it's quite a big portion being all the same problem. Which is interesting. And if I go even further, I will see out of this single problem that caused so many alerts or problems, there is just one host creating almost all of them. And this host is creating this problem like continuously. So if I just switched this one host off, I would have like a huge amount less problems in total. And this is the kind of information we often need. And well, if we take this any further, we of course could imagine of also using the Zabbix data to yeah, for more management visibility, such as correlating Zabbix metrics, Zabbix status, Zabbix problems, together with whatever application logs, other data sources, your CMDB, your services management, your ITSM, your ticketing system to create really meaningful dashboards for the management. But we were at the point where we talked about managing Zabbix problems or Zabbix complexity with Splunk. So I'm not going to focus more on this. Yeah, and with this, I am already at the end of my presentation. The last to answer is, of course, if you ask like, how can I get to use this stuff? Well, actually, the good news is that we are giving this for free under a open source license to our customers. We are currently not yet having this under the or on the Zabbix integrations page. We are on the process of doing this. It's actually mostly legal topics that still kind of prevent us from doing this. So for now, I can say if you are interested in speaking about this topic or even just getting that stuff, come contact me. This is my email. You can also get me on, on LinkedIn, on even Instagram, or here today in the sponsor room, where even either me or one of my colleagues will be waiting for you to chat with you. The sponsor room of SecAdam is this green one down here. And with this, I would like to say thank you.
Thank you a lot. So time for some questions, and we do have a couple for you. I hope you are ready to answer them.
Yes, I'm ready.
Good. So let's begin. First off, a performance concern. So if we use this kind of integration that you presented, are there any performance issues that you know of caused by Splunk or maybe some misconfiguration or something like that?
Performance-wise, we are seeing that we can use this connector that we built for installations, or we have been using this for in installations with several 10,000s of monitored hosts. Therefore, several 100,000 up to millions of items, and have not seen any performance implications in a negative way.
So yeah, you have tested with quite large instances, and it's been working like a charm, performance-wise.
Yeah, we can say so.
All right. Then under the hood, so how does this connector work under the hood? Does it use the API, or does it use direct queries to the database?
That's a good question. What we do is to rely on the API as much as we can, actually. The only thing where we can also fetch data directly from the database for the metrics.
Sorry, I think we have some technical issues. Christian, I think, yeah, we cannot really hear you properly. So, yeah, let's continue. Sorry, could you... Oh, next up. Okay, sorry, Christian. We will have to skip the questions for now because, yeah, there are some technical issues with the network, I think. We'll try and figure out something with our guys. And, yeah. But thank you for participating. And if you are still interested, and most of you, of course, are, to having answers to your questions, just as Christian said, there is a sponsor booth for SecAdam that you can always attend and ask your questions there, discuss how this works, and so on and so forth. So we have a backup plan here, so don't worry. Once again, thank you a lot, and let's continue. Next up, we will also be talking about integrations. We'll be talking about integrations with a different type of application. Specifically, we'll be talking about Zabbix and H5 Network Performance Intelligence integration. And our next speaker, Frédéric Guillois from H5 Network. He's the president at H5 Network from France. He's going to tell us how we can get this done. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Frédéric Guillois. I'm the president of H5 Audits, H5 Network Performance Intelligence Solution. During that presentation, I will try to explain the first part, how we manage integration of H5 network and application performance intelligence into Zabbix. And in the second part, the presentation of H5 networks added value to Zabbix user using H5 appliance and H5 flow. So I will terminate this presentation with 4 customer use cases of H5 metrics integrated into Zabbix. H5 is a French software company based in Paris and Bordeaux in France. So we develop H5 network monitoring probes to look at the traffic, NetFlow, SFlow collectors, and cycling capture solution. We are able to follow a length of traffic from 100 megabits to 40 gigabits. And we are dealing with major European customers, big customers like Thales and Space, Airbus Defence and Space, and Space Agency and Electricity Company, and so on, in Europe, but also in customer out of Europe. We provide visibility on the application running on the network to IT managers, network engineers in mid-size or large company. For that, we are in different topics like VoIP deployment, data center consolidation or move, virtualization and server consolidation, implementation of SLA. Every time when a company needs to have visibility about what is running on the network. The challenge of H5 network performance intelligence is to provide the right information in the right format to different people in the company. The way of accessing the data can be different depending on the profile of the user. If we are dealing with network engineers, these guys need to have full access to all data, quick access, and can use in technical stuff. If we are discussing with these IT managers, member of the board, for example, need to have dedicated template to be able to provide information to other people in the company or to a board of directors. If we are dealing with business people or network operation center and this kind of people, so need to have this information maybe into Zabbix. So this is a reason why we decide to put this information in a different way, the client Java client, the web reporting of this with this Zabbix integration we made. The integration opportunity we had was to expand Zabbix with NPI data to bridge the gap between the supervision and the monitoring. Everybody knows that Zabbix can get information using SNMP and give you a graph on the bandwidth in and the bandwidth out on the network link. H5 metrics providing to Zabbix will enrich Zabbix with details regarding who is using the link, which IP, which protocol, flow and network throughput on the main link on remote side per application, server response time for an application, aggregated TCP, VoIP, or real-time metrics, or per flow and TCP, VoIP, RTT metrics, but also dynamic and cyclic packet capture buffer. How does it work? So with these tools, we feed Zabbix with H5 system. We feed the big database with more than 70 volume and performance metrics for deeper visibility using our H5 SOAP API. H5 Flow is a NetFlow SFlow collectors which aggregate NetFlow and SFlow UDP tickets from network device and provide volume metrics. And we can put that metrics into Zabbix. H5 appliance, on the right of this draw, provide metrics analysis on real-time network traffic flow, volume, performance, but also packet capture. H5 templates allow the capacity to aggregate and consolidate multi-H5 flow and H5 appliance data reports into Zabbix. H5 enrich Zabbix templates with volume and performance metrics. Information are available per IP, per site, per VLAN, etc., etc. Any information available into H5 tools, H5 flow, or H5 appliance can be displayed into Zabbix using the Open API. Let's talk about the first use case we have here. It's a one capacity planning use case. So you have on the right the data center with the server hosted in the data center. On the left, you have all the remote sites with the users. You have a WAN. And on the link, connected the WAN to the data center, we put a H5 solution. The H5 solution will capture application flow from one link traffic, produce metrics, and feed H5 NPI reports and analytics for one troubleshooting. These analytics reports will be available on tools H5 Performance Reporter or into Zabbix to augment the one capacity planning. The capacity planning dashboard is displayed here. So you can see here the SNMP information you can get on Zabbix, getting that from the network equipment via SNMP. And with H5, you will get NPI information on the network. If you zoom on that, you will have information about which IP are running on the network, what throughput per IP, on which protocol. So you'll be able to see there is a big bandwidth on that. This is the top 5 IP running on that and the application running then. So you can see WebEx, Zoom, what you want as an application, even if its application it is an HTTPS application. On this cloud monitoring use case, not the same draw that we had before with the data center for the one capacity, but a different way to do the business. Here you have the users, and you are looking not on the one link, but on a link going to internet. All these users are using applications hosted in the cloud. You can see AWS applications, SAP, Office 365, Salesforce, and so on. So we look at the traffic here, and we decode the application, and we send this application into H5 and Zabbix to be able, as mentioned on that specific dashboard, you see the cloud monitoring internet link with the throughput in, throughput out. And you can get on this specific template all the information about the quality of the communication. For example, on that, you get cloud access data loss, the number of packet loss on the link. This data loss will have an impact on the quality of the communication. You can measure measurement on the delay also and put a graphic with cloud access delay. You can also make measurement on the number of connections on that specific website and make a measurement on the cloud fake connections. The difference between the cloud fake connection and the cloud connection can be a good status on the quality. And after that, if you need it, you can have a specific table with the different website of subservice, so you can display with the different metrics available on H5 into Zabbix. This is the third use case that we mentioned. Very popular at the moment due to the COVID-19. Everybody's using Teams, Skype, Zoom, or TOIP solution, video, and so on. And what we do, we look at this application, specific application of video and WebEx and so on, and Teams, and we can produce that metrics the same way. Put the metrics into H5 and put them into Zabbix. So you can have, for example, on that specific Teams dashboard, you will get throughput in, bandwidth out on your internet link. but also something very important on that, the packet loss, because the packet loss on the link is very important for that, especially when you are using an application running on the network in the cloud, like Teams, because this application is a real-time application. If there is some packet loss, you need to find very quickly where are the packet loss. Are the packet lost or lost on the side, MSFT tenant side, or the packet lost on the enterprise side? If you're on the enterprise side, is maybe you can fix the problem. If you're on the other side, maybe you need to open a ticket with your telco and so on. And it may be much more complicated. You need to fix that. You need to know about that. About the delay, that's the same as the packet loss. The delay is something very interesting on that kind of application, because this is the delay is a factor which can impact the quality of the teams. So you need to know if it's the same side as the packet loss, if you have MSFT tenant delay or enterprise tenant delay. This one is the last and fourth use case that I would like to share with you today. This is the way how we do what we do with AWS VPC flow logs. Then we get from Amazon, and we change the format of that. We send this to our solution using conversion to H5 to NetFlow, and we feed our tools with this information. This is very useful because we know when you put something in the cloud, you don't have any information about the bandwidth and this kind of traffic. So what is using which application, which sub-application on the AWS environment. So what we do the same that we do with the other solution, the Teams application on the cloud application. We do the same with AWS. So if you have different VPC in the cloud, we can have information about which VPC you are using, VPC1, VPC2 for the HQ, VPC2 for the VPNs, and make measurements, dedicate specific measurements on the throughput and the bandwidth used and number of connection per VPC. Normally, you don't get this information by the network, but with the capacity and the job we did, so we transform this AWS VPC log to NetFlow and feed our tools with NetFlow. So this is the last case I have to mention today, and I would be very happy to discuss with you further and go deeper into the demo during the Zoom or Team session with you guys. Thank you very much, and talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
And thank you. It's question time. So let's see what kind of questions we have received. Biggest challenge in integrating Zabbix with H5. Could you help us answer that one?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, yeah.
Okay. So the bigger challenge for the integration of H5 into Zabbix is to know what the customer really needs, because when on the H5 side we present a lot of different metrics about the throughput, volume, performance metrics, and so on. So we discuss with the customers what do they need for that. They want to see the packet loss, they want to see the transition time, the server response time, and so on. So we need to discuss that. When we get this, we can export all our metrics into Zabbix and make specific report on that. So that's the big point we need to fix first. It is to discuss with the customer what do they really need.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I guess it's essentially an issue in the design phase, correct? It's kind of designing together with the customer what metrics you need before getting to the technicalities.
Yeah, sure. Because most of the customers we're working with, they have some trouble with the network regarding the packet loss on the transaction time on the internet, and they need to make measurement on that. Mm-hmm. So we can discuss with them and produce the good metrics and feed the metric into Zabbix to be able to make more information into Zabbix template with our metrics.
We have a question. One of our community members is asking, has this integration, have they forced you to make, let me try and reiterate that, quite a complex question. So do you have some examples of decisions that were made thanks to the integration, some decisions that improved the infrastructure? So you integrated and then you decided that, hey, we can make some improvements because of this on the infrastructure level.
Oh, just about that question. This I'm not sure I understand your question specifically right now.
So how has this affected, how integrating with H5 has affected the infrastructure layer?
Oh, you mean the question is regarding the infrastructure level? You mean so about the way we push the data into Zabbix? You mean?
Yes.
So what we do, we know, everybody knows Zabbix in this today. So what we do, we push our information into Zabbix, and that means if you get information from one central site, because when we put a H5 solution on the network, for example, a probe, we put on a big link, we produce our metrics, and we make a decision on which metric do we need to push into Zabbix. So we make that decision and we feed Zabbix database with our metric. So the impact on the infrastructure is very small because we just feed with the metrics that we need to feed to Zabbix. Okay, all our metrics are stored into our solutions, and we just feed Zabbix with the metrics we need. So there is a very small impact when you do that way because there is no database moving on the network, just the metrics we need to feed to Zabbix.
And that is a good thing. That makes things a bit more simpler, that you don't have to redesign your whole infrastructure when you're using such a solution.
Yes, because one other point I would like to add on that, it is that, as mentioned during the presentation, we have different people using our tools. Some of them are network engineers, so they need to access all the data and to make reports very quickly because they have a customer online and so on. And we can have IT manager who are interested in one specific report, but the other guy more interesting with that, it has the people in charge of Zabbix who have a lot of different metrics. You just want to have this specific metrics, which is available into H5 solution. So.
Okay, thank you a lot. I think this was very educational, and I think you should probably keep an eye out on the Q&A section. Maybe people will be interested after hearing these answers in some more detailed questions, and I'll be throwing some questions your way. So see you there. See you in the Q&A section. Thank you again. And next up, we have another duo of people presenting. This time, it's two persons from Italy. We have Angelo Porta and Dimitri Bellini. You have probably seen them in meetups, summits, involved in our community, quite prominent members. And they will be telling us how you can migrate to Zabbix in a mid-sized bank environment. Quite useful. A lot of you are probably thinking, how can I migrate, my specific environment to Zabbix, either from a different tool or just from scratch? And they will tell you how to do it in their specific use case. Let's welcome Angelo Porta and Dimitri Bellini.
Hello, everybody. I'm Dimitri Bellini, CEO of Quadrata, premium partner for Zabbix in Italy. And today, with my colleague Angelo Porta, we would like to present a great example of a migration from legacy, and not only a legacy monitoring solution, with Zabbix in a very complex scenario of a bank. So, I give the words to my colleague Angelo Porta.
Okay, I'm ready to start. And I will start presenting you the case for this bank. What we will show you in this presentation is the bank, the previous monitoring landscape. So the landscape we found in the bank starting this project, the bank requirements, why Zabbix, so why the bank chose the Zabbix instead of among other players in this market, and other information about the configuration, about the template, about what we did in this bank. So about the bank we are speaking is one of the biggest 10 banks in Italy for branch network, for loans to customers, and so on, and among the first 25 European bank for capitalization market. Okay, what we found at the end of last year, end of 2019, in the bank when we were there for the first time. Okay, we passed the days analyzing the monitoring landscape, and we found at least 20 different monitoring tools. LibreNMS for networking, CheckMK for servers, but not the Windows servers. So a very fragmented monitoring landscape. Zabbix was present for some area, for some limited area. There was also, of course, Oracle Enterprise Monitor. There was Microsoft SCCM, and many little custom implementation for taking data directly from devices, for presenting limited dashboard, and so on. Another thing that we discovered was that for each alert, there were hundreds of mails sent to different people, and this leads to a non let me say, not possible environment to administer, because many people that received the mail didn't only deleted it, and so was all. The last things was that there was no a central monitoring distributed effort, because the monitoring effort were distributed in all the banks. So a not the ideal landscape. Then we analyzed the bank requirement. The bank requirement were, of course, having a single pane of glass for data center. In this bank, we have 2 data centers and more than 1,500 branches. An increased monitoring capability, a secured environment, and mainly more automation, because one of the requirement was to have an environment, a monitoring environment audited, in which each modification could be addressed to some people. Not direct monitoring of all this complex environment, but handled by many proxies. An alerting schema modified with escalation, a more simple escalation process, and last but not least, having the Zabbix monitoring framework in parallel with the main existent monitoring tools for some weeks, some months. Why the bank chose the Zabbix among other competitors? For many reasons. Many reasons because the banks recognize the better cross-feature on network, server, software environment, because the bank recognized a great opportunity to extend the integration with other internal bank software. And for many, because we presented the bank the many enhancements in every Zabbix release, and a best integration with automation software the bank already had in place, Ansible, and last but not least, even in this case, some experience and skill among bank people. So, first thing, we had to help the customer to design an infrastructure able to address and able to monitor many thousand devices in the 2 data center in the branch. So we forecasted at the beginning many items, many new value per second, and so we had to develop an architecture able to handle this. So the architecture is based basically on 2 database servers clusterized using Patroni and TCD, and many proxy, many Zabbix proxy, one of these for each environment, so production, pre-production, test, and so on. Moreover, in the two data center, of course, moreover, we proposed a manager of manager, so another Zabbix server that is able to monitor the two Zabbix server, the two Zabbix engine, one for the data center, another for the branches, and having some data about this. And another characteristics is to have a mail server, and most important, the two databases are replicated in such a way that each database, so the database that handle the data center, is replicated on the other server that handle the branches, and vice versa. So we have always two copies of the database, keeping using Patroni, that is the software that is able to handle this. Keep in mind that the two data centers are not near each other, but the distance is around more than 50 kilometers apart. The other architecture that is integrated in the previous slide, is the architecture for the branches. So for the branches, we have another Zabbix engine. We already saw the mechanism of replication between Patroni for the two database server, and many proxy. At the beginning of the project, we forecasted one proxy for each branch, so 1,500 proxy, more or less. As for the infrastructure, explained the infrastructure in detail, so we had for the database and for Zabbix engine, we have bare metal servers, so no virtual machine in this case. We have each of these four servers, so two servers for the database and two servers for the Zabbix engine, are very powerful servers with many core, a couple of core, many core, and many processor, and a lot of RAM, 256 gigabyte of RAM, of course, and internal disk, very high speed. So this is very important for the working of this configuration. A virtual machine for the manager of manager, and another server for handling the database backup. That is very important in this case because you don't want to lose any data. As for the software, we preferred Red Hat Enterprise Edition 7 because for the stability and so on. As for the database, we have a Postgres SQL 12 with a timescale DB extension that is very useful in this case for handling the housekeeping, the periodic housekeeping of the database. As for the clustering of this database, we have a Patroni cluster and that handle the Postgres and the timescale DB and present the Postgres timescale DB to the backup server, of course. Zabbix server is 5.0 and the proxy is developed in a very numeric way. So, as for the template, we started, of course, for the basic template that are distributed with Zabbix 5, but we deleted a lot of metrics because having in mind every time that we need to lower the number of new value per second, we have to lower the periodicity in such a way that we can handle so big amount of server, so big amount of device with our servers. So we added the throttling and keep alive, and we tuned this for massive monitoring. We relaxed some trigger and the recovery, reinforced the recovery in such a way that we had no false positive, no false negative among them. We developed some custom template, for instance, for handling the Linux multipath monitoring. We need to develop a custom template for NFS, CIFS, monitoring, but for this we need a functionality Zabbix because otherwise we cannot handle the stale condition for the NFS file system. And we needed to develop a custom webhook for ingestion in a third-party software for ticketing. So, a very important part of the project was the Zabbix configuration and provisioning, handled totally using Ansible task and playbook. Because for using Ansible task and playbook, we are able to distribute agent on all the servers. We are able to distribute, to automate the installation of the agent, to associate the template to the host according to their role in the environment, and to associate also the host group using the CMDB, using information derived from CMDB. So let me say, a landscape that is connected, strictly connected with the CMDB. Some custom script, of course, for instance, in order to have a user alignment with Active Directory. As for the Active Directory, the customer asked also for the single sign-on, and we developed the single sign-on functionality using the Active Directory Federation service, using the Zabbix SML 2.0 in order to interface the Microsoft Active Directory functionality. During the implementation, we found and solved many issues. Not big issues, but we had, of course, in each project of these sides, there is something that is not evolved according to the initial initial schema. For instance, as I told before, we forecasted one proxy for each branch, but 1,500 proxy is a little expensive, even for a bank, not only for the provisioning, but also for the maintenance and support. So we decided jointly with the bank to have less proxy, and we were able to address all the device in the branches using only 4 proxies. So this was a very interesting study. Then we had another problem because when we implemented all the metrics, all the template we associated with a lot of devices, so we are speaking about more than 10,000 devices. We had the database for the data center growing over 3.5 terabyte. In order to decrease the size of the database, we worked on the throttling and on the keep alive. Was sufficient in this case, in this particular case, to have increase the keep alive from 15 minutes to 1 hour to 60 minutes, and even lowering the sample interval to only to 5 minutes. So in this case, we are able to less the database, and the database today is less than 3 terabyte for the data center. The database for the branches is small compared to this. Another problem that we faced was the Solaris 10. Solaris 10, there is no official Zabbix agent, so we needed to recompile and to test this agent extensively. Another problem issue was the not supported value preprocessing for NFS stale, as I told before, and we needed also to ask for increase the max length of user macro to 2000 characters on server side, and to ask for JavaScript preprocessing user macro support. Some figure about the project. So today, where we are. The project started in April, as I told before. We studied alone, and the project took some months in order to implement the architecture and to test the architecture. So we started in April, and the massive deploy was in July, in August. At the moment, we have more than 5,000 monitored servers in the two data center, more or less 2,500 in each data center. In the branches, we have more or less from around 9,000, more than 9,000 at the moment, monitored device. Monitored device means not only servers, but also ATM, means also mainly switches, interconnection switches, a router between the data center and the branches. The actual database is around, is less than 3.5 terabyte for the two data center and half terabyte for branches. Currently, we monitor in the monitoring of the two data center, we have more than 3,800 new value per second, and at the moment we are in the parallel, so the working in parallel between Zabbix and the previous monitoring framework like LibreNMS and CheckMK, and the bank plan to decommission both end of 2020. What is the future? What is the future of this project? Okay, we need to complete the data center monitoring for other devices. As I told before, in the monitoring of data center, we are only under monitoring. There are only servers, basically only servers, and we need to expand to mainly to the networking equipment. Complete branches monitoring for switches and Wi-Fi access point, because this was not implemented in widely. We need to implement custom periodic reporting. The customer asked us to have a periodic report to present to the upper management level. We need to integrate with C-level dashboard because the customer has already implemented the C-level dashboard, and we are integrating with this. And last but not least, tune alerting and escalation, because we need to send the correct trigger, the correct message to the correct people. Otherwise, the message will be only discarded. And that's all. So,
thank you very much for listening us. And if you have other question, or maybe if you have a question, please ask now. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentations. We do have a couple of questions indeed. So one quite important one and a really interesting one for me as a support engineer. So have you considered upgrading to 5.0 and using timescale DB compression?
Everybody, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can.
Perfect, thank you. No, at the moment, no, but we have the plan to upgrade to Zabbix 5.0.5 and try the compression. We have the plan to do that, but we are not so confident, so we wait some minor release and some more stress test of the infrastructure. So maybe in the next week we try to upgrade and activate the compression.
Mm-hmm. So timescale DB is which feature is the most of interest to you in timescale DB? Is it the partitioning? Is it the compression? Is it both?
But the main feature is related to Postgres in general speaking, because we notice a very nice database solution with a very great backup solution, and also there is a very good implementation of a cluster management that is called Patroni, and we use a lot Patroni. And finally, timescale DB is also very important for that kind of data that we are using. No, it's time series, so it's very important to manage this kind of data in a very efficient way. And timescale DB can provide this kind of efficiency. So I would suggest to all of Zabbix guy try to test Postgres and TimescaleDB.
Thank you. A couple of more questions about this environment that you talked about. So at the end of the day, what is the expected new values per second for this environment?
Near 4,000 for the main data center, and maybe 500 or some much more for the branches.
So very, very decent instance. Not too small, actually quite large, yes.
Not so big, but...
It's not small also. I'd say it's a decent medium to large sized instance. So it's something that you should still kind of take care of and look after and optimize and so on. So it's definitely not a small one. Let's see what else. What methods did you use to migrate from your multiple different solutions to Zabbix?
The easy one, fresh install.
Fresh install.
And start from scratch everything. And most of the time we use both the monitoring solution in the same time to check if Zabbix is able to collect the same of the previous monitoring solution. It is the only one at the moment, because I have too many kind of monitoring solutions, so it's not easy to create a script or something like that.
Yeah, that's why we were asking. Yeah, because like it's a very heterogeneous environment, and how would you, kind of unify all of that? Okay, yeah, so a fresh install. Okay, that was the last of our questions. Thank you a lot. As always, keep an eye out on the Q&A section. Maybe more questions will come up throughout the summit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you a lot. All right. This isn't the last speech about integration. Actually, next speech is also about integrating Zabbix into your IT ecosystem, this time from A to Z, integrating it with different solutions, configuration management databases, or, for example, creating and integrating fancy dashboards into Zabbix. Our next speaker is going to tell you how you can do that. Eric Doan from Axel IT, he's CDO there, all the way from France. And let's welcome him, let's welcome Eric, and let's talk about integrating Zabbix from A to Z.
Okay, c'est parti, troisième. Hello, welcome everyone to the Zabbix Summit speech. We'll be talking about how to integrate Zabbix within your IT ecosystem. My name is Eric, I'm CTO for Axel IT. Axel IT, we're a French Zabbix Premium partner. We have worked with Zabbix for the last 10 years. And what we'll be talking about today is business issues. And sometimes to solve the business issues, you are required to get outside of the system you're working with, which when we talk about Zabbix is monitoring data. And you want to either get monitoring data from some specialized system within Zabbix, or sometimes you are required to send monitoring data from Zabbix to another system, and usually that would be either a log management system or that would be help desk system. So this is what we are going mostly to talk about today. So I won't get too much into the details to stay with generic information. When we're talking monitoring at the start of the day, something is not working as expected. It should went with your boss asking you to fix that very quickly because we are losing the business, it's losing money, right? The natural reaction to do and natural thing to do when this happens is hoping it's actually the network. So the network actually can be managed by Zabbix for almost always. You can use the SNMP protocol to do that and manage your network equipments, where you will get data from interfaces such as bandwidth, errors, buffers, hardware equipment such as CPU or power supplies. And you could also receive event or so-called SNMP traps, which are actual notifications coming from the equipment. And we wanted to go further than that and actually give information to the inside of what's happening within the network who's doing what. And for that, we need to get higher to the network information flow, which today you should have as offered by your next generation firewall. So you can see some screenshots of what a firewall interface will look like. You get tables or charts of data with such and such protocol uses such and such bandwidth, of course. There are a couple of issues when you start to want to get that network flow data to your Zabbix system, is that firewall aren't really friendly to the monitoring system. They are mostly used to, let's say, send their data to log management system where we can get the shards and not to monitoring systems. Plus, there's not actually a firewall at every network site or at every network port, so that information would be located only on the one side or on the boundary between the one side and the LAN side of your network. So back in the days, and that was before Zabbix 2.0, I think Andrew Nelson, which gave a couple of speech here in the previous Zabbix Summits, made a quick evolution for the Zabbix agent, which was using the lib pickup to actually make a packet capture, sort through the data that was obtained and identify network flows through packet filters, and then send that data to Zabbix. That was bound to the agent interface and IP, and you needed to both define the items you would like to get and all capture filters for the pickup data. We wanted to do that a little later, but at scale, meaning having gigabytes or 10 of gigabytes of data fed into Zabbix. So we turned to our partner H5 network. H5, they will be giving a speech later this afternoon, so be sure to check on them if it is of interest to you. We made a quick POC system that actually leverage the SOAP API from H5, use Zabbix Sender to get that to a template consisting of Zabbix Trapper items. And then we can get more than 70 metrics from collecting network flows to Zabbix, where, well, those items will have their own life. It's still a POC system, it's not scalable. It will give you issues when you start thinking about high availabilities, mostly because it's not built for production. So when we had to build that for our production, we turned to H5 and let them have a chat with Zabbix, and they came up with an integration that was released last year, which is based on the same principle, but it's cuts off the man in the middle. Every part of the API is done on the Zabbix, on the H5 engine, and it's also hosting the part where it notifies the Zabbix system. So actually pushing data and metric data to Zabbix it's rather easy. There are many ways to do this. This is only a way, but it worked pretty well because last year when we added the ability to monitor VPC and Amazon Flow logs, we could send that down the chain of data, and it ended within Zabbix without any modifications to make. So it will follow the Zabbix topology and versioning and such. And cutting the man in the middle, it gives you more resiliency. It's better designed to do that when you can, but you have to involve both companies to make that. Of course, you can do it yourself. So back to our daily maintenance, or to daily routine in monitoring. One of the things when you are required by your boss to fix something is to find what actually did get done. So of course, you would turn to Zabbix to find that information. Zabbix would help you to identify the root cause of the issue, and then you can fix the problem. But when we talk about fixing the problem, well, people working at the operations, they basically have a choice to spend a lot of time to definitely fix a problem or to make a quick fix. And most of the time we're working for efficiency. And so we can have lingering issues in our systems when we don't take the time to have an approach that permanently fixes a problem. And this is because we have a lot to do. And so we have a lot of running issues. So should we fix the email before the internet or in the reverse order? Should I ask my database team to work on that issue first? And should I wait for them to give me some feedback? Or should I just spend the 5 minutes to make sure it works for my customer so he's satisfied? And then at some point in the future, I can fix the problem for good. So we have framework in the IT services management industry, and I'm sure you know them, of course. There are many. One of them is ITIL, IT Information Library. It gives us best practices to manage server support, and starting from ITIL version 3 to manage all of the what is called the service lifecycle. And at the heart of the service lifecycle, there's a component that's called the CMDB, Configuration Management Database. And that CMDB will help us build and manage the lifecycle of services through processes, through best practices. So we work with ITAP from Komodo. ITAP is an open source ITSM software, which is one of the few open source software to have indeed a fully configurable CMDB. And when we asked about how we can integrate and push data from Zabbix to that CMDB, well, that's when the problem starts. So at the core of the CMDB, you have the function of impact analysis. And impact analysis relies on dependency mapping. We make relations between items. Those items are actually CI or configuration items. They may represent a switch, a software instance, a database, people's processes, or services. And we can use that impact analysis starting from, for example, a plan change. I want to reboot or stop or upgrade a switch. And using that, I can, from the plan change, find every other asset within the information system that will be impacted if that switch goes down. And this constitutes at the end of the service chain which services, which business services or application services are impacted and will be down when I upgrade my switch. So going into the reverse way, when we know that the service is down, we can track back and run reverse to that dependency chain, and find which CI, which configuration item actually made the servers go down, which help us locate where we should work on what we should work to fix the issue. So the thing we want is to have every time Zabbix monitoring detects that something is not working as expected, we want to map that within the CMDB to the correct CI, and we want to find the associated services that are impacted so that we may lower or so that we may raise the severity of the problem. If everything is done, it's going to be a disaster. While if the switch goes down but nothing is impacted, well, that's going to be a minor issue. So basic requirements we get asked by customer are for one-way integration. And one-way integration is pretty basic. Is when you have a problem that you want to open a help desk ticket with just matching names on each part. Even that part, it's pretty straightforward to do. But as soon as you want to have a synchronized integration, meaning when that problem gets resolved by some action in Zabbix detect that, you want to close the incident ticket on the other side, or when on the other side the incident ticket is closed, well, you want to acknowledge and close the problem with Zabbix. And that requires a little more thought. And then, starting from that, you can have two-way full integration, which will allow a couple of other features which we found were neat and cool. For example, we can have journal entries between both systems synchronized. But when I update a problem, I get the update within the incident and vice versa. But also leveraging that impact analysis to change the way triggers are used within Zabbix, and also we'll see that later to add change management to Zabbix. So how do we integrate very straightforward to an external system? Well, basic answer is to use email. Please don't do that. It's a bad practice. You don't want to be dependent on the email server or on all the infrastructure that's required to get the email to the help desk system. Plus, at some point, you're going to have a major issue sometime, and you can generate hundreds or thousands of email, and your mail reader from the ITSM, from the help desk system, chances are it won't be able to live up to that amount of issues to create. So you will have issues doing email integration. So we want it to be connected and use a connected media. So we choose to use Action Encrypt, and so we made a couple of PHP files to create, to update, to delete from each side of the notification, where we are still using action rules, but we are not using notification media. We're using scripts, and our scripts allow us to add our own logic. And one nice thing is, among that logic, we can get the incident ID that was opened back on the help desk side back to the Zabbix system. Of course, when we started to do that, it was still under Zabbix 4, and so right now, starting for, I think that's 4.4, but definitely in 5, you do have webhooks, and webhooks are, the way to go. They are out of the box. You still are able to add your own logic, contour logic, or escalation logic within the webhook. And it will also allow you to have logs of what's happening and easily consumable logs of what's happening. Only it will be JavaScript rather than, any language you would prefer to use a script for. And the real asset today of webhooks is even for the out-of-the-boxes one or webhooks, they are able to update tags on the fly. Well, they do that with some limitation, and we'll get deeper into that a little later. But you are able to, for example, open an incident, get the incident ID back, and put that as a tag in the event that was just generated. But if you want to do that, you lose, in some way, you lose the context of the user that was logged at the moment, and you should only use service user and integration user. And the way this is called is still built on action rules, of course, but it relies on the notification system, so you could notify multiple systems, such as communication systems, such as Slack or Teams. At the same time, you would open an incident and then pass the data everywhere. So it's pretty good right now. So the way we do that was using action scripts. So when Zabbix detects an event, we launch the scripts to push every data to the ITSM system. We then check if the event mode, the trigger definition mode, is single or multiple, and add some logic to manage that. And we're going to find the correct CI that corresponds the most to the host Zabbix sent the problem for. At that point, if the trigger had a specific service tag that was designed, we use back that service tag to map the incident directly to the service, find, once it's created, the ticket information, and we choose to put that in the trigger URL definition, which gets logged as a comment in the event, and which will allow you from the dashboard to be one click away from the incident. So I see a new event in the dashboard, I have a link to the ITSM helpdesk system that just created the incident. I click on that and I'm within the helpdesk system, which is pretty cool. And then when we've done that, we want to run an impact analysis from the host, the CI associated to the host in the CMDB, find the most critical service that is impacted, and track back that data to the Zabbix event. For example, if it was very critical, we're going to raise the severity. If it's not critical, or if there's no service which is impacted, we're going to lower the severity dynamically. And so that's for opening incidents. So then we have to manage updates of incidents. So the way to update is every time there's a change in Zabbix, we are going to push that into ITAP as someone acknowledged, or there's new automatic actions which have comments. We're going to add that to the incident ticket, as you can see. And also every time a journal entry is logged within the incident ticket, we want to have that information back to Zabbix so that we have the same level of information. Either I'm using the monitoring system, either I'm using the ITSM pod, but I won't have different information in each of the systems, so I don't have to navigate between them to find the correct information. So that's very, very important. And of course, that lifecycle information, it means that when something is changed, we update on the other side. It goes as well with the lifecycle status of the problem or of the incident. When I close manually or automatically the problem in Zabbix, I will mark the incident as solved by monitoring. And if it's solved manually on the helpdesk side, I will manually close the problem on the Zabbix side. So I almost always have at the same time the same status between problem and incident. And so to do that, it becomes quickly complex because problems are not actually something that's easy under Zabbix. So I'll give you a quick run on that. So you have a data model, and within that data model, you have templates. Templates hold items. Items gives values and metrics. Those metrics are checked with triggers. And actually, triggers is just a state change on an item that's monitored, what is called a trigger. When a trigger changes state, actually an event is generated, and that event is what we call a problem. So it's going to be difficult to map that logic to anything else because it's very particular and specific to Zabbix. We don't find that anywhere in other systems. But as well, in the CMDB, well, we've got the concept of host, for example. So this is a simplified data model from the CMDB. And we find that what Zabbix calls a host, which could be a network server, which could be a switch, a printer, a laptop, anything actually, well, it's going to be multiple things as well in the CMDB. So we have the same complexity on the other side. And when we start looking at items, we see the same thing. An item under Zabbix could be an application, a middleware instance, a database instance, and such. And it's also going to be different things within the CMDB. So one item, maybe multiple things. So the way we did that, we wanted the integration to be kind of universal, and we devised on setting a new class, which we call Zabbix host, which models what is a host within Zabbix. And to that, we will attach monitoring information, configuration information, such as host groups and templates groups. And so when we have Zabbix host represented within the CMDB, we can link them to the actual CI, such as hardware, software, services, business processes, applications, and such, that are also modeled within the CMDB. And having that configuration data within Zabbix, it will allow us to do some cool things, which is I can create a Zabbix host from the CMDB, or I can populate my CMDB from the Zabbix host. And once I have a Zabbix host, I will also be able to attach templates and to sort them within host groups, or to get the host groups which are defined within Zabbix and find them in my CMDB. And it will allow me to run some requests, for example, which are the hosts that are run under Linux OS and are in such and such data center and don't have that monitoring template assigned. Or to pre-create hosts and to say, I'm going to put into production 10 servers. And you know that in that case, well, monitoring teams, they are the last to know, kinda. So they get forwarding that, and the hosts are automatically populated from the CMDB to the Zabbix side. So it's very useful. And all that exchange of information is done through APIs, but for some parts, we need to maintain what we call a reconciliation ID, which allows us to actually do the mapping between a host under Zabbix and a Zabbix host within the CMDB, because, well, that's because we have two models, one where you would just manage servers and anything with IP address, which is very infrastructure based, and one where you will manage anything, and your host under Zabbix could be used to manage applications such as web scenarios and such. And to finish our last use case, one of the things you might remember for the plan change diagram that I presented earlier is, well, in change management, once you have that deployed, basically anytime you would do anything on the infrastructure, you should log a change, and that should be reviewed, planned, approved, notably to make sure that your change is not going to collide with some other supplier or some other team also performing work at the same time. And so when the change request is approved under ITOP, what we do is automatically we build through the API again a maintenance order within Zabbix. So we know there's a change, and when the change is planned to be actually implemented, everything related to monitoring will be under maintenance, so we don't get alarms that would be noise because we know the system is not working because we are performing maintenance work on that. To finish with, limits right now under Zabbix. So as you can see below, we have item triggers, and items are tied to applications, but that's mostly for web scenarios. And services are also tied to triggers, but they track the state change of triggers, which you can find under monitoring IT services. So we don't have strict, or we don't have any relation between application or services and actual events. So we could use tags. Tags, they are defined at the trigger level. They can be inherited through macros, hosts, calculated, and such. But at the time the triggers changes state, the tags from the trigger will be passed to the event. So you can do that. You can calculate them beforehand. If we need to have the event to create an incident ticket, that at that time the event is created and we can change tag afterwards. Actually, we're not allowed to do that right now, as of now, through the API. There's one exception to that, and it is webhooks. So there's some dark magic involved there, and you could go check at the code, at the source code for that. But webhooks, within the context of an event, are authorized to alter and change event tags. It's currently the only way to do that. What we can do through the API today is to change the severity, to acknowledge, or to add comments, but we do not have the possibility to manipulate tags and to associate an event with a service or anything at runtime. So the last thing you might want to check is license issues. It will be very quick. Zabbix, for example, everybody knows we are running under GPL version 2. ITOP is open source as well. It's running a favorite GPL license. And only it's not a full open source model, it's an open core model, meaning you have a community edition, which is full, and then you have added features, which are sold as extensions. Some are free, some require maintenance or prerequisites. And we choose to release that under AGPL. Actually, we split the integration in two. Every Zabbix port will be GPL version 2 and distributed as such. And every part under ITOP, changing the CMDB model and such, will be released under the ITOP open core model, which is FO GPL. And of course, there are commercial issues when you are talking about commercial software, such as H5 audits or ServiceNow, which we've seen earlier. So I hope you learned a couple of things. It can be pretty straightforward to think about integration of events to external systems. But once you will open the Pandora box and start looking at a deeper and tighter integration between the systems, and mostly two-way integrations, then things won't be so trivial at all. So we wanted to share with you our experience on that today. You should really have a project team holding both competencies and skills on the Zabbix, the CMDB, and the help desk system, and you have to wrap it all in a very nice pleasure and functional level. So it's going to be a very functional project. The technical part is not that hard, but it's not going to change once you've perform your functional analysis and your changes to the data model that will engage you for a couple of versions. So I hope you learned a couple of things. I did not go into much detail. There's a lot more to ITIL, of course, and CMDBs and such. We can talk hours about that. If you would like to know more, well, we still have time for questions, or you could also check by our booth, which will be virtual this year. It's a Zoom room, and you're welcome to come when you have the time. Or well, thank you for listening, and I'm waiting for questions.
And let's answer some questions. I hope you are ready. We did receive some. First off, which kind of CMDBs have you integrated?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So right now the speech was about the ITOP CMDB, but we have also worked with ServiceNow, EasyVista, and HP, which is the Micro Focus CMDB. There have been a couple of others, but this part of the speech, of course, was for ITOP, okay, with Zabbix.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, as you guys can see, you have quite a lot of experience, and maybe if people are interested in discussing this in a bit more detail, they can always find you, as you said, in your booth on Zoom, ask some questions, you can exchange experience and so on. So quite useful that way. One more interesting question. So what is most memorable or unusual or complex two-way integration that you have implemented?
Oh yeah, actually we are, as I said, a systems integrator, which means I think we are very close to the people working with Zabbix day to day, which are network admins, sysadmins, and not so much developers. So for us, it was a real struggle to build a solution, which is somewhat an editor way of doing things, which we do not have the core skills and tools to do that. Of course, we can put up a couple hundred or thousand lines of code, but it gets experience and organization to do that. And that was most of the struggle part we did have, to be our own customer and to choose to do something without any limits, okay?
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you. That will be all for now. Yeah. But like I said, people can always catch you in your Axel IT booth in Zoom. Yeah. And yeah, you'll be there. They're welcome. Feel free to discuss anything else regarding CMDBs, integrations, or any other questions that you may have. Axel IT booth on our landing page. You can find it there. Next up, our next speaker is a very specific vendor. It's a speaker from Aronet, and they are providing different types of sensors and measurement tools: temperature, air quality, light, or any other physical parameter. And we are going to hear about how this integrates or interacts with Zabbix in their specific environment. So let's welcome from Riga, Latvia, Toms Rekšņa, Marketing and Business Development Director at Aronet Latvia. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Toms Rekšņa. I'm the Marketing Director of Aronet, and I'm very delighted to be here at the Zabbix Summit. As Aronet has recently partnered up with Zabbix, I would like to explain a little bit about what is Aronet and what is our wireless IoT solution. So my presentation will contain 3 parts. So I'm going to talk firstly about what is Aronet, about the wireless technology, and then I'm going to go into a little bit of a detail of 2 application cases. So let's start off. So Aronet is actually manufactured by Softechnica, and Softechnica is a company with 20 more years of experience in the telecom industry in radio equipment manufacturing. And if you want to learn more about that, a colleague of mine is also presenting here at the Zabbix Summit. Her name is Tatiana Dunce, regarding the soft microwave radio applications. So, but essentially, what I want to focus on today is the 3rd product group, our newest product group, which is Aronet wireless sensors and the Internet of Things. So, what is Aronet? So essentially, Aronet is a wireless sensor network. You have a base station and sensors that transmit the data to one another over the 868 megahertz frequency in Europe and 920 in United States. So sensors for measuring different environmental parameters. And this frequency allows us to have a very large line of sight distance between the sensor and the base station. So up to 3 kilometers line of sight, and up to a couple of 100 meters indoors. So these you can connect up to 100 sensors per base station, and they can be configured to send the data in different intervals. So once every minute, once every 2 minutes, once every 5 minutes, or once every 10 minutes. And these sensors, they are super power efficient. So with just a regular AA battery, they will last up to 10 years. So essentially, the Aronet technology is based on the LoRa physical layer, but we have built our own proprietary LP1 protocol on top of it. So to kind of, let's say, make the radio parameters better, and also to increase the battery life. The kind of brain of the whole system is the Aronet Pro base station that comes with an inbuilt server that houses its software. So that means that you can connect directly to the base station with your PC, laptop, or your phone, and you don't need to install any software. You just connect it like you would to any other mobile router, or just any other router, and just open up your browser and you're inside of the software. So, and that comes with a lot of features like graphing, exporting data, things like that. And of course, if we look globally at the Aronet architecture, so we have the sensors that are sending the data to the base station, as shown before, and then several base stations can be agglomerated into a cloud solution. So the cloud solution is the one that takes the data from several base stations, and it allows you to access the data from anywhere you want. And this brings us to kind of the philosophy of RNet business philosophy. So what we do is that with having this background of the 20 plus years in radio manufacturing, we truly believe that we've created one of the best in class systems out there in terms of wireless connectivity. So we build the systems, we build the base station, we have the in-house cloud, but we realize that that does not end there. So what we are looking for, and the way that we are going forward, is we're looking for strategic partnerships where the RNet system can become a part of a larger system. And thus, this also brings us to the partnership with Zabbix, where Zabbix has integrated the RNet cloud solution into their own system. So the Zabbix can act as a monitoring system, whereas the cloud can be left for monitoring these things, right? So now let's jump into some of the applications of RNet. There are a lot of examples. I'm just going to list a few of them. So one quite interesting is retail. So we've been active in retail, and a nice case study that I can present is the Rimi case study, which is a chain of Latvian supermarkets where 6,500 sensors have been installed in 125 shops, and we're planning to expand also in the other Baltic states. So this is primarily used for temperature monitoring in freezers. So beforehand, they had to do things manually. So somebody had to walk around with a legal pad and check the temperature, whether or not it's all working properly, to report to, the relevant government agencies and all of that. So as a first step, RNet allows to automate all of that. Of course, in the case of something malfunctioning, that means that an alarm can be sent, and product spoilages can be avoided. And what we're working on together with them is also an machine learning algorithm for predictive maintenance to actually predict, find anomalies in the temperature and other parameter data of the freezers to predict that the fridge is going to break down before it actually does. So that brings a lot of benefits. So having this wireless system allows them to cover even the largest supermarkets with just one base station. And as I already said, the manual data collection can be avoided. Also, they managed to reduce their freezer temperature operational costs. So 20% reduction in energy costs, avoid product spoilages, and of course, also the fact that quite often, if a fridge breaks, there's water on the floor, somebody walks and slips, and that can result into quite costly litigation fees. So that also can be avoided. Bringing us to the next kind of interesting application of RNet is in line with the new COVID disease and the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Essentially, a lot of government agencies, a lot of health agencies now have changed their advice, including the Center for Disease Control in United States, and they now state that COVID can be transmitted also through aerosols. And that means aerosols are these small droplets that are being released when we cough, when we sneeze, when we talk. And because they are so small, they're about 5 microns in size, they linger in the air up to 9 minutes and even more. So that means if somebody infected has been in a room, has talked there, has, sneezed there, and then he or she leaves, you can come in and you don't even have to be in contact with this person to actually catch the disease. So this actually says that you have to have these proper ventilation practices in place, and actually proper ventilation can decrease up to 10-fold this spread of the disease via aerosol route. So One way you can control for that is actually having proper ventilation and reading the CO2 values in the room. So CO2 is a gas that we breathe out, and now they recommend 60 cubic meters per person per hour of air exchange, meaning that results to about 800 parts per million of CO2 concentration, which is roughly double that of outside. And this is where RNet also comes into useful. So we have this wireless CO2 sensor that also measures temperature, relative humidity, and air pressure. It comes with a useful Bluetooth app, which allows you to get your latest readings and things like that. But the most important thing is that it has these it has these alerts. So whenever this level goes above the critical, it gives you either a visual indication, which is the display with the green, yellow, or red, or an audible kind of sound to let you know that this you have to manually increase the ventilation by opening windows and all of that. So that's really gaining popularity in the latest months, especially in schools and universities, but also in offices and places that are not sure about their air exchange. So this can be very helpful, essentially. And as with all RNet products, also this one can be networked. So it's a simple plug-and-play setup with the RNet base station. You get all of the data on each of the device and centrally, so you can follow, for example, in a large office space or school building. You can see where are the problematic spaces, where you need to ventilate more or less. And essentially, this is kind of the perfect solution for controlling airborne COVID-19 spread. Of course, I could go on and on about different applications. So here I just list a few of them. So it's also horticulture, so industrial greenhouses, building management, warehousing, pharmaceuticals, data centers, also some medical kind of applications. So essentially, this kind of brings me to this idea, which I already mentioned beforehand, that RNet is essentially looking for integration and distribution partners. So if you think that any sort of wireless monitoring could be useful for either your business or your business customers, you can reach out to me directly, or you can find all of the details on our website, which is rnet.com. And to leave you, I kind of want to end on a little bit of a philosophical note. This is a saying by William Thomson, or more commonly known as Lord Kelvin. And in the beginning of the 1900s, he said that you can only improve what you can measure. And this is kind of the core value of the RNet system, to create these measurements in the most easiest, the most straightforward way possible, so you can improve whatever you would like to improve. So that is it for my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and bye.
And thank you. So question time. Are you ready, Toms?
Yes, hopefully I can be heard well, and
yes, we can hear you just fine. Yes, and see you also. Okay, so first question is, of course, so you've discussed your RNet devices in quite a lot of detail, but how do you see it? Is there some way or some benefit to integrating these with Zabbix, like purely theoretical? How would you go about that? Maybe give us some use cases.
yeah, so as I already said, the applications of the RNet system are very diverse, as well as the partners that are using Zabbix are as well quite diverse. So Zabbix exists as a monitoring solution, so adding on top, not only network parameters, but also physical parameters as such would, really help out. So we're talking about, data centers, or we're talking about, retail and all of that. So including alarms, not only about something that, goes wrong with your network, but actually that something physical has happened. So it's become too hot or things like that. So this would be like in a high level kind of answer.
Yeah, so adding kind of our physical metrics on top of IT infrastructure to just monitor our environment, not just from the IT standpoint, but also, from many other kind of viewpoints that you described in your presentation. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
A couple of more questions about ARONET devices. There is quite a lot of interest in those. So is it possible to switch your sensors to LoRa WAN so we can use existing networks? I'm not sure about that protocol. It's LoRa.
Yes, LoRaWAN. So we have decided to have our own proprietary network. So it is based on the LoRa physical layer. But the software on top of it, the communication software, is essentially our own proprietary. And this decision has been made for several things. First of all, it's ease of use, because, and this is the main thing that our customers actually value, is that, you go in with an ARONET system, it takes you a couple of minutes to set it up. You just lay the sensors and it just works. Whereas with LoRaWAN, quite often you have to, you have a base station from one provider, you have sensors from others. It takes time for you to, to kind of make the whole system to work together. So this one works out of the box. Also, things like improved battery because of the way that we've made the improved battery time, because of the way that we've made the protocol. And also kind of a additional security, right? So you kind of, with us, you control the whole ecosystem from base station to sensors, and there's no dependence on one party's, software. On top of that are some other sensors. Then you have these, with LoRaWAN, you have these issues with password management. So you have to make the sensors and base stations talk to each other. And sometimes for the sensors, you can even find, passwords on some online forums, and all of that really kind of, puts it together in a lot easier to use scenario if we just have this one protocol where we can control the whole ecosystem.
So I guess at the end of the day, it's more of a homogenized environment versus heterogeneous one, where homogeneous one is a bit easier to manage and maybe even monitor if we're talking about Zabbix.
Exactly, and it is your own private network, right? So wherever you're interested in doing your own private network, this would be kind of the right solution.
Thank you. And one more question. Are there any electrical sensors, volts, amps, power, anything like that?
We can monitor voltage, right? So, but these are more for third-party integration sensors, right? We have pulse output sensors, which you can connect to these electricity meters, and that can be monitored. So there are ways of monitoring that, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. This will be all. And once again, I assume that you will hang out in our chats, on our Q&A sections, and this is where people can reach out to you. And of course, you left your email in your presentation. That's another way where they can reach you and discuss maybe some of your products or integrations or things like that. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot.
So before we take a small 10-minute coffee break, I'd like to remind you about some of our sponsors. So remember Wolfgang and Vittorio from before. Their companies, they have their own rooms over here, their own booths that you can join and ask them questions if you are interested in their presentations, if you just want to chit-chat with them about Zabbix or their products. So don't forget that you can join IntelliTrend, company that Wolfgang is representing, and MySQL, Vittorio's company. You can join this, company that he's representing. You can join those booths in Zoom. Everyone's free to do it. You can do this from our landing page and just have a chat with them. Also, remember that one of our other sponsors, H5, is also having live demos and different events throughout the day. Things such as H5 network integration in Zabbix, H5 network appliance, H5 network integration in Zabbix second session. So even if you miss the first ones, you can then attend later and enjoy their presentations and their kind of live events. So we aren't the only ones that are hosting something constantly live. Our partners and our sponsors also are. So feel free to catch them in their booths and see what they have in offer and in store for you. So let's take a small 10-minute break and then be back and continue. We have ways to go. We're pretty much halfway there at this point, a little bit over, but we still have some of our community members, partners, sponsors from all over the world. So 10-minute break, and then we'll be right back with you.
Requested services from our customers. They are all related to tailoring the Zabbix platform. It might be to provide a specific training, to build a custom integration because they have a specific requirement, or mostly to provide on-demand expertise because they have a platform which they need to scale or they need to have highly available, and they will consult us for such systems. Yes, we do see that customers are focused on efficiency in their IT operations management strategy, and that's because a lot of them have a history of suffering with a long and difficult tooling projects, and mostly know they are efficiency driven, and they commit more and more to develop and use open source solutions such as Zabbix, and all the ecosystem around Zabbix with tools such as Grafana also. So Axel IT is currently the only premium partner for Zabbix in France, and as such we not only do turnkey integration monitoring projects, but we also distribute support services in French and in English, and customers, they turn to us when they look after proximity, responsiveness and improving experience, and they want to have the guarantee that Zabbix is backing us. That's a topic we will present at our speech during the Zabbix Summit, and we'll be presenting out-of-the-box integration with iTop, which is an open source CMDB and ITSM solution. There are other, at the moment, integrations with ITSM software, but not with the CMDB part of them, and this integration with iTop is actually the first.
All right, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Zabbix Partner Program is a global network of experienced and knowledgeable IT companies providing Zabbix professional services to its customers all around the world. I'm Sergey Sorokin, Director of Business Development at Zabbix, and one of my priorities is to build strong, reliable, diverse, and efficient partner network. We are happy to see partners coming from all parts of the world, from North and South America, from Africa and Asia, from Middle East and Europe, from Australia and New Zealand. And I would like to take this moment to invite hundreds of thousands of our users from all around the world to connect to our partners for IT services, for professional services, for Zabbix services. And at the same time, I would like to invite IT companies and integrators to connect with Zabbix in order to join Zabbix Partner Program. And there are plenty of benefits of becoming Zabbix Partner. Access to pre-sales consulting services, ability to use Zabbix Partner logo on your web page, ability to publish your logo on our partner page, and of course, discounts to make your offers interesting for your customers. If you have any questions, we're here for you. Visit our partner booth during all the summit.
Requested services from our customers. They are all related to tailoring the Zabbix platform. It might be to provide a specific training, to build a custom integration because they have a specific requirement, or mostly to provide on-demand expertise because they have a platform which they need to scale or they need to have highly available, and they will consult us for such systems. Yes, we do see that customers are focused on efficiency in their IT operations management strategy, and that's because a lot of them have a history of suffering with a long and difficult tooling projects, and mostly know they are efficiency driven, and they commit more and more to develop and use open source solutions such as Zabbix, and all the ecosystem around Zabbix with tools such as Grafana also. So Axel IT is currently the only premium partner for Zabbix in France, and as such we not only do turnkey integration monitoring projects, but we also distribute support services in French and in English, and customers, they turn to us when they look after proximity, responsiveness and improving experience, and they want to have the guarantee that Zabbix is backing us. That's a topic we will present at our speech during the Zabbix Summit, and we'll be presenting it out-of-the-box integration with iTop, which is an open source CMDB and ITSM solution. There are other, at the moment, integrations with ITSM software, but not with the CMD part of them, and this integration with iTop is actually the first.
All right, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Zabbix Partner Program is a global network of experienced and knowledgeable IT companies providing Zabbix professional services to its customers all around the world. I'm Sergey Sorokin, Director of Business Development at Zabbix, and one of my priorities is to build strong, reliable, diverse, and efficient partner network. We are happy to see partners coming from all parts of the world, from North and South America, from Africa and Asia, from Middle East and Europe, from Australia and New Zealand. And I would like to take this moment to invite hundreds of thousands of our users from all around the world to connect to our partners for IT services, for professional services, for Zabbix services. And at the same time, I would like to invite IT companies and integrators to connect with Zabbix in order to join Zabbix Partner Program. And there are plenty of benefits of becoming Zabbix Partner. Access to pre-sales consulting services, ability to use Zabbix Partner logo on your web page, ability to publish your logo on our partner page, and of course, discounts to make your offers interesting for your customers. If you have any questions, we're here for you. Visit our partner booth during all the summit.
Requested services from our customers. They are all related to tailoring the Zabbix platform. It might be to provide a specific training, to build a custom integration because they have a specific requirement, or mostly to provide on-demand expertise because they have a platform which they need to scale or they need to have highly available, and they will consult us for such systems. Yes, we do see that customers are focused on efficiency in their IT operations management strategy, and that's because a lot of them have a history of suffering with a long and difficult tooling projects, and mostly know they are efficiency driven, and they commit more and more to develop and use open source solutions such as Zabbix, and all the ecosystem around Zabbix with tools such as Grafana also. So Axel IT is currently the only premium partner for Zabbix in France, and as such we not only do turnkey integration monitoring projects, but we also distribute support services in French and in English, and customers, they turn to us when they look after proximity, responsiveness and proven experience, and they want to have the guarantee that Zabbix is backing us. That's a topic we will present at our speech during the Zabbix Summit, and we'll be presenting what we'll be presenting in out-of-the-box integration with iTop, which is an open source CMDB and ITSM solution. There are other, at the moment, integrations with ITSM software, but not with the CMDB part of them, and this integration with iTop is actually the first.
All right, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from, and they all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it. Let's go.
Zabbix Partner Program is a global network of experienced and knowledgeable IT companies providing Zabbix professional services to its customers all around the world. I'm Sergey Sorokin, Director of Business Development at Zabbix, and one of my priorities is to build strong, reliable, diverse, and efficient partner network. We are happy to see partners coming from all parts of the world, from North and South America, from Africa and Asia, from Middle East and Europe, from Australia and New Zealand. And I would like to take this moment to invite hundreds of thousands of our users from all around the world to connect to our partners for IT services, for professional services, for Zabbix services. And at the same time, I would like to invite IT companies and integrators to connect with Zabbix in order to join Zabbix Partner Program. And there are plenty of benefits of becoming Zabbix Partner. Access to pre-sales consulting services, ability to use Zabbix Partner logo on your web page, ability to publish your logo on our partner page, and of course, discounts to make your offers interesting for your customers. If you have any questions, we're here for you. Visit our partner booth during all the summit.
And we are back. So I hope you managed to relax a bit, cool off, because I took a sneak peek at all of the upcoming presentations in the remainder of the evening, and oh wow, we have containers, we have integrations, and we have our next presentation, which is really interesting. We're going to be talking about streaming Zabbix metrics to big data platforms, and then maybe doing something further with that data. Really interesting and really useful. Specifically, we're going to be talking about streaming Zabbix metrics to Clonai platform. So let's welcome our next speaker, which is going to tell us how to do that. Software Development Manager at Clonera Turkey, Levent Karakas. Welcome.
Hello, this is Levent from Clonera. Today I'm going to be demonstrating you real-time streaming of Zabbix metrics to big data platforms. First of all, I'd like to start with talking about storing metrics in a relational database management system. Relational databases are not the ideal solution for storing metrics at scale. If we think about the referential integrity index mechanisms, it's not designed for storing metrics. With version 4.2, Zabbix brought timescale DB support to, which is included in PostgreSQL database. This brought us 10 times performance improvement, which is really good. It gave us a huge relief. But what if there are terabytes of metric data to manage? What do we do? First of all, I'd like to start by asking the question, who needs to manage terabytes of metric data? The answer for this is the Clonai platform. The Clonai platform is a monitoring solution which serves multiple customers at the same time, monitoring multiple environments and platforms, and creating alerts, aggregated alerts, and provide dashboards, and provides a mechanism for automation. And it's a full-featured monitoring solution which is composed of best-of-the-breed monitoring tools, open-source monitoring tools, and Zabbix is the main pillar. It's used in most of the monitoring facilities, and this is multi-tenant, as I said before, and it has a single sign-on mechanism, and the whole system runs on containers and orchestrated with a CI/CD pipeline, and it has many tenants, and if you have many tenants and if you have many nodes to monitor, then it means it's really very easy to have terabytes of metric data. So a little more about the Clonai platform. The Clonai platform is actually provides a stack for each tenant, and within each stack we have multiple containers. One of them is the Zabbix containers, of course, and it has 3 containers for each stack, or for each tenant in a stack for Zabbix, which are web server, the database, PostgreSQL database, and the server. And beyond that, the stack also contains more monitoring tools in the stack. So what actually it does is it's for each tenant we deploy one of these stacks, which means we have hundreds of containers running together in a single monitoring cluster. How can we store lots of metrics? After doing some research, we ended up selecting Hadoop HDFS as a file system, and on top Apache Druid as a metrics database. We have many reasons for selecting these products. Start with Hadoop. It's really cost effective since it runs on commercial hardware. It supports large data sets. It supports replication. It's fault tolerant. It's highly available. It's scalable, and it has high throughput. And for the metric database as Apache, it's cloud native, and it supports streams and batch ingestion, and it's optimized for time partitioning. It can horizontally scale. It has a flexible schema, and the best is it has SQL support. So, how did we start? Before starting, we need to talk about the types of importing data. So we have two methods. One of them is the batch ingestion, and the other one is the streaming. The batch ingestion is actually importing data in bulk, which is the loading of the files into the system, and this usually happens as a task-based. The files are sequentially loaded in the system. Druid already supports many file formats and file sources, so batch ingestion is an option. And on the other hand, there is the streaming. The streaming works in real time. You stream the metrics like you stream the video or audio, and Druid service ingests directly from these streams and puts them into its database. Our first trial started with the Zabbix real-time export. It's an already built-in feature, so if you enable it in the config files, it supports exporting files, exporting your metrics into files, which can be batch digested by the Druid. So it's good. The file format is JSON, which is good. Again, it's supported with Druid ingestion. There is an option. There is a threshold, file size threshold, and each time the file reaches to this size, then a new file is created, and the previous one is ready for loading. I put the link at the bottom. If you want to learn more about this format, this real-time export, you can check the link. And the second option was the streaming. The first option was to use these files for batch ingestion, and the second option was the real-time streaming. If you can stream the Zabbix events to Kafka, the Druid Kafka Index service can ingest them. And the good thing about this approach is that you don't need to manage the files. So the question here is the missing piece in the puzzle. How do we put the metrics into Kafka? Once we get it into Kafka, it goes all the way down to Druid. We started by looking for a module that can do this, and found a module in GitHub called Zabbix History Kafka Loadable module. We gave it a try, we tested, and realized that it's not working. So we tried fixing it with no chances, and then tried writing a brand new one. After lots of debugging, realized that it's not possible to keep librd Kafka state open and then reuse for events, so we gave it up. We needed a new approach, so we found another solution at this point. We decided to use a middleware that can get metrics as web hooks and put them in Kafka topics. So for this, we found two solutions. One of them is the Kafka REST by Confluent, and the other one is Kafka Pixie by Mailgun. And at the end, we end up using the Kafka REST for this task. But we still had a missing piece. That was the web module. How are we going to call the Kafka REST? And that's the Zabbix history webhook module. And we ended up developing this module. Let me mention about this module. It formats and writes Zabbix history to webhook in Zabbix real-time export protocol in JSON that we just mentioned a few slides ago in Zabbix built-in real-time export feature. With one exception is that it doesn't have the item key. We added the item key, and it supports all the formats, float, integer, string, text, and log, and it has a feature for specifying the content type which is needed in some cases, and it has an option for turning off the SSL verification errors, and it can call the webhook per measurement or per multiple measurements, which is bulk mode, which allows us to send more than one measurement with one webhook call. So it's good for performance, and it also supports custom tags in the bulk mode. This is needed for the Kafka REST, and it supports environment variables for using them in containers easily. And virtually, it can be used to export to any system that accepts web push. Again, we open sourced this tool and published in the below link. You can go and check, try it. If you need it, you can use it. So this is the final topology. And in the final topology, the story starts with the Zabbix server and goes all the way down to the superset, which is the dashboard for showing what we store in the Druid database. Each pillar here in this chart is actually a tenant. At the most left, we have the containers, and then they are sent to Kafka REST and written into tenants' own Kafka queue, and then Kafka ingest module gets the streamed metrics and write it to Druid's data source, which goes all the way to Hadoop. And whenever somebody goes to superset for viewing the dashboards, it goes to data source, Druid data source, and brings the data metrics from that Druid database. And virtually, we can each piece on this chart is horizontally scalable, so we can scale as much as we want. Now I'm going to demonstrate the configuration of the whole pieces and give you an example for each of the configuration. And to start with the Zabbix server, what we do is we are using containers, so we are going to be using environment variables here. Each of them has a corresponding config entry in the config file as well. So we need to load the Zabbix history webhook module and then specify the webhook URL and the content type, which is required by the Kafka REST, is this one. And by default, the text and string is not enabled, so we are enabling them here. If you need more documentation, you can check the GitHub link. And the next stop is the Kafka REST. So for the Kafka REST, we need a few parameters. One of them is the zookeeper URL. This is needed for it to run. The REST name, host name of the REST Kafka, and the port and interface of the listener. So this port was actually in the previous slide. Zabbix is pushing its metrics to this port. and then it's been written to the host name at the top. If you need more information, again, you can check the link below for more information. And the third stop is the Kafka itself. Again, we gave the Zookeeper port and host name, and then we have the advertised host name. This is the host name of the Kafka, and we specify the port and listeners option. And here we have low retention hours of 48 hours. And next one is the HDFS configuration in Druid. So we need to enable HDFS in Druid. How we do that? We need to install the HDFS storage extension. We open up the common runtime properties file and put the Druid HDFS storage option as an extension and specify the storage type as HDFS with the URL of the Hadoop. We're not going into details of setting up Hadoop. You can always use your favorite distribution of Hadoop and just put the URL here and it's ready to go. If you need more information, as always, you have the link at the bottom for the HDFS configuration in Druid. Next, the Kafka indexing part. Again, another extension to be enabled. Here we have the Druid Kafka indexing service to be enabled. You can see it in bold. And as always, if you need the documentation, it's right at the bottom. You can check. And finally, once we're in Druid, get it up and running. What we need is how to enable the ingestion. So how do we do that? First, we select the Apache Kafka and put the server name and the topic name here, and it automatically grabs some data from the queue. And then if you click on next, it becomes a table. It's parsed as table with all the metrics inside. And then after a few next clicks, you end up with a spec file. The spec files can be used for quickly creating these data sets and tasks. Once you have a spec file, you can easily modify it and reuse it. Even you can use it in automation. So when you confirm and submit this, what Druid does is actually it creates a supervisor for this task, and it creates some tasks so that this task goes to Kafka topics, and then gets the metrics from the Kafka queue, and then ingests them and writes them in the HDFS. So you can see the successfully finished task at the on the list, and at the top there is a running one as well. And this is the data source that we are creating. It already has 1,801 segments with 24 gigabytes of data ingested already here. And to use this data in Apache Kafka, we need to make a small configuration in Superset to create a data source for Druid. We use the SQL Alchemy URI. Here there's an example for that. We use the Druid host name here. And finally, what we have at the end is the same graph that we have in Zabbix, finally in Superset, streaming in real time. So this is the final slide of this presentation. And before finishing my presentation, I'd like to thank to the development team that made this project come alive. Thank you. And also, thank you for watching my presentation. Have a nice.
Thank you, Levent. That was quite a nice presentation. We do have a couple of questions for you, so get ready to answer them. So first off, have you ever considered using Zabbix with Elasticsearch and Kibana?
Actually, that's a good question. We during the expert course, we learned about using it with Elasticsearch, but it was not really recommended. So we didn't use that after that course. So we haven't used it. But we are using it for streaming some other data, some alerting data into it for some analysis. So we are using Elasticsearch as well.
Yeah, good to hear. Even though it's not recommended, it's still, I think it's a good practice to use it in some sort of a test environment and see maybe there is some beneficial use case, and then you're free to use it. So it kind of depends. What we recommend from our side is first just essentially testing it out, how it works for you. And if it works good, then you can use it in production together with some other software maybe.
Yeah.
Then we have another question. Can Druid ingest default Zabbix JSON export format, or do you need to reformat it in some way?
It's ingesting it as it is. The only thing was to add the item key because we needed that for filtering out. So the original output JSON file doesn't have the item key. So that might be a problem, but if you use our module, we are also adding that key as well, so it works quite well.
Yeah, so idea here is to use your module and then everything is pretty much set and no need to kind of reformat it.
Yeah, actually, we are using the JSON format, which is 99% compatible, almost the same file, with the exception of that single addition. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for letting us know these technical details. They're really useful for people who decide to maybe test out the solution in their own environment and see how that works.
Sure.
Thank you. That is all for now. Once again, I'm going to say what I said for other presenters. Q&A section is where you can ask your questions. And my guess is that Levent will be there and will be ready to answer your questions and help you out with maybe implementing this solution in your own environment or just answering general questions. Thank you. So for our next speaker, we have a very special guest all the way from Latin America. He is the CEO of our fresh new Brazil offices located in Latin America. Let's welcome Luciano Alves from Zabbix LatAm.
Hello, everyone. I hope you are enjoying the Zabbix Summit 2020. I know it's a little bit different this year, but still, and as usual, it's a very nice event to hear about Zabbix, to listen new ideas, and to share experience. I really hope that you are enjoying it. So, I'm Luciano Alves, and I'm here today to tell you about the new Zabbix Latam office. I have a very short time here, 5 minutes only, but I think it's enough to tell you about some guidelines we have here in this new office. So let's start. The first good news is we arrived. We are here. And we are here to grow and to spread Zabbix even more. We know I have a huge market, and valuable market, and our mission is to help partners and the customers to start to use Zabbix even more. And we had an opening event in September 20. Of course, it was an online event, it was not on-site one. We need to take care. We are located in Porto Alegre, and from Porto Alegre, from here, we are in charge to all customers and communication and contacts coming from all the Latin countries. So here we have a local team available to talk with you in Spanish or in Portuguese. Okay. The second news, the second one, it's about our market, how we approach this market. So we do not think about the Latin market as a local, an entire block. Actually, neither we think about the Latin market like Brazil and others. We know that each country has their own way to do business. Each country has their own culture, and we will take care about that. We and our local partners are aware of that. And please call us. Call us. Let's talk about our needs. If you are coming from some Latin countries, for example, Mexico, Argentina, Chile, or Colombia, and of course Brazil, we have local phone numbers, and you can call us and we will have a good conversation. If you are not in these countries, you can hit us by email or by your website. Another good news is about price. I think it's the best news I have today. Because when you start to think about the Zabbix Latin office, one thing we start to think was about the prices, how to adjust the prices to the local market. And we did. And by now, our prices are affordable and according to the local market. It's a very, very, very good news. If you don't know about our price and new ones, please contact us to get some new information about that. We also have local events, local conference, local webinars, and local meetups. And I will ask you to check our agenda, pay attention to this agenda, because we have a lot of events scheduled for next months, for next weeks. And of course, these events are in Spanish and Portuguese. We are doing these events with our team or with the partners. You have a lot of partners helping us to organize this kind of events. And I have a dream, because it's not a plan. The pandemic situation, it's a thing that we have no idea how this thing will be next year. So right now we have a plan that is to have 2 Zabbix conference, on-site conference next year here in the Latin countries. One of them we're planning to have in São Paulo, something like April and May in São Paulo. Another one we're planning to have in September or October in Mexico. It's a plan, it's a dream. We will wait a little bit to know about how COVID situation will be next year here in our region. So, as you probably know, our website it's almost completely translated. We have a lot of work done, and almost things in our website was translated. But of course, we have a lot of work to do, and you have a lot of internal content that already was translated also. For example, the price list, the agreements, and a lot of internal documents was translated to Spanish and to Portuguese. Another good information, a good news, is about the training localization. You know that we have 3 training partners here in the region. You have 2 training partners in Brazil, and we have also a training partner in Uruguay. These training partners are holding trainings in Portuguese and Spanish language. But the very good news is that this month we started to have exams in Portuguese and Spanish language. It means that a student will attend an exam in their local language. That it's a very, very good news to us. And of course, it's a world wish and a world concern from our students. And right now, we have this task done. And the last one, it's about our next trainings, our training agenda. And here you have some little information about the next trainings till the end of this year. And you can contact the partners or us to know about prices and how to organize or how to book a seat in these trainings. So, guys, that's it. I told you it was a very short talk, and I hope to meet you in some local event or even here in some virtual room. For now, guys, thank you for attention. Enjoy the event and see you.
Thank you, Luciano, and let me welcome you to the Zabbix family. Really glad to see us expanding. Really glad seeing such Zabbix enthusiasts as you being a large part of our family. I think it's about time we had a part of our family in Latin America. First question is regarding the trainings. So when it comes to trainings, do we have the same courses available over there in Latin America as in the rest of the world, or is there something specialized for the region or something else?
No, we're the same. We are the same training sessions, and as you probably know, we have a lot of new training sessions that are the short ones. There are trainings for specific features in Zabbix, like APIs and so on. But we are following the same training material and sessions around the world. It's the same ones.
Thank you. So the new one-day kind of sessions will also be available in Latin America. So I know that in Latin America, from what I've seen on social networks, the community is really crazy about Zabbix. So can you maybe reiterate and tell us how large currently is the office over there? And I imagine that you see it growing over time quite a bit. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Of course, the Brazil is the large communities we have are in Brazil. But the idea here with the Zabbix office in Latam, of course, we are located in Brazil, but the main idea is to spread Zabbix even more and try to carry the same model you have in Brazil to another Latin countries. We know Zabbix has a great potential in this market. And our presence here, it's not only to be here physically in Brazil or in Latin America. It's also to be closer to the culture, the language, and other things. And the idea is to of course, grow even more with our community users and customers here. Our office it's starting. We started our office last month, September here, and right now we are hiring. You know about that, and I hope in some months or weeks we will have some complete team here to help our customers and users in the region.
Thank you, Luciano. It was a real pleasure. And next up, we have a colleague of yours and of ours, of course, doing speech. So another person from Zabbix Latam. So our next topic is going to answer a very common question. So oftentimes we hear from our community members or customers, how can I integrate Zabbix with application X or application Y? So our next speaker is going to talk about integrating Zabbix with some specific applications. So let's welcome another colleague of ours from Zabbix Latam, technical engineer, Daniel Nasilowski. Welcome.
Hi guys, so first of all, thank you so much to Zabbix and Zabbix Latam to the opportunity to be here. It's a pleasure for me to be here, and that's it. So, okay. I'm going to start to introducing myself. My name is Daniel Nazilowski. I'm a technical engineer at Zabbix Latam. I'm 8 years old experience with Zabbix. I'm a beginner at Node.js developers, but I can do a lot of cool things with Node. So, okay. Let's talk a little about monitoring application. So, the most part of the new sysadmins and some expert sysadmins have thinking about monitoring as internet connection, proxies and database ports, proxies and front-end ports, HTTP agent tests, or a bot to monitoring the user experience. Okay, this is great. And log monitoring. So what this kind of monitoring has in common? All of this monitoring is made by from out to inside the application. So sometimes we just lose some metrics and data. As a example that I have is when a Node.js application are running, but it lost the communication with the MongoDB, and when this happens, the app doesn't crash. It just continue running, but the application stops to work because they cannot communicate with the node the database that is MongoDB. So when this happens, and when the sysadmins realize that they don't have all the metrics, they start to think about inside out monitoring. What is inside out monitoring? Is when we can monitoring our application from inside the metrics, from inside the classes and methods, to by sending these informations for another platform, whatever. So what can we get with the inside out monitoring? We can identify problems by classes and method, as I say before. So we can just call a trapper in an application, in a function, in if and else. So whatever you want. We can get faster response in high severity problems. We can identify suspicious users and identify application running but frozen, as I say the example using Node.js and MongoDB. So usually the companies that start to monitoring their application use slow clients and slow and heavy clients, and start to develop their own monitoring intelligence that has a slowing application, that this is slowing the application performance, and sometimes it crashes it. So talking about this, I have a great solution to this problem. We have a component in Zabbix since the beginning of the tool that is called Zabbix Sender. Zabbix Sender is a component that is a small client. It have about 500 kilobytes. It's not a demo, so it's running on demand. So when we need it, just run and send a trap to Zabbix server and then kill the proxies. We can centralize the thresholds and monitor intelligence in Zabbix server. So you don't need to develop your own dashboards and develop your own monitoring platform. You can use a tool that is bigger and bigger. So the best thing in Zabbix Sender is the high compatibility. So you have we have Zabbix Sender in almost all operational systems. So as you can see, I'm not good at all creating slides. So I have a lab that I made to show you this possibility. So let's see this. Here we have two applications. One of these application is the back end that is running with Node.js, and we have a front end that is running with React.js. So I developed these two applications too many time ago just to try and test my knowledge about development. So it's a simple application. There is a lot of bugs here, but whatever. This is what I need to show you. How can I use Zabbix Sender inside my Node.js application? So let's start to running my application. I will run yarn start. So my backend will start to running, and it will this backend will connect to a MySQLDB that is running in this Docker. So perfect. It's saying that the database was created and the table was created. So perfect. Okay, and now I'm gonna start my front end. Okay, my front end is asking to run in another port because it is using the same port that my backend. So the port is the port 3000. I will choose yes, because when I choose yes, the front end will run on 3001. Perfect. Now I'm gonna test this. I close my Safari because it's not working very well in Safari. So I will open my Mozilla Firefox. Okay, localhost. Perfect. So here is my front end. This front end communicates directly with my back end, and my back end is here. Okay. What I did here. So the first thing I did was import my Zabbix Sender here. This is a component that I developed by myself, and it's available on npm repository or yarn repository. If you want to use it, you can use it. It's simple. So how I configured my Zabbix server. So here I have in this backend two files, .env and .env.dev. .env is my production configuration, and .env.dev is my development environment file. So as you can see, I run my application by executing my production version, but I don't want to execute my production version. I want to execute my dev version. Perfect. Okay. Now, if you can, as you can see, I have some configuration here as database password, database user, my token password, and here I have the Zabbix server configuration. I have the IP address of my Zabbix server. I have the Zabbix host that will receive my traps, and here I have the path to Zabbix Sender. So I can use this module in any operational system I want. You can use this in Windows, in Mac OS X, or CentOS, or Ubuntu, Debian. Okay, whatever. Let's continue here. So here I have the admin controller. This controller can control all my admin session. So what is my admin session? Is the admin logins and logout and manage what the users do in the platform. So this is a simple platform. When I log in here, I can register some students. So it's not important. Okay. So here I imported my Zabbix Sender. The Zabbix Sender, since it is once it is imported, I can use Zabbix Sender, and it's need two parameters. The first one is the key of my trap item, and the second is the value. So as you can see in my code, I use this in this section, and this section, and this section. I will explain quickly what which one this do. So here is when I try to logging in my application. It will return, and there is no data found. There's no data found. It will register a one in my key called user login. So okay, it's not. It won't be work. Okay, so I will remove it from here. It's not necessary, but here is ultra necessary. Here is when I validate my password, if my password is correct or not. So when my password is it's wrong, so Zabbix sender will send a value 1 to my Zabbix server. So my Zabbix sender will send to Zabbix server the value 1 to the key called user.login. So here when a user log into the application with successful, Zabbix sender will send to the user.login the value 0. So how can we test this? So let me restart the application because I removed one line here. But how can I test it? If we see in my Zabbix server, I have in hosts of configuration hosts anything in the host called node_app. We have a thing called user login. The key is user login. The type of this key is Zabbix Trapper. Okay, perfect. Now this guy will receive my wrong password. So okay, I'm gonna try to log in with a wrong password here. First I will use the user admin, and the password I will put anything. So when I try to access, we're gonna receive the message saying that we have a wrong username or password. When we go to Zabbix, we can go to monitoring and latest data. We're gonna just receive the value 1. Perfect. So I created a trigger. We can go to configuration, hosts, and in trigger section, we're gonna see that I create a simple trigger using the function count to count the last 1 minute. If I receive more than 10 times the value 1, it means a problem for me. It could be anything you want, but I just used this example to be easier to understand and to apply here. So if I'm going to monitoring and problem and trying to log in with a wrong login and a wrong password for 10 times, in the last minute, we have a problem. So let's do it. So it's the first one, second, now 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, perfect. 11, 12, and now let's go to Zabbix to see, and we have the problem. So if I have a malicious user trying to access my front end using brute force, I will probably catch these malicious users just receiving this alert. So if I have a lot of problems with my user or a lot of wrong tries, the the tries will be registered on Zabbix server. But if I try to log in with the successful login, my problem is solved because in the last minute I have just a 0 because the time pass so fast here. So okay, in my application, if I want, I can just come to app.js or auth token and import my database or any part of my application that I want. I can just import Zabbix Sender, and when imported Zabbix Sender, I can just send any metric to my Zabbix server. So it's easy and it's simple to monitor any application with a free software, with a light and fast client that is available in Zabbix to anyone who knows to learn it. So that's it, guys. I think that is my presentation. That was my presentation. This is my LinkedIn. And thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to watch this presentation. And again, thank you for Zabbix and Zabbix Latam to the opportunity to do this presentation. It was a great pleasure for me. Thank you so much, and bye bye.
Thank you, Daniel. So we have a couple of questions for you about application monitoring and maybe some of the approaches that you used and some of the maybe obstacles that you managed to get over and surpass. So first off, do you use any custom modules or plugins or something like that in your Zabbix environment, maybe to monitor some applications or anything else?
No, so I use just one module that was developed by me, and this module was developed in Node.js using the client of Zabbix Sender. That you can do it in any other operational system that you have. So you also can use my module that is available on npm or yarn. So you can develop your own module in Python or Java or any other language that you are that you know. So the objective here is to show you how it's possible to monitoring the application with a simple way using Zabbix Sender.
Okay, maybe you can tell us what was the most complex application that you have encountered in your experience when setting up monitoring for it?
Okay, the most complex application that I monitored was a crypto coin software that is used to make financial transaction using Bitcoin. So I used it since a Python script to monitoring some endpoints, and used Zabbix Sender to monitor some classes and some methods inside this application. So that was the most complex application that I monitored using Zabbix.
Thank you. And maybe in the recent versions, say 5.2, 5.0, maybe 4.2 or 4.4, have you found that any feature is like exceedingly useful for you, something that's a lifesaver that we have added recently?
So can you repeat, please? I didn't understand very well.
One of our features that we have added in maybe the last year, for example, JavaScript pre-processing or something like that, like a feature that you have found really, really useful that we added recently.
Okay. So yeah, The feature that I used recently was the possibility to call a webhook to send a message or send anything to a webhook to execute some action in an endpoint. So people thinks that webhook is used only to send messages or send a simple alert, but it's not. But with using endpoints and webhooks and a simple API, you can call directly automation on your application. So the webhook for me is the one of the best solutions that was implemented on the latest version.
Thank you a lot. That's actually quite an interesting approach. And for everyone else that is interested in using such an approach, feel free to reach out to Daniel in the Q&A section and maybe discuss this with him. He should also be reachable in our tech booth. So maybe you can have a chat with him in the tech booth about this here approach. Thank you.
Thank you.
For our next presenter, he states that Zabbix has the perfect out-of-the-box toolset for IoT monitoring. And actually, he is going to prove it to you with his next presentation. So let's welcome the pre-sales director from Imaginet Colombia, Luis De La Torre.
Hello, and welcome to the Zabbix Summit 2020. Over this 20-minute session, we're going to discuss the role of Zabbix as an IoT telemetry data processing powerhouse. My name is Luis De La Torre. I'm the pre-sales director of Imaginet, a certified partner of Zabbix from Colombia that also supports and helps customers in other countries in the Andean region, including Ecuador and Peru. Hopefully, after this pandemic, you will be able to visit us and know the beautiful locations and get to know the people that call these countries home. Imaginet has many verticals, from logistics to manufacturing to telecom, and in all these verticals, we do integrate Zabbix as the event engine for all the telemetry data processing that we collect, either from custom sensors and gateways that feed data through proprietary applications via webhooks or web services directly supported on some really complex sensors, to open IoT gateways that support MQTT, SNMP as protocols to propagate data. No matter the architecture, Zabbix is at the core, and we're going to discuss 5 features that really make Zabbix stand out for us. We've been using some of these for 3 years and up to 4 years, and the reality is that they had made a remarkable impact on the success that we have in this space, in this region. Some of the features are going to be related to pre-processing. Some of the features are going to be related to the capability to create calculated items. Some are embedded into the concept and the segregated architecture that Zabbix has. And some of these are really behind the integration philosophy that Zabbix has been followed for the last years. We're going to start by throttling. And throttling for us was one of the few features that really make a remarkable impact on how efficient and really cost effective we are. There, you're going to find in the field sensors that have this unchanged behavior over time. In this example, we have open, close door sensors that basically change status 1 per minute or 1 per hour or even a couple of times per day. And you get all these redundant data that gets stored in the database. By implementing a simple discard and change with heartbeat preprocessing step, what you actually do is that without losing consistency on time series data, and that is remarkable because you want to get concise and consistent time intervals to present the data into the visualization layers, but you also want to save all those and remove all those redundant records. I have 2 examples here with an identical sensor, but with 2 different heartbeat configurations. On the first one, we do a 30-second heartbeat, and we get up to an 83% data record reduction on the database. When you get that heartbeat up to 1 hour, if the sensor allows it and your application can deal with those let's say time periods, you will get up to 96% data reduction in records. This is a massive and major game changer if you are managing thousands of sensors with these characteristics. So for us, it was one of the first things that we automatically embedded and included into our custom deployment, let's call it like that, because it make a major difference in terms of cost savings for data record storage. The second one is also pretty common. You're gonna find in the field sensors that are really, really precise and accurate. And these sensors usually use what is called analog output. Basically, by mapping the actual variable that they measure to a voltage or a current, you are able to get really, really 0.01% accuracy sensors for specific applications. It's really common on geological, on pressure, highly sensitive temperature measurements. And what you basically do is that you, via formula, you get that mapping into the actual variable that you are measuring. And I would say the majority, if not all, the applications on the IoT space do this mapping on a post-processing stage. So they basically store the voltage and then they run these formulas and these calculations to get the actual value of the variable that they are measuring. We in Zabbix do it a little bit different, and it makes a major difference in terms of usability of the data. By using preprocessing, in this example, we're using JavaScript to create these formulas. We can calculate the actual variable before ingesting it into the database and get that actual physical variable map into a record into the database without doing any post-processing. And without storing garbage data at the end, that is the voltage or the current reference that you're using. In this example, we use it a lot with geological sensors, inclinometers, piezometers, all these sensors that determine really accurate the condition of the soil where a road is being built or oil drilling is being performed. And we can get these 0.01% accuracy sensors with the actual variable stored directly in the database. So if you're working with geological, with really precise sensors in temperature or in medical applications, you're going to see that this is a major differentiator, because most of the applications will have to do this in post-processing, and you may not get that compute power to do it at that point, or you simply store a lot of data that you will never use again. So that's in terms of post-processing and pre-processing. One of the key differences and challenges that you will face also in the field if you enter into the IoT domain is that you're going to have all these sensors, identical sensors, with pre-configured threshold for alerts. And usually you put those thresholds into the design and implementation phase of a project. And this sensor may run 1, 2, 3, 4 years, even 10 years in some of these cases, without much change. But the conditions in which the sensor operates do change over time. It's what we call consistent behavior change. And by introducing calculated items that allow us to change the upper and lower threshold levels based on historical data being compiled, either by average or moving average or weighted average or whatever method you choose to do those historical calculations, you may create adaptive thresholds that over time reflect the consistent behavior change of the sensor and the variable that is measuring. So in this example, we have a temperature sensor that has consistent changes in its behavior, but it's not necessarily as an anomaly. It's a change in the environmental condition that is measuring. So what we're doing is, instead of having continuous revisions and configuration changes of the threshold values, either because the customer chooses to create a really, really loose threshold or really strict thresholds, what you're going to see is that if you do that manually, when you're talking about thousands of sensors, what you will face is an operational nightmare, basically. So we want to automate this process. We also want to make sure that the alert that the customer is receiving is relevant, because if you get overflow by alerts, most of the time at some point you start looking at the notification channel. And if you don't get any alert, but you know that something is going on in the customer premises, then your sensor is mostly irrelevant. So you want to have some level of automation, and we found out that these calculated items procedure to adjust the threshold is ideal. Multiply this by thousands and tens of thousands of sensors, and we basically have an automated procedure to adapt to the customer environment with consistent changes in behavior. In that word is critical, consistency. We're looking for changes that over time are recurrent, and we know that is not an anomaly. You may need tuning, you may need to understand what the actual formulas and calculation are relevant for your particular case, but you have that power embedded into Zabbix. So up to this point, we only discussed capabilities, features, and functionalities that we have in Zabbix, but even the architecture that has been put in place by the Zabbix team really fits well into the IoT domain, because you have this disaggregated agent proxy server architecture that enables you to put the compute power and the preprocessing power where you really need it. So even before 5.2, you may have a powerful enough gateway, IoT gateway, to run a Zabbix proxy. Basically because you have so many measuring points in that customer premises that you can use the preprocessing power of a proxy and run all these calculations directly on the customer premises. You may have really lightweight sensors or gateways that may not be able to run a Zabbix proxy, but may use a Zabbix agent with customized collection data scripts. And you can get that data directly into the server. So whatever combination you are using, even embedding it into IoT core application for the major cloud providers like AWS, Microsoft, and Google, you can feed that data directly into the Zabbix server without losing the disaggregated capabilities of the proxy and the agent. So you can get all these different configurations that basically adapt to what the customer is doing. And now with Zabbix 5.2, you get MQTT and module support natively. So you don't have to create these customized adapters or ingestion scripts. You can get that data directly into Zabbix natively. So with all these combinations, it's really difficult to find a sensor gateway application architecture that you cannot fit accordingly into the Zabbix platform architecture. And that's a major difference, because you are going to change your configuration many, many times, because in IoT, there is no cookie cutter solution. So you will have to adapt to different customers. So if you are doing smart cities, or you're doing transportation, or you're doing food processing and manufacturing and logistics, you may have to take different architecture approaches to this. And once again, this architecture is ideally designed for that. And finally, one of the, I will say, mantras of the Zabbix team in terms of integration, the openness and the agility to bring more and more application for visualization and notifications into the Zabbix ecosystem is critical for us. Because you have to remember that many of these customers are industries that not necessarily have a strong IT background, or even do not have a strong IT team. But you have to put in their hands the best visualization and notification schema possible, because you want this organization to take and really integrate these capabilities and these dashboards into their operation. So by bringing tools like Grafana, by having native support of Telegram as a notification channel, you can bring all these helpful tools to a non-IT background operations team in manufacturing, in logistics, and food processing, in retail. You choose the vertical industry, and you most likely will see that challenge, but you can make it really accessible. At this point, we have customers from distribution center managers to logistics supervisors to plant manufacturing leaders that use on a day-to-day basis these dashboards and the notification channels as the way to understand how the business is performing. And you're doing this by putting a tool that is intuitive, that is fresh, that is simple, is attractive to them. And the way that Zabbix and Grafana, Zabbix and Telegram work with and interconnect is really a major differentiator from our product portfolio. That is really a strong point. And if we get more into details into Grafana and all the other layers that we have here, there are more and more strong points that can do that synergy between Grafana and Zabbix ideal. So basically, we cover 5 different capabilities and let's say functionalities that make Zabbix a really standout player in this space. We've been talking about pre-processing and how it helps to reduce the amount of records that you have, the pre-processing stuff for analog sensor measurement and data storage, the capability to create adaptive threshold based on calculated items. We talk about how the distributed architecture of Zabbix really fits well into the IoT challenges that you will face. And finally, the agile and open integration that Zabbix had. That is an ideal recipe to solve problems in real customers with an unprecedented agility. So now you add the 5.2 features, especially the native MQTT and module support, and you will have the most comprehensive tool to get data and present that data into customers on a massive scale with an open source, let's say, predefined topology put in place. So we really believe that Zabbix is just keep getting better, especially for IoT. It's just becoming one of the strong players in this space. And we invite you to use all these tools and start building solutions for your business, for your customers. And we are happy to address any questions and help you to figure out how to get there. We really appreciate that you took these minutes to talk with us, and we really hope that you enjoyed the rest of the summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis, for the elaborate explanation about how we can monitor IoT devices. Really useful, especially with 5.2. So we have a couple of questions. What, in your experience, are the most common issues when working with and setting up IoT monitoring?
Well, a really good question. There are many layers on this type of solution. Maybe getting the right sensor and making sure that you have the adequate architecture to answer and address the questions and challenges that the customer poses is one of them. Getting that ecosystem built is critical. The second part is what you do with the data, and that's where Zabbix really stand out. I think that you get massive volumes of data into a data lake, and eventually that data has to be used in some way by the customer. And if you solve those 2 problems, I assure you that those are the major 2 challenges that we face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my guess would be pretty much the same as you. Those are challenges that I've seen other people encounter, that I myself have encountered, and I can kind of relate. One more question. So oftentimes our community members and potential clients and existing clients also, they want to not only monitor IoT devices, but also to control them from within Zabbix. In your experience, is this possible? Have you done it? If not, how would you do it?
Yes, indeed it is possible. I know that especially for non-IT companies, like most of the customers that we have on IoT, it's really tough to go into autopilot model. That's basically how we call it when we have triggers eventually getting to the actual infrastructure of the customer. We are seeing more and more automation on some spaces, especially on food processing, that they are more happy to allow us to control that. MQTT supports those flows to send instructions and command dance to actuators in the field. But it's not more a technical limitation. It's more the operations and business part of the industry trying to relinquish that control and give it to basically a machine that we control that remotely. and we will do that. We already have some use cases about that, and we can discuss this in our chat. But yeah, it's definitely technical possible. The challenge is on the business perspective.
Mm-hmm. Thank you a lot. So like you said, people can catch you in the Q&A section, in the chat, and then you can discuss this in more detail. Thank you.
For sure.
Next up, so we've been talking about integrations, modules, some custom scripting, and so on. But our next speaker is going to talk about how you can use the native, out-of-the-box Zabbix front-end features to monitor any kind of application or any kind of service. So let's see how we can use those out-of-the-box functions and features. So let's welcome our next speaker, also from Brazil, Vich Murman from Unireda company. Welcome.
Okay, let's start. Hi, everybody. I'm going to talk about advanced automated data collection in Zabbix using only front-end features. Let's introduce myself. My name is Murman. I work for Unireda in Brazil, and I'm one of the official Zabbix trainer here in Brazil. Just telling about me, more than 15 years experience in the IT area, specialized in open source softwares like pfSense, Linux, FreeBSD, Zabbix, Samba, Zimbra, and others. Let's start, and I would like to leave a question for everybody. How to collect data in application level using only front-end Zabbix feature? That's the question I would like to leave. And just telling about this, we know some Zabbix versions ago, I would say that it was impossible because we had to use some custom scripts to do that. But now in Zabbix 5, we have advanced data collection features out of the box in the system, and it allows us to do it in a much easier way. And in the next minutes, I will show, at least in my opinion, the most important Zabbix features that we have, and I will show a practical scenarios using those features. Okay. Let's start with the features that I'm going to use. The first is the HTTP agent item. Before Zabbix 4, we used to use a custom bash or Python script using curl to get data from an external HTTP website. But now, from Zabbix 4, I think, we can do it out of the box. Okay, this is a very important feature that we have in Zabbix. And with HTTP checks, we don't need any agent to collect this information. It's a very easy way to collect information from any application you can imagine. Okay. Let's go to the second important feature for me. That is the pre-processing. Okay, and in my opinion, is the most important Zabbix improvement ever. Okay, because this feature has been improved a lot in the last, I think, 3 LTS versions, started from 3.0, I think. And just to remind, pre-processing will be able to extract and organize different structures of data without any script. That's the thing, without any scripting. And we can use the pre-processing with dependent item. That's the thing. It's a perfect combination, pre-processing and dependent item. Okay, that's the second. Let's go to the third important feature that we are going to use is the dependent item. It allows a book match collection and simultaneous use in several related items and we are going to optimize the data collection, because how everybody can see, we're going to have just one single connection to the application, and the Zabbix will organize inside all the information. And with this way, we are going to optimize the data collection. Let's go to the fourth feature, the last one, is the discover use dependent items. The advantage of this feature is to combine bulk match collection with LLD prototypes. All the low-level discovery data comes from a master item, and is a very smart way to treat the data, because we have just, how I said before, just one single request in the application, and with this single request you are be able to populate all the prototype items and get all the data. And we use the master item, dependent item, low-level discovery, pre-processing, everything together. That's what I'm going to show everybody. Let's go to the practical scenario. Just tell you about COVID-19 in Brazil. That's what I'm going to extract this information. We have more than 150,000 people die here in Brazil. And Brazil has the second highest coronavirus death toll in the world after USA, and the third highest number of the cases after USA and India. The country also has passed 5 million of infections early this week. Then we are going to collect Brazilian COVID-19 statistics using only Zabbix front-end features. Okay. Let's go first to the source of information. What is the information? The information is now website. Just let's show very quickly this website. We can access this website. It's public, okay, and it's not JSON format, divided in states. Okay, each state has 3 or 4 metrics for each state. Okay, let's go to the presentation again. I divided the process of configuration in 2 steps. Okay, the first step, I create a host called Brazil with a low-level discover HTTP agent template with a host prototype inside. That prototype is for the creation of the hosts that will represent the information of each Brazilian state. It means that we are going to have one host for each Brazilian state with the information for that state. And the second step, that host was created by the low-level discover in the other step. This host has a template with a low-level discover 2, but this low-level discover item will get the data only for each Brazilian state. It means each host has the information of each state, okay? Which means the host will organize the information for each state. Let's go to the configuration. The first is a host called Brazil. With that template, has one low-level discover that gets the information from that website with the information using HTTP agent to get the list of the states. Okay, with this website, we are going to get the list of the Brazilian states. And the list will be stored in this LLD macro called state, okay? And I got as well the UF, which means federal unit, okay? The information, the federal unit in the LLD macros, okay? This will be used, this macro, to create the hosts, Okay, we're going to create, we have one host prototype. Just show very quickly in the real scenario. We have the Zabbix, we have the host called Brazil. We have one low-level discover, and this low-level discover access the website with the list of the states, and this JSON path I will store in the LLD macro called state. Okay, and we are going to use this LLD macro here, state, to create one host for each state. Look, and we are going to create the host using that macro and use this template to collect the data from each state. Okay, this is the first process. After this process, we have the list of the states, the list of the hosts created by the low-level discover with the template. Just show in the real scenario, in the Zabbix, look, I put every host, all the hosts in a group called Brazil. That's the group. Oh, look, we have 26 states, more one federal district. Brasilia, 27, the total, with that template. Then go to back in the representation. We have in each host, we have a HTTP agent master item that will collect COVID-19 data, and a low-level discover use a dependent item. That's the thing. We're going to use a master item and a low-level discover using dependent item. Okay, I will show. And each state will get all information from that state. Number of the case, deaths, discarded, and suspects. Okay. This is the master item. Just explain this is the master item. And you see the master item get the information, the same website, raw information. Then I have a low-level discover using that item, master item. Okay, and I will store again 2 JSON paths, 2 macros, LLD macros, state and UF, federal unit. In this case, I will explain, I need the UF because the key, prototype key, item prototype key doesn't allow special characters. And the name of the states in Brazil have special characters. That's why I had to collect as well, LLD map called UF, because UF don't have special characters. That's the low-level discover called Discovery Status. That low-level discover is using a master item, and has a filter called state, because each state will have information for information for that state. It means when we create the prototypes are created for information for each state. That's why I'm filtering this LLD for the host name in the Zabbix, because, just explain very quickly here in the Zabbix, the host name here creating the host is the same as the host name of the state. I have the state, each state has the host name here is the same as the front name, host name Zabbix. Then I'm filtering information for each state using this information that is the same as the host name in the Zabbix. That's why I'm using here host name macro for filtering the states. Okay. Okay, then I have the dependent items. I have the dependent items using a JSON filtering. Okay, I have in this prototype, I have a master item prototype that collects data, COVID-19 data from that state, use the filter again, but this filter is federal unit. And I had to use federal unit because of the key doesn't allow special characters. And for the prototype dependent items, I can filter the JSON path for each field. For example, this number of cases, I filter only the field called JSON field called cases. Okay, let's just show very quickly here how I did that. I will access in the latest data São Paulo information. Okay, and I have this is the master data from São Paulo that was created in that low-level discover. Formation only São Paulo information. The low-level discover filter information for each state. This is a master prototype, master dependent prototype item with formation São Paulo. Then I create one item for each information here. One item for deaths. One item for cases, suspects, discarded. But all these items came from this master item. Okay, just look, dependent from the master item. Okay, and all those data, all this data here too came from a master data that is that. Opa. Came from here. It's 3-level process actually, you know. Okay, let's go have the data organized here. But plus I got the geolocation reference for each state using the API open weather map to populate it in the Zabbix inventory. I'm using the geolocalization because I will show Grafana dashboard that I did, and I use a word map Grafana plugin, and this geolocalization will be used by this Grafana plugin. HTTP agent 2 I'm using, query fields, API ID, and pre-processing to extract, to collect only the field that I want in this JSON. Okay, I have a master item, 2 dependent items using pre-processing. Just look here, look here, master item, 2 dependent items. Let's go back here. São Paulo, I have a master item, getting all the geolocalization information from São Paulo, and with a dependent item that got the item from here, I have longitude, latitude. Okay, let's go back with this localization. We have all the latest data that I just showed, all the information, and number of the case, suspect, death, discarded from each state, created automatically. I did not have create any manually item. Everything came automatically. Okay, and the geolocalization of São Paulo. This is Zabbix latest data. Okay. Then finally, I used Grafana to to show all the data with the geolocalization for each state here. Let me show very quickly the real Grafana here. I have the Grafana. I have the geolocalization of the state. Each state has the number of cases. This is the total. This is the total of cases in Brazil, more than 5 million. And this is the number, the total of deaths. This came from Zabbix. This came from Zabbix from the inventory. Each host has 2 fields: inventory field came from there. You just finish here the presentation. We have the total. I think it's the total of it's a table with the numbers of deaths and the case. Okay, I think it's enough for today. We have had enough time. I say thank you everybody for the patience. Okay. Yeah, I finish here. Thanks a lot for everybody.
Thank you a lot, Vic. I think that was a really nice real-life use case that actually many people at this point in these trying times would be really interested in maybe in implementing, for their own countries or regions and so on. So a couple of questions for you. I hope that you are prepared. So have you created maybe some other similar use cases for Zabbix, with other real-life examples or something like that? You can maybe briefly mention your other projects, maybe to inspire other people, or maybe they can ask you about them in the chat later on.
Hi, Arthur. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to you, to Zabbix. It's a pleasure to be here today. Yes, I came in another situation. We can extract data from any kind of application. The HTTP agent item it's very useful for us because all the applications has HTTP web server available to extract data, and we have the preprocessing feature allow us to extract the data that we want. It means we don't need any kind of scripting to extract this data, and we can connect to any available API HTTP web server, any kind of application.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Another question. Have you read about the new item type in 5.2, the script item? And maybe you have some ideas how you can use that, because it's quite similar to HTTP agent item, just a bit more complex.
To be honest, I didn't check this new item. I think this release was, I think it was last week, the new version of.
Yes, it's very new, yes.
It's too new for me. I think the next week I'm gonna check it.
So I think I'm gonna give you an offer. I would really like for you to check it out, and then maybe share your experience or some ideas that you may come up on our forums, on Reddit, maybe, and other social networks. I think that would be really nice.
Okay, sure.
So yeah, take a look at it. Definitely would be useful. Thank you a lot. It was a really interesting use case, like I said, and I hope to hear from you soon on our other social networks and in upcoming meetups, Summit next year, and other events that we do host. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur.
Next up, one of my colleagues right here from Riga, head of the integrations team. He's going to talk about the whole process of maybe developing new integrations, how it looks kind of under the hood, how we make decisions on which integrations to create, and how the whole team kind of operates. Since it's relatively a new unit within Zabbix, the integrations team, I think it will be quite interesting for you to learn more about it. So let's welcome on the stage a colleague from Riga. We've spent this whole day in the office together with him and a bunch of other colleagues. So let's welcome him on the stage, Alexandrs Larionovs. Welcome.
Oh, thank you, Arthur, for the great introduction. I'll be talking about integrations. So what integrations are in context of Zabbix? There are two distinct types of the integrations. The first one being out-of-the-box templates. These are the services you want to monitor, like databases, maybe other applications, servers, stuff like that. The second distinct type of the integration for Zabbix are webhooks. This is the functionality introduced with Zabbix 4.4 and gives you an ability to easily integrate with third-party services for alerting, notification, messengers, and just gives you a better working experience with Zabbix. So let's look how it was before. So you'd go and install Zabbix, and I would take 20 to 120 minutes if you follow the guide. Or if you like to use our cloud images, you could install Zabbix in just a few clicks. Then you would proceed and search for the integration that you need. Go to Google, maybe look at Zabbix, sharezabbix.com. If you don't find anything there, you'd ask the community, and finally, there's an option, you would do it yourself. Then comes the hard part. You need to validate that. Convince yourself that the integration that you found and installed is working as expected, and you can trust it. So you go for a long and rigorous testing, and finally, after the testing is complete, you have to convince others. Convince your manager, convince the other people in monitoring department that this is the integration that you need. And finally, something bad happens, you don't have any support. So it makes all the monitoring complicated. But how it is now? The same way you install the Zabbix, but then you just go and proceed with selecting an official integration. There are over 100 integration, and they are growing month by month. And then you just proceed to use them. These are official integrations. They come pre-validated, and Zabbix support is available. So, but you might ask, what changed? As Zabbix grew, the integration team has been formed, a team of dedicated professionals, certified and working to deliver the best integration we can. Our mission is to set high monitoring standards and make monitoring accessible and easy, but we never forget about updates and support, so you can make sure that after a year you come and the integration is updated and fixed to resolve all outstanding issues. And how do we achieve that? By standardization. If you go to Google and search MySQL monitoring, you find around 100 different templates, 100 different approaches that were used for monitoring. And then when you try to compare them, it's a mess. So we came up with template guidelines. Template guidelines feature naming conventions, multiple templates. How does the team work? We always start with prioritization, trying to understand if there are any outstanding issues or if we need to develop a new integration. So we try to focus on essential services, community requests, and improvement requests. When we proceed to the development, a first step is always the research. Then we proceed talking to the experts, them being from the companies or being from the community, and develop community focus groups to make sure that the integration is covering your requests and needs. And then finally, all the integrations come with hardware prepackaged. We work really hard to make sure the integration will satisfy you as a user. And then at the final step, we conduct three-phase validation. We do an internal review. Then we ask Zabbix support team to validate the integration and tell us how does the integration apply to our existing customers. And finally, we're always asking for community help. Community review serves an important step in the validation phase. So by this, I wanted to give a big thank you to Zabbix community. Without you, it wouldn't be possible to make such great integrations. You guide us and tell us what is required. You come and serve us with your needs, requests, and assist us with every step of the process, including validation, testing, and new ideas. Without you, it would not be possible to continue the development. And now let's just quickly go and see what has been accomplished since the inception of the team. Out of the box templates, there are 40 plus new templates for all of the core databases such as MySQL, Oracle, or Postgres. Applications such as Docker, Apache, PHP, FPM, Ceph, or Nginx can be monitored out of the box as well. And then there are other templates such as virtualization, networking equipment, IPMI templates, and telephony. So that's a huge list. And that's not all. Webhook integrations. There are 20 plus new webhooks for on-call systems, so your engineers are always notified when something happens and needs their intervention. ITSM systems, ticketing, make sure that the responsible person is informed and the collaboration can start. Or, if you're a fan of messengers, we've got you covered as well. Popular messages such as Slack, Telegram, Microsoft Teams, or Discord, you can get notified there. And more integrations coming soon. There will be an integration with Aranet Cloud, IoT, and Morningstar Solar controllers. But more about that you can hear later in the day when the respective mother companies will present what has been done and how Zabbix simplifies monitoring with their systems. But we still continue working on Apache Cassandra, ActiveMQ, Kafka, Hadoop, Zookeeper, and HashiCorp Vault. But you might ask yourself a question, where to find those latest integrations? Well, the good news is if you install a new Zabbix installation, it being 5.0 or 5.2, they come pre-packaged, pre-installed, and ready to use. But if you need to find any integration, you can always go to zabbix.com/integrations, or if you're a fan of using open source code, you can go to gitzabbix.com and find them in the templates folder. But what if an integration doesn't exist yet? Tough decision. Like, there have always been two options. The first one being create a Zabbix Next ticket at support.zabbix.com, ask your fellow friends to vote, and if there's community interest, we'll do our best to include it to our roadmap and implement it. The second option, contact sales at zabbix.com. Our friendly folks will be happy to accommodate any request for your integration creation service. And now there's an option number 3. You can join our contributors program. Contributors program, what is it, you might ask? Well, it's a new program launched in 2020, which gives the community an ability to contribute to Zabbix Agent 2 plugins and webhooks. In addition to that, it allows to improve your product with an official Zabbix integration that will come to new Zabbix users out of the box. Or if you're a community expert and you know how to develop great integration, just to share your expertise. So 2020 notable contributors: PostgreSQL plugin and template by Postgres Pro Company, 2 webhooks, Alert and Signal 4, developed by the respective mother companies, and Telegram webhook developed by our community member, Ilya Ableev. So if you're interested in contributing, read our development guidelines, get in touch to contribution@zabbix.com, sign the contributors agreement, and let's contribute. To recap all of what I've said, if we compare community integrations and official integrations, we can see that both of these types of integrations are free and have a large selection of integration. But what comes extra with the official integration is Zabbix integration team expertise, that the integrations come pre-validated, they are well maintained, and support is available. And bonus, all of the integrations that are official, they come with large README where you can find all the information about the integration, starting from how the data is collected, what kind of metrics is used, how to set it up. So basically, should answer all of your outstanding questions about the integration. And finally, to remind you, if you want to report an issue with the integration, use a public Jira bug tracker, support@zabbix.com. Or if you're just interested in discussing, you can always use our public Zabbix forum, zabbix.com/forum, or use the Telegram channel for the international community. You're always welcome there. Your ideas are welcome. I will be happy to discuss. So thank you for your attention and see you next time.
Questions for him, both from myself and from our community. So are you ready to answer some questions on behalf of the whole integrations team?
Sure.
All right, so first off, speaking of integrations team, so we have a question. What kind of skill set should a potential employee, maybe someone that wants to be a part of the integrations team, so what kind of skill set they should possess?
Well, integration engineer should be passionate about learning something new on a day-to-day basis. Secondly, there are different types of integrations, so different types of skills are required. Some of our integration engineers are specialized in webhooks, some in network equipment, some are developing plugins. So it's a little bit of mishmash of everything to make the team good as a whole. So, but most important is to be interested in learning something new.
So sounds like a very interesting, dynamic environment where you can learn a lot of new things, a lot of new technologies and approaches, and how to kind of mix and integrate them into Zabbix.
Yeah,
So, okay.
every day is a challenge for us.
So I guess if we have an inquisitive mind that's looking to join the integrations team, they would be very welcome to maybe send in their resume so you can take a look at it.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Next up, so how long on average does it take to develop an integration, or maybe there is no average, maybe every time it's completely different?
Well, it's hard to tell. Sometimes, it's an easy integration with some web service and we can go and do integration just a couple of days. Sometimes it's really big integrations such as Oracle, where we need to do our research, understand the community needs, do some Q&A session with the supports, organize focus groups, and just dig deep, really deep, and the amount of time varies. Like it can take a month to produce something really reasonable, and then we can go over one iteration of reviews and fixing of the problems, so the community will only see it after a month and a half, but this will something be as polished as we can do.
So going from a couple of days to over a month, so that's kind of a large, amplitude over here, but it makes sense, of course, yeah. Next up, what about cloud monitoring integration? Any new cloud monitoring integrations or something like that we should look forward to?
Well, this is something we're really actively researching, but there are some, improvements that we want to have in Zabbix before we'll proceed to making an official integration. Surely, no one from the community wants to see an integration that is lacking in features and is just generally really hard to understand and use. So it's a continuous process, and as you might heard in previous talks, some of the steps for improving and making us closer for the cloud monitoring have been made, and we're looking forward to have even more development done for the 5.0, 5.4, and 6.0. So as soon as we're able to do the good integration, we'll get right to it and make all the community happy.
And one last question before I let you go. So you've probably mentioned this in the presentation, but just to kind of, nail the point home. If, someone wants to contact you directly or your team members and ask you, hey, when is Y or X integration coming out? Is it coming out? What would be, the best channel? Social networks, Zabbix forum, something else?
Well, I'd say we're available at Telegram channel. You can ping me directly. My username is AlexL there, or you can just use forums to communicate. If you want to suggest an improvement or want to discuss, there's a specific thread for each integration we develop, so you can post there. Or if you need a new integration, just create a ZBX Next ticket. If there's some, activity, community involvement, that's something we see and something we discuss internally.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I think we've cleared up a lot of points over here. Thank you, and we will be looking out for new integrations, so you're not off the hook ever, pretty much. We'll just have to keep delivering them to us, and we will have to keep consuming them. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your time, and everybody have a positive Friday.
Thanks. Friday isn't over yet, though. We still have a lot more coming up. This is going to be a long one. We're 2/3 through pretty much, but we still have some interesting things coming up. Like I mentioned before, maybe something about containers, some security-related topics, and some other things. But before we take a small lunch break, let me remind you that you still have our partner booths available. So you can visit each of our partners and discuss, their products, how they relate to Zabbix, how they use Zabbix, some use cases, and so on. Some of them are also holding webinars that you can attend, well, kind of minor webinars that you can attend and learn a thing or two. Specifically, I'd like to mention Imaginet, which is hosting a IoT use cases with Zabbix kind of mini webinar right now during the lunch break that you can attend and maybe learn a thing or two. We also have our support kind of tech booth where you can ask all of your support related questions. Maybe you wish to learn how to do an upgrade. Maybe you wish for us to help you troubleshoot your instance. It's acting slow maybe, or the data is not coming in, or you need some help with defining an item key or a trigger in a proper way. We can help you just that. There's also our sales room where you can ask any sales-related questions. Interested in a turnkey service, interested in training, interested in us building a template for you, and related to the integrations that we just discussed. So just go talk to our sales guys, and I'm sure you can figure something out. So let's have a brief 10-minute break, grab a cup of coffee, refresh ourselves a bit, and then be back for a lot more. See you guys in a bit.
Hey everybody, this is Alex, and I hope you are enjoying the presentation so far. Now look, traditionally we would have the office tours at the office just the day before the summit. Now sure, things are a bit different this time and we are in a few numbers, but that will not stop me from introducing our charming team. Let's go have a look. So unfortunately this year we're going to have to skip the kitchen and the Zabbix certified specialty, so instead let's go check on Alexei, see how things are going.
That's how my typical day at Zabbix starts. I sign Zabbix certificates, but now I would like to wish you a great summit. Take most of it.
And of course, on the business side of things, we have the man with the plan, Sergey Sorokin, our Director of Business Development. You already know the guy. Sergey, what's your expectation for this event, man?
I hope this event is going to be great. I hope that all of our partners will be able to showcase their solutions, their experience, that our customers will be able to find what they're looking for. They will be able to see all the newest solutions, all the newest trends, and just meet each other, finally, after that much time.
Absolutely. And if you have any questions for our partners, make sure to actually check on them in their specific chat rooms. And naturally, if we were to speak to our developer team as well, there's no better person I can imagine than the person you already know and love, none other than Dimir, my friend. So naturally, this event is happening remotely, but that's not going to stop us from interacting with the community, right?
Yeah, for sure. Interaction through the internet is going in full effect, and people are really excited and happy about the event. I see this, and I think it doesn't matter that this year it's a bit different. Still, everybody was waiting for this moment, and it looks like it's enjoying it in full effect.
I can vouch for that. All right, thank you, Dimir. If you guys have any questions to our developers, make sure to reach out. We'll get you sorted. moving on. So moving on to our support team, with me I have its mighty leader, Dmitry Lambert. Dmitry, as always, support team is very heavily involved with the summit, but what's different this year?
The difference is, of course, the format. So the Zabbix Summit is virtual, and still our team members have prepared great speeches about a new functionality of the Zabbix 5.2 and also some use cases. At the same time, the other part of the team is still on duty to help our customers that might be having some problems right now.
Right.
And also, if you want to chat with our guys from the support team, you can join the support chat room and ask some questions if you have them, of course.
Awesome. All right, folks, so there you have it. So if you have any inquiries to our support team, make sure to use this opportunity. Now let's move on and see what else we got. All right, next on the spotlight, we have another Alex representing the integration team. So Alexander, your team has been very busy prior to the summit. What can we expect?
Well, there's a lot of integrations currently in development. Now we're working on GMX templates. So make sure you subscribe to our social channels, Facebook and Twitter, to know when it's released. But I'm going to tell you that it's going to be Apache Cassandra.
Oh, looking forward to that one. All right, let's move on, guys. And of course, no insight into our technical team will be complete without the test engineers. So with me, I have Sergey representing the team. Now look, mate, I know you guys have been quite in a crunch with 5.2. How's the team holding up?
Well, that's correct. I actually need to admit that the last couple of days were quite tough, but we managed, and I hope that in the end our users will receive high-quality products such as Zabbix 5.2.
Oh, I'm sure they're actually already enjoying it. All right, thank you, Sergey, and let's see who else we got. All right, so I've introduced you to our technical people, but this event would not be complete or even possible without the team that's actually managing it. So with me, I have Zana, the head of marketing team. Zana, I know how long it takes to organize these events, so guide me through your pain.
Okay, pain. There was no pain this year. It's more of a challenge, joy, and a lot of thought. Just to think what we want to have this year. We were all preparing for our grand 10th year anniversary event for this summit, and then we understand, okay, there will be no summit at all. So we figured out that if last year we met 600 community members, users from all around the world here in Riga, this year we can meet thousands of Zabbix users and community from everywhere.
For sure.
So we understand we cannot say no to summit, and we really want to meet a community. So yes, this is something that we are preparing. It's something new for every one of us, but we tried a lot of Zabbix online meetups, which actually was some sort of technical rehearsals for us for this summit. So I'm looking forward to summit having this year as well, and having a lot of wonderful speakers from all around the world, so we'll have it.
Awesome, so staying positive.
Yes.
Well, cheers to the successful event. Well, there you have it, folks. This concludes our slightly shorter than usual office tour, but don't let this discourage you. Now, I know we're doing this fully remotely this time and slightly less personal in some opinion, but look, it's not going to stop us from ever communicating and connecting with our community. And on a side note, we're actually expanding. So what I'm trying to say is there's always potential for growth with Zabbix. And with that said, enjoy the rest of the event. All right, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from. They all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Zabbix Partner Program is a global network of experienced and knowledgeable IT companies providing Zabbix professional services to its customers all around the world. I'm Sergey Sorokin, Director of Business Development at Zabbix, and one of my priorities is to build strong, reliable, diverse, and efficient partner network. We are happy to see partners coming from all parts of the world, from North and South America, from Africa and Asia, from Middle East and Europe, from Australia and New Zealand. And I would like to take this moment to invite hundreds of thousands of our users from all around the world to connect to our partners for IT services, for professional services, for Zabbix services. And at the same time, I would like to invite IT companies and integrators to connect with Zabbix in order to join Zabbix Partner Program. And there are plenty of benefits of becoming Zabbix Partner. Access to pre-sales consulting services, ability to use Zabbix Partner logo on your web page, ability to publish your logo on our partner page, and of course, discounts to make your offers interesting for your customers. If you have any questions, we're here for you. Visit our partner booth during all the summit.
All right, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the software is free, but yes, we also offer professional services. And in this particular instance, we're going to talk about technical support. Dmitry, take it away.
So let's talk about the benefits. The Zabbix support is not only about troubleshooting the existing problem, it's about making sure that such problems not going to happen in the future. The support includes such thing as a consultancy, free upgrade for your existing instance, and also a training seat in our virtual training classroom. Alex, do you have something to add?
Well, naturally I do. Now look, there are 5 levels of support to choose from. They all differ either in the number of incidents or the support hours or RSLAs, or those aforementioned perks that Dmitry already talked about. Now look, what I want you to take away from this is not just the perks or the support hours or the SLAs. Listen, when it comes to problem solving, we go the extra mile. Because
when it comes to Zabbix, nobody knows Zabbix better than us and our partners, simply because we have access to our developers and also internal expertise, right?
Absolutely. So there you have it, folks. That's short and sweet about Zabbix support services. Drop us a line at sales@zabbix.com. And meanwhile, let's get back to the summit and enjoy the rest of it.
Let's go.
Zabbix Partner Program is a global network of experienced and knowledgeable IT companies providing Zabbix professional services to its customers all around the world. I'm Sergey Sorokin, Director of Business Development at Zabbix, and one of my priorities is to build strong, reliable, diverse, and efficient partner network. We are happy to see partners coming from all parts of the world, from North and South America, from Africa and Asia, from Middle East and Europe, from Australia and New Zealand. And I would like to take this moment to invite hundreds of thousands of our users from all around the world to connect to our partners for IT services, for professional services, for Zabbix services. And at the same time, I would like to invite IT companies and integrators to connect with Zabbix in order to join Zabbix Partner Program. And there are plenty of benefits of becoming Zabbix Partner. Access to pre-sales consulting services, ability to use Zabbix Partner logo on your web page, ability to publish your logo on our partner page, and of course, discounts to make your offers interesting for your customers. If you have any questions, we're here for you. Visit our partner booth during all the summit.
And welcome back. So I hope you guys are ready for our next set of presentations. Quite a few exciting ones. Some from our colleagues over here in office with me, other ones from locations all over the world. Before we proceed, I'd like to mention that, yes, we do have workshops scheduled throughout the next week, but mind the prerequisites. Some of them, for example, my workshop and the workshop of my colleague Kaspars, do require that you have a virtual machine with CentOS 8 pre-installed and also have Zabbix 5.2 beta release candidate or the full release ready. Since the full release is out already, then you can just use that. So mind the prerequisites and then see you next week. All right. Our next speaker, another great colleague of mine, this time one from the development team, the mysterious and unknown kind of development team that does their magic and no one really knows, how they look and what they actually do. Well, he's going to talk about some of the new, more advanced trigger functions that we are implementing in 5.2. So let's welcome our developer, Aleksandrs Kalimulins.
Hello, my name is Alex and I want to talk about the new trigger functions we are introducing in Zabbix 5.2. Let's start with some philosophical observations. In many cases, configuring monitoring entities is pretty straightforward exercise. For example, we know that computers should have some free disk space or applications won't work. We know that CPU should not run at 100 degrees Celsius. We know that user-facing applications should respond in less than a couple of seconds, otherwise users will notice and complain. If we want to be alerted when any of these expectations fail, we just need to add a trigger, which can be as simple as in this example. However, there are situations when you don't know what is normal and what's not. These are the cases that can be only evaluated in a proper surrounding context. For example, is it okay if your RAM is 70% full? The answer, of course, is favorite, it depends. If the RAM was just 20% full a week ago, chances are big that some application is leaking and your memory usage will continue growing. But if your RAM usage stays at 70% 3 years in a row, there are even better chances it stays so for another 3 years. Another good example of it depends is web traffic monitoring. Intuitively, we know that it's perfectly normal to have uneven traffic distribution across days of week or months. But every website has its own usage patterns, so even when we figure what's normal and what's not for one specific website, it's difficult to scale this knowledge to other websites. So in the grand scheme of things, it all boils down to finding a good baseline for parameters we want to monitor. And baselines are usually defined by previous knowledge. So in such cases, instead of figuring out a fixed threshold, some fixed value or percentage, we need to figure out data points in the past we want to compare to our current data points. Finding the right point in the past, or rather finding a good interval to look back, is still something that the user must apply manually, even though we are also working on automating this in the future. But the new Zabbix 5.2 gives you some tools to make comparisons to baseline way easier. Let's take a closer look at the web traffic monitoring example. This is a history of website visits for an imaginary commerce site, say shopexample.com. The numbers are very different at any given point in time, yet all these are normal in a certain context. Overall, we see a growth trend in 2020 compared to 2019. But there are seasonal traffic spikes. Biggest ones are around Christmas. Site administrators like to be informed on any anomalies, such as fraud traffic, for example, but hate false positives caused by seasonal spikes. If we want to detect anomalies here, we can get an average over some period and then to compare it to an average of the same period from a year ago. If we know that our organic year-to-year growth is not likely to exceed, say, 15%, then it's seemingly easy to do this in virtually any version of Zabbix. Like this. We take an average traffic over 30 days and check if it exceeds the same period from a year ago for more than 15%. But there are quite a few problems with this trigger expression. First, we look 1 year back in the history. But if we look into Zabbix 5.0 documentation about triggers, we see this. Triggers are evaluated based on history data only. This means that we need to keep the full detailed history for at least 1 year, 13 months in this specific case. It is a possible solution if we ingest the traffic data daily, but what if we do it every minute? What if we do it every minute for 1,000 of websites? Second, we specify time as 30D and 365D. As you know, in Zabbix, this is just a fancy way to specify such big number of seconds. Zabbix 5.0 doesn't have time suffix for a month and a year just because this cannot be simply translated to a number of seconds. Even though 30D is very close to 28D and 31D, it's still not the same. Third, the result of average function with or without the second time shift parameter always depends on the specific time of calculation. This is because Zabbix calculates time shift by subtracting interval from the current time. This makes impossible to calculate aggregates between, say, first and last days of week, month, or year. That's why we are introducing the new trigger functions which address all the issues above. We also added few other trigger features which improve event presentation. These functions are similar to the non-trend counterparts, but optimized for baseline monitoring use cases. The new functions use trend tables instead of history, and do not forget to set a proper trend storage period, by the way. Period and period shift parameters use Gregorian calendar instead of number of seconds. They save system resources by calculating these functions only upon the end of a period. In addition to the new trigger functions, we also added the ability to set customized event name. The customized event name lets you to fine-tune how the event looks in the Zabbix UI. In screens like problems and problem widgets, and include trigger expression calculation results. This field is optional. You can continue using trigger field name. There is also a new macro brace question mark. It can be used for expressions inside the event name. We will talk about it later. Let's reconfigure our trigger in Zabbix 5.2 style. Please pay attention to the arguments of the new trend average function, 1m and now /m. The first argument says we use calendar months as an aggregation period. So depending on the month, trend average will be doing calculations for it will properly pick up first and the last date of the month. The same goes about other possible interval suffixes, h for hour, d for day, v week, and y year. The second parameter, as in regular aggregate functions, means time shift. But to distinguish between old and new types of shift, we call it a period shift. The period shift denotes the last point in the timeline for our aggregation. For instance, if today is October 13th, then trend average by 1 month will calculate the value from September 1st to September 30, and trend average by 1 month with 1 month minus 1 year will calculate the value from September 1st, 2019 to September 30th, 2019. Now let's have a quick look at the event name field. In Zabbix 5.2, you can continue using the name field whose content will be copied to the event name. But if you specify the event name, it will be used for all corresponding events instead. The event name support new brace question mark macro, so you can put another trigger expression inside this macro to show some related calculations. We call it expression macro. For instance, the event name from the above will be shown like this in the problem screen. It is already very useful, but this percentage looked way better if we could round it up a little. It wouldn't also hurt to show what months we compare our traffic against. For this purpose, we have added two formatting functions. FMT_num is applicable to item value, item last value, and expression macros. FMT_time is applicable to time macro, uses strf time format, and as the name suggests, formats time. Let's see how can we improve our event name with the new formatting functions. It looks somewhat scary on the trigger configuration screen, but Zabbix will reward us by generating events like this. But the new functions are not just limited by a single use case of comparing some data points from a recent period to some past period. Let's consider another real-world example. Imagine your IT department runs some very important services in the cloud. And of course, your finance department sends a monthly budget you don't want to overrun. You receive cloud usage records from one or more cloud providers and ingest this data periodically into the monitoring. Of course, you could set up a trigger with a trend sum by 1 month to check whether you exceeded your fixed budget in the previous month or not. But you want to know about the budget overrun ASAP. If you exceed your monthly budget in the middle of a month, your quick reaction might save companies money. Let's take a look at this chart. We see the even distribution of cloud usage costs up to the last dates of September, and then the usage starts going up. When should you start worrying? Again, the new trend functions come to the rescue. The solution is to use the period shift parameter, just not in the past, but rather in the future. If today's date is, say, October 22nd, then this expression will calculate sum from October 1st to October 31st. But there is one small problem, though. As I have mentioned earlier, to save precious computing resources, Zabbix evaluates these functions in triggers only when the period is over. However, these functions are also available in calculated items, and we can use arbitrary calculation intervals there. So the solution is to set up a calculated item, use trend sum in a formula, and specify some reasonable update interval, say 1 hour or 1 day. On the right-hand side of the chart, there is the current period, and we see that it's not over yet. Let's take a look at the item definition. This is the formula to calculate the current calendar period. Then we can add a simple trigger referencing this calculated item. And yes, you can also use a new expression macro in this trigger too. You don't need to have trend functions anywhere in the formula for this. On the trigger fired, you will see following problem on the problem screen. Nice and clean message that contains all the information we need. We just looked at a couple of examples, but of course there are many more possible applications for the new functions. Generally, these functions can be applied not only to IT-related metrics, but also to many other real-world KPIs. Just to name a few: business performance, to calculate annual revenue, profitability, etc. Sales and marketing, for example, monthly average customer acquisition cost, sales target rate. Some warehousing metrics like weekly shipments, return rates, etc. Human resources, for example, annual training costs, overtime hours. Customer support like average response time or number of issues per month. So in a sense, we expect these functions to pave the way for Zabbix to new territories which have been previously occupied by CRMs and other business analytics systems. Just a quick recap of what we have looked at today. Zabbix Trend Functions is a new way to analyze history without storing lots of historic data. Zabbix Trend Functions support calendar hours, days, weeks, months, and years. New trigger field event name let us display event with context. New formatting functions let us present numbers and dates in a flexible manner. Long-term data analysis just got easier and better with new Zabbix 5.2. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot, Alexandros, for describing how these new, very interesting and powerful trigger functions do work. But I do have two more questions from our community members about some peculiar kind of details of these here functions. So first off, what's the maximum time period for these new trigger functions? So for how long can we analyze the data?
The maximum time period is not limited by any hard-coded values. The only limit you should keep in mind is just the size of your trend data history. But there are no limitations in code whatsoever that would limit this use. You also should keep in mind that the longer is the period, the bigger the database load. So this also a thing to consider.
Yeah, thank you. This is something that you should always keep in mind. The more data you analyze for the longer period, the higher the performance impact. And the second question, so is this trend data that we're analyzing, is it also going to be stored in the value cache or some other place?
It's not stored in the value cache at the moment. These trigger functions recalculate its values only after the period is over. So it's not of much use for value cache, but if we see that this will be required by some demanding applications, we will add this in the later versions. To my knowledge, there are already some works in this direction.
Yeah, good to know that we're kind of trying to future-proof this and maybe eventually implement a new type of cache or something like that. Thank you a lot. It was a real pleasure, really educational. But now we have to move on with another colleague of mine. So from a very technically in-depth talk to something a bit maybe friendlier for newbies and people who haven't dug deep into existing trigger functions, a colleague of mine is going to talk about getting more by doing less, the latest Zabbix usability improvement. So let's welcome Alexandrs Petrovs Gavrilovs.
Hello, my name is Alex, and I'm gonna introduce you today to the new possibilities of Zabbix, and not just possibilities, specifically usability improvements. And now you will learn how to do more while actually doing less. So let's talk about improvement overall. Zabbix has done a lot of things to improve your experience throughout the time. So we started doing Zabbix, quite some time ago. And one of the biggest noticeable updates began in 3.0 when there was introduced new comfortable web interface, trend prediction, improvements to the scheduling, to the low-level discoveries, and a lot more. Then, I would say not so long ago, the 4.0 came out with better integration options, compression for the data exchange, tag-based permissions, and a lot more, including the Check Now button, which allowed you to actually check if your items work a lot faster. Then, I would say feels like just yesterday, the 5.0 came out, allowing you to actually test the items. Again, front-end usability got improved even more. And, we introduced a new Zabbix agent, so-called Zabbix Agent 2 or Zabbix Agent Go. And then, of course, the visual improvements that we are also going to see today. And 5.2. Now, this definitely feels like yesterday. So here we have even more improvements in user interface. We have now a possibility to actually do a diagnostic on our Zabbix without actually going and performing a lot of different queries. We also introduced HashiCorp Vault. And of course, again, usability improvements. So as you can see, Zabbix always improves and improves, I would say, even faster with each passing day. So to remind you how fast it's actually happening, LTS release basically was just half a year ago. And that was a really quick new improvement, a new version release. And now you are already standing on the edge of 5.2. 5.2. That means basically already 6 months passed, and well, in 6 months more you will have 5.4 and then a new LTS release. We are doing everything we can to make sure that all the releases are getting to you as fast as possible. And well, make sure to use all those features as fast as you need, since again, we are there for you to help you understand how to use them if maybe something is not that clear. So again, why upgrading is important? Well, you get more stability, you get more security, your Zabbix performs better, and of course, the new features. And what is all of that? Improvement. It is improvement in usability too, in one way or another, doesn't matter how you look at it. So let's take a look at, well, the current LTS release and see how the front-end usability got improved. So what do we see right here? We see navigation revamp. It got a lot better, so now you can make it always visible. Or you can use a compact view to make sure you see more of the information, less of the menu. Or other way around, you can even hide the menu completely without obstructing the view to the dashboards or any other information that you might be looking right now. So now we actually introduced a new menu, which is located